Chapter 45, The Pact of Wealth. In a nearby clearing, the goblins of the Blackfire clan began their rigorous training, practicing the fundamentals of the Shatterbone technique. Their sounds were neither loud nor soft, yet to Gurdon, they rang out in utter silence. This was due to the stunning revelation delivered by Nina, who had casually mentioned a figure that left him in a state of disbelief. "You said what? This gem is worth 2,000 gold coins? Are the people of Carland out of their minds?" Gurdon lowered his head, eyeing the sapphire that lay beneath his chest with a mix of astonishment and disbelief. With a hurried motion, he extracted the gem from his not-so-heavy body and carefully placed it aside, fearful of crushing it. He then lay down, gazing intently at the gemstone, which symbolized more than just its material worth. Gurdon remained unsure, and before Nina could respond to his incredulity, he continued, "But this sapphire, while exquisitely crafted, is merely a subpar variety and certainly does not deserve such a price." "Nina, are you sure this is the stone you saw?" Nina, taken aback by Gurdon's words, also found herself questioning her own recollection. After all, the commission notice described a heart-shaped sapphire, but she had no knowledge of its material. If they had truly misjudged, it would only lead to disappointment, a thought that made her feel guilty. She spoke softly, recounting everything she knew about the situation without any personal bias. This honesty seemed to reassure Gurdon somewhat, as the circumstances surrounding the gem's appearance were indeed suspicious after all. It appeared on a rat. It was quite conceivable that the gem's previous owner had perished, leaving it to fall into the hands of the ratfolk. Thus, when Gurdon looked at the sapphire again, he envisioned a future life of luxury, living lavishly like a king in the sewers. 2,000 gold coins was no small fortune, enough to purchase prime real estate for a shop or acquire a couple of impressive magical items in the invaluable Carland marketplace. However, proving its authenticity presents a challenge, Gurdon reflected, staring into the distance at the dancing flames of the bonfire, their flickering light captivating him. Nina, lost in her thoughts, had clearly reached a similar conclusion. Gurdon's thoughts ventured even further. If Nina decided to take the sapphire to claim the reward, one could overlook the chance of actually acquiring that substantial sum and instead focus on how they would navigate the Justice Temple. After all, the priests of the god of justice possessed truth orbs. If Nina presented the task, Gurdon's presence would be impossible to conceal, and he would undoubtedly be questioned thoroughly. Only the followers of Shirik or Layla might be able to deceive the gods within their temple. 2,000 gold coins felt like a hot potato, an acquisition fraught with complications. Gurdon sighed, as it seemed that Nina was his only ally in this endeavor, leaving him with little room to maneuver. If he let a bounty of 2,000 coins slip through his fingers, all his carefully created plans in the underbelly of the city could come crashing down. Yet Nina found the courage to break the tense silence, her eyes shining with timid determination as she spoke. "What if I try? I believe Lady Willa is a good person. Perhaps she can assist us." The half-elf? Gurdon was aware of Florin Willa, having heard about her from Nina after their last transaction. She was said to be a kind and generous owner of an alchemy shop with reasonable buying prices. However, Gurdon scoffed at the idea, ready to dismiss it outright as he prepared to impart some hard truths about society. Nina was far too young, perhaps naive to the treacherous nature of humanity. Betrayal often stemmed from inadequate leverage or bargaining power. Some might dismiss small profits, but when faced with vast wealth, their true natures would emerge, revealing predatory instincts more feral than that of a dragon. Dragons were merely thieves of riches. Those who would stop at nothing would squeeze every last piece of value out of their victims. 2,000 gold coins could provoke even the most humble and polite nobles to unleash their primal instincts. To them, it would be a matter of plunder if you appeared weaker. "All you possess belong to me. But we can use the covenant of the goddess of wealth to ensure there will be no issues between us," Nina quickly added. In the free city of Carland, the most revered deity was undoubtedly the goddess of wealth, Voken. Her temple occupied more space than others, a testament to her devout followers. The outer palace of the Light Temple was far larger than that of ordinary deities, constructed by the efforts of her most faithful adherents. Merchants who worshipped Voken could be found all over the continent, their faith not superficial but fervent. Donating coins for the temple's upkeep was common practice, especially in a bustling city like Carland, where Voken's followers were in abundance. Gurdon was momentarily at a loss for words. Yes, with the goddess of Wealth's covenant, their concerns would be alleviated, and they could certainly recruit someone to authenticate the gem or to collect their reward. After all, as long as the sapphire was genuine, they would receive every copper coin owed to them without question. His preconceived notions clouded his judgment, while this girl, barely 10 years old, thought far clearer than he had anticipated. Indeed, the goddess of wealth was renowned among deities for her fairness in commerce. Any merchant seeking to enter into a binding agreement would prioritize Vulcan's contract for protection against deceit. Then we shall proceed as you recommend, but we must be cautious, Nina. 2,000 gold coins are significant if necessary. You may walk away, Gurdon said earnestly, remembering to issue this crucial advice. He had used this tool well, and he could not let a mere 2,000 coins jeopardize the promising developments he had achieved in the underworld. As Nina absorbed his words, she remained deep in thought, mirroring Gurdon's earlier contemplation. It took Gurdon repeating himself a few times before the distant sounds of the training goblins snapped her back to focus. She quickly turned away, wiping her eyes, and with a tremulous voice, said, "I will. Mr. Gurdon, you should know I am more vigilant than even the street rats the moment danger arises. I will flee." Despite the inopportune comparison, Gurdon couldn't help but glance at the massive rat currently spinning over the fire, its skin roasting to a crispy golden brown, glistening in the flickering light. Girl, perhaps it would be wise to avoid using rats as a metaphor. Of course, he didn't say this out loud, instead redirecting the conversation. When do you plan to leave? Right now? I've been to the Temple District several times. It's still quite a trek to Black Street, and will take me an hour to walk there. She had previously visited the district, where the priests occasionally distributed rations. However, the allocated portions were often snatched away by other beggars and vagabonds before she could exit the temple area. As a result, she had grown disillusioned, considering the offerings they're hardly worth the trouble compared to food found in the back alleys of taverns, which at least provided a sense of security. Then let's have breakfast before you go. I imagine you haven't eaten this morning. Allow me to treat you to something delicious to remind you of better days. Gurdon pointed to the nearby fire, where the massive rat was being cooked over the flames. Nina's eyes lit up at the prospect, and her stomach growled in agreement. Gurdon instructed the nearby goblins of the Blackfire clan to serve them a portion to share. However, after Nina filled herself to about 60% fullness, she resisted the urge to eat more and bid farewell to Gurdon. She recognized that eating to the brim would leave her unfit for action, a reality she understood well. Gurdon made no attempt to hold her back, merely issuing routine reminders. Just before her departure, Nina retrieved a sealable, semi-transparent pouch the size of a fingernail. Inside, it contained what appeared to be liquid. Carefully, she opened the pouch and applied the liquid to the padded claws of Gurdon's feet. Gurdon offered no resistance, allowing her to proceed, curiosity piquing within him about what it might be. Once she finished, she explained, "Mr. Gurdon, this is a luck potion made by the Temple of the Moon Goddess. It's quite effective, especially in the dark depths of the sewers. Within the domain of Sarah, she will watch over you." Gurdon regarded the dampened dragon claw with a mixture of skepticism and intrigue, bringing it to his nose to sniff. "It smells pleasant, but isn't this a bit extravagant? How much does it cost?" Gurdon inquired. 1 copper coin, Nina replied. "Then, when you return, bring me 10 portions. Thank you." Chapter 46. The carriage embarking on a journey bathed in the morning light. Nina strode with remarkable composure before stepping onto the shadowy streets of Carindar. This tranquility was not born from her newfound freedom from the need to hide in the sewers. Nor was it solely due to the presence of Mr. Gurdon and the delightful goblins of the Blackfire clan at her back. Rather, it stemmed from a heart brimming with hope and conviction. She was not certain when it began, but she had started to notice the vibrant hues of the world around her, finding leisure in contemplating those aspects she had previously overlooked. Perhaps it had all commenced 4 days prior. She mused, under Mr. Gurdon's watchful gaze. She ascended the familiar ladder of the sewer. Just before departing, she formed a silent message with her lips to the owner of the pair of dark golden-slit pupils below. "Mr. Gurdon, please return that I will discuss matters with Lady Willow as you instructed, and then I shall come back. Be a good sharp-tongued frog, and wait for my return, that do not worry. All will be well." With that, Nina patted the hilt of the sturdy dagger at her waist, Signaling her assurance of safety, the figure receded from her view. Nina took measured steps, emerging from the sewers of Carandur into the now bustling Black Street. Her somewhat frail visage, made more pronounced by her makeup, peeked out from the half-destroyed sewer opening, drawing the attention of passers-by. Yet upon recognizing the dragon-blooded girl, covered in moss and exuding an air of impending demise, they quickly averted their gazes. Nina, however, hunched her shoulders, lowered her head, and instinctively placed her hand upon the dagger concealed beneath her skirts. She opted for the less-traveled paths, carefully avoiding the attention of those who roamed the streets. When faced with an approaching figure, she would become like an ostrich, sidestepping to the side without fleeing or resisting. This was a skill she had honed during her time in the Black Street. Running could often incite the perverse desires of ruffians, while remaining still might invite unforeseen calamities. Thus, she consistently chose obscure routes to evade the nefarious denizens of the Black Street and other unsavory factions. Approximately 10 minutes later, she arrived safely at the intersection of the Black Street and the civilian district. The city guards remained vigilant, yet the fog that had once concealed her form had dissipated. Before her lay a dilemma. Given her current appearance, should she dare to enter, she would undoubtedly be driven out. She noticed children eyeing her hungrily, and it seemed that the moment she stepped into the civilian area, vegetables and stones would rain down upon her like a deluge. In the past, she would have chosen to retreat, waiting until the following morning to return, for an injury incurred now could very well lead to her demise. However, the circumstances left no room for retreat. She could only act with circumspection. She feigned departure, hiding out of sight, biding her time for an opportunity. Soon enough, that opportunity presented itself. Seizing the moment, Nina approached. 15 minutes later, after witnessing the last customer depart from Fran's alchemy shop, she stepped inside with cautious footsteps. The unpleasant odor emanating from her was immediately detected, even before she could utter a word. What a dreadful smell! Ah, it's you, Nina? Rovi, seated at the front desk and bombarded by the stench, initially intended to complain, but upon seeing Nina, her eyes brightened. She quickly dismissed any concern for the foul odor. In her eyes, adventurers, no matter how odorous, were deserving of respect, for they gambled their lives in pursuit of battle, adventure, and discovery. To her, Nina was no different from those adventurers. Indeed, she was a figure of admiration, an idol whose very essence seemed to radiate valor. Do you have anything to sell? I'll go fetch my sister, she said. After dabbing a drop of odor-eliminating perfume onto Nina, Rovi darted into the back room, startling Fran Willow, who was engrossed in her experiments, nearly ruining a potion that had cost a small fortune to concoct. However, upon hearing Rovi mention Nina's return, Fran assumed there was an issue with the items being sold. Thus, after hastily completing her experiment, she rushed back to the front, glancing at the dragon-blooded girl standing there. Somewhat at a loss, she gently inquired, "Is there something else you need? If you wish to return what you've purchased, you may do so today, but if it's tomorrow, you might incur a depreciation fee." Fran's voice was soft, and she discerned the hesitation in Nina's eyes. Little did she expect that Nina's next words would catch her off guard. "Sister Fran, I have a business proposition worth 2,000 gold coins that I wish to discuss with you." Fran's mind momentarily stalled, but she quickly regained her composure, glancing outside before replying. Instead of addressing Nina directly, she hung a sign indicating the shop was closed for the day. Then she shut the door, creating an immediate silence that severed the alchemy shop from the outside world. It was impossible for Nina not to feel anxious, yet she maintained an air of fragility, timidly saying, "Sister Fran, what do you think? Have you found Flandra? Where is he?" Fran Willow regarded the dragon-blooded girl with curiosity. Unable to fathom that the child who had only just learned of Flandra's whereabouts was now seeking to negotiate a deal worth 2,000 gold coins within the span of an hour. Well, Nina hesitated, and Fran understood all too well. Thus, she pivoted to another question. "Why did you come to me? You could go to the temple yourself to submit the task. The Temple of Justice would not refuse entry to anyone. Unless you have a secret?" Nina wished to retort, but the thought felt futile, so she simply lowered her head in silence. However, Fran Willow seemed to grasp the situation clearly, leading her to ask directly, "I can advance you the gold upon verification. But you must tell me how much I can expect to receive from this." Her tone shifted from gentle to businesslike. Understanding the customer's needs, she was not one to be stingy. 500 gold coins. Nina stated a figure that Gooden had deemed reasonable after much deliberation. Although it was a high sum, one that could easily entice a desperate soul to take a life in the Black Street, if the outcome aligned with their expectations, it would not be unfeasible. After all, the opportunity had come too easily, akin to a windfall, and Gooden would not begrudge a small profit. "Oh, how bold!" Fran Willow's previously stern expression softened, and she regarded Nina with newfound approval. 500 gold coins. "I accept." "And where are the goods?" she inquired. "They are not with me. I must visit the Woking Temple to finalize the contract before I can deliver them to you." 50 silver coins. Nina can afford that. Nina retrieved a hefty pouch from her dress, the pleasant sound of clinking coins soothing to the ear. "Very well." Fran Willow studied the dragon-blooded girl intently before breaking into a radiant smile. She turned to the dazed Rovi behind her. "Rovi, keep an eye on the shop for me, that I'll accompany her to the Woking Temple and return shortly. Do not sell anything without my permission. Understand?" "Yes, sister." The red-haired girl, still somewhat bewildered, nodded stiffly for what had just transpired between the two. Rovi could only shake her head in confusion. With Fran Willow's enthusiastic agreement, Nina felt her tension ease. The two of them stepped out together, and Fran Willow immediately hailed a carriage from the street, leaving Nina momentarily taken aback, as she had anticipated a longer walk. Thus, for the first time, Nina experienced the sensation of riding in a carriage, feeling as though she were floating. Yet, she was exhilarated, seated by the window. Watching the ever-receding reflections of the street, her eyes filled with anticipation and hope. Riding in a carriage was truly delightful. Of course, it would have been even better if Mr. Gooden were by her side. In Nina's slit pupils, the distant, sunlit spires of the Woking Temple shimmered with golden light, tantalizingly close. Chapter 47. A change in the weather. The priests within the Woking Temple bore a striking contrast to those of other temples. Although they were referred to as priests, they resembled nobles more than anything else, adorned in garments of dazzling opulence. Clad in silk shirts, leather sleeves, and short boots, their attire was crafted from the most exquisite fabrics and furs, epitomizing extravagance and luxury. The rings upon their fingers bore faint traces of magical energy that as priests of Woking. Their divine powers were largely tied to wealth, leading to a direct correlation between a priest's strength and their financial standing. It was said that the high priests could wield millions of gold coins, capable of invoking the dragon pack to summon metallic dragons such as gold or brass to fight on their behalf. The cost of such a summoning could easily deplete an affluent nation's annual treasury in one fell swoop. Naturally, most priests, when in need of assistance, would opt to beseech their goddess Woking, summoning powerful beings from her divine realm to aid them. This method proved more cost-effective. It was rumored that frequent summoners could enjoy a buy one, get one free deal, summoning a powerful entity alongside a lesser one. Alternatively, after summoning 10 times, one could enjoy the benefit of a single summoning for the mere cost of a copper coin. However, the beings from Woking's divine realm were, in comparison to those from other realms, often weaker. They excelled in the art of wealth accumulation rather than in combat to them. As long as there is sufficient wealth, there is nothing that cannot be resolved. Money is omnipotent. The devotees of the goddess of wealth adhere steadfastly to the tenets of their divine patron. Regardless of the endeavor, a return must be secured. Thus, before even laying eyes on the contract, Nina and the half-elf Fran Willow produced no less than 2 silver coins to gain entry into the temple. Truly, a real-world manifestation of the adage that without money, one cannot move an inch. However, Fran Willow had prior experience in such matters and adeptly procured a contract imbued with divine efficacy from the temple priest. Subsequently, she appended clauses regarding a heart-shaped sapphire to the standard contract issued by the Temple of the Goddess of Wealth, delineating the responsibilities and obligations of both parties. That it is noteworthy that when assessing unequal responsibilities and obligations within the Goddess of Wealth's contracts, the document automatically equilibrates, eliminating responsibilities or obligations, or even rendering sections entirely blank. That in the realm of trade, the Goddess of Wealth is indeed a paragon of fairness. However, the price to be paid is equally astounding. The total value of goods must yield 1/10 as a tribute to the goddess of wealth. This means that if Nina and Fran Willow wish for the contract to be recognized by the goddess, they must offer 200 gold coins to her. This was an unexpected revelation for Nina, yet understandable. Most of her knowledge had been gleaned from Granny Orlon or the adventurers at the tavern. Under the influence of hearsay, she had assumed that merely purchasing a contract would suffice for acknowledgement. She overlooked the fact that if it were truly so simple as to require just 1 gold coin for divine recognition, the world would not be rife with tales of avaricious merchants who have been swindled into destitution. Nevertheless, even 200 gold coins remained within Nina's acceptable range, especially since she had already produced 500. Departing with 200 for security was not an unreasonable request, particularly as it would be proportionally shared. This meant that Nina would only need to contribute 150 gold coins, with the remainder borne by Fran. Moreover, the validity of this contract hinged on the heart-shaped sapphire indeed being a relic of Flandra, thus alleviating any concerns about failing to obtain the promised 2,000 gold coins if it were not. After Nina, with the priestess' assistance, meticulously examined the contract and affixed her seal, half an hour had elapsed. The increasingly blazing sun illuminated the towering temple, gilded in gold, causing it to shimmer brilliantly, with the circular roof reflecting pure golden rays. Nina and Fran Willow had exited the temple doors, and an almost imperceptible divine connection had begun to link them. The contract remained at the Temple of Wealth, binding their actions to its stipulations until the contract's term expired. Any breach would incur the wrath of the goddess of wealth, which is precisely why her contracts are imbued with such formidable power. To provoke the ire of a deity is a burden that mere mortals cannot bear. Even a legendary mage would tread cautiously before a god, let alone the common folk. Yet as Nina boarded the carriage, she entrusted the sapphire concealed upon her person to the half-elf before her. With the divine constraint in place, she need not fear any ill intentions from the seemingly serene figure before her. Upon beholding the heart-shaped sapphire glimmering with blinding white light in the sun, Fran Willow momentarily disregarded Nina's earlier fib and began to scrutinize the gem with utmost care. Gradually, her expression softened, a smile blossoming upon her face as time passed. When the carriage finally halted at the Adventurers Guild, Fran Willow leaned in gently and whispered in Nina's ear, "Congratulations. If all goes well, you shall be the luckiest adventurer in Carlin this year. Fortunate descendant of dragons." Nina gazed at the slender figure of the half-elf, her waist-length hair bound in a ring, gracefully striding into the bustling Adventurers Guild. The responsibilities of delivering commissions and overseeing all subsequent matters were entirely entrusted to Fran Willow. As delineated in their contract, Nina's sole obligation was to hand over the sapphire and, following the settlement of gold coins, to pay her 500 gold coins as agreed, after waiting approximately another half-hour in the carriage. As the brilliant sun approached its zenith, the smiling Fran Willow finally emerged from the Adventurers Guild. With remarkable speed, she returned to the carriage, beckoning the long-waiting coachman to their next destination, Fran's alchemical workshop, before teasing Nina, who wore an expression of eager anticipation. "You are now quite the little heiress. Most second-tier adventurers likely do not possess your wealth. Shall we consider acquiring a new outfit for yourself?" "No need. I simply wish for a list of items from your alchemical shop. If possible, Lady Willow." Nina shook her head. "Of course." Fran Willow, having just received 500 gold coins from Nina, had no qualms about earning a little extra. "By the way, could you prepare a few items for me to take back with me when we leave?" "What items?" "Invisibility potions and luck potions. 10 of each. Please package them up." A look of delight crossed Nina's face as she seemed to recall something joyous. Meanwhile, a black dragon in the sewers stifled a yawn, continuing to keep watch over the passageway. Anticipating the familiar sounds, that IT began to grow increasingly worried. Its restless thoughts and cold demeanor rendered the goblin's training in the bonfire hall nearly inaudible. Fearing to incite the wrath of the great and benevolent true dragon of the Blackfire clan, concurrently, at the Adventurers Guild, a noble woman related to Flandra lay weeping inconsolably over an oak table, clutching the heart-shaped sapphire tightly in her hands. Once her sobs began to subside, she choked out to one of the guild's officials, "President Bem, I wish to issue a commission. The task is to eradicate all rat men and their derived creatures from the sewers of Carland. The reward shall be 5 times the average price. The heads of ratmen or giant rats may be presented to claim the bounty. I want the ratmen of Carland sewers to pay for the burial of my poor Flandra." As she spoke, an uncontrollable fury marred her once regal countenance. The skies over the Black Street were about to change. Chapter 48. The Desecrated Priest. Jim, why are there so many adventurers in my territory? Do you know the reason? Finch, the leader of the Dragon Slayer gang, wore a dark expression as he regarded his subordinate, who had just returned from an investigation outside. He demanded an explanation. That it was evident that this former third-tier warrior, who had once brought back the head of a wyvern, was in a foul mood, though only he knew the true cause of his discontent. "Boss, it is said that Flandra's commission has been completed." Then, the esteemed mage used retrace to discover that the murderer of Flandra was a rat man from the sewers. Thus, the Duran family has issued a commission to eradicate the rat men of the sewers in vengeance for their young Flandra. It is rumored that a common ratman's head is worth 20 copper coins, and an elevated ratman even fetches 3 silver coins. The adventurers have gone mad. They are coming to the Black Street sewers with bags in hand to collect their bounty. Even among our gang, many are eager to venture into the sewers to seek their fortune. The lean man, marked by a scar running from his eyelid to his lip, quickly relayed the information to Finch, the unquestionable strongest in the southern Black Street. Finch's expression grew increasingly grim as he listened, nearly dripping with foreboding silence by the end, causing his subordinate Jim to tremble in fear, merely bowing low and awaiting orders. "It's fine now, you may leave. Rein in the gang members. Do not engage with those outside adventurers." Finch finally regained his composure, speaking coolly to Jim. "Yes, boss, I will inform the brothers to avoid conflict with those adventurers." Jim, feeling as if he had received a reprieve, hastily departed to carry out the order, marveling inwardly at how much stronger his boss seemed. As a second-tier elite rogue, he felt a sense of unease, fearing that he might not even be able to lurk in Finch's presence. Finch himself did not linger long at the headquarters, leaving the Dragon Slayer gang's territory and heading directly to a thorny inn in the common district. That he knocked on the last wooden door at the end of the corridor and softly called out, "Lord Weimer, are you there? It is Finch." This name belonged to the old woman in the black robe who had previously accompanied Finch to survey the Black Street. However, the voice that came from inside was that of a young, delicate woman, laced with languor and mystery. "Finch, what is it this time? Come in." Her cheerful tone was elongated, clearly indicating her good mood. The inn's door swung open automatically, and Finch glanced down the corridor to ensure no one was watching before stepping inside. Upon entering, he beheld a slender young woman with black hair reclining on the bed, delicately holding a glass of red liquid, her gaze meeting his with a mischievous smile. Yet Finch could only cast an envious glance at the woman who had seemingly regained her youth within mere days. This is a unique ability belonging to the Ouroboros cult of the dark deity, capable of healing wounds through vitality, and then, akin to the shedding of a serpent's skin, returning to youth and restoring a youthful appearance. However, this is merely hearsay. It is Finch's first encounter with such a phenomenon. Bowing respectfully, he remarked, "Lord Weimer must have received divine favor. It is truly enviable. What brings you to me? Speak." Weimer's voice remained languid and pleasant as she crossed her long, slender legs, creating a graceful arc. She did not respond to Finch's words, but instead adjusted her reclining position, placing her goblet on the nightstand, and then turned her gaze towards the third-tier warrior before her. Awaiting his reply, for some inexplicable reason, Finch felt a sense of greed emanating from Weimer's gaze. Nevertheless, his thoughts were consumed by the turmoil in the Black Street, rendering his concern for Weimer's unusual demeanor somewhat trivial. There are numerous adventurers flooding into the Black Street, I fear. Should we be concerned about the worship of the serpent god? Finch was evidently taken aback by the sudden influx of adventurers, his anxiety palpable. This reaction was entirely reasonable. After all, anyone preparing for a dark deity's ritual would be unsettled by the presence of adventurers lurking beneath their very noses. "What is the matter?" The once languid woman sat upright, her interest piqued that I end the Black Street. Aside from those ruffians, what business did adventurers have? Finch, not daring to withhold information, recounted the occurrences in Calando from start to finish. Upon hearing Finch's account, Weimar, clad only in a flowing silk nightgown, leisurely reclined once more. Do not worry, it is of no concern. They are purging their own, while we prepare for our own matters. Whether the rat folk can endure beyond 3 months remains uncertain. When the storm subsides, the sewers will still be the desolate, empty sewers they have always been. Weimar reverted to her nonchalant demeanor, speaking softly yet with an air of authority. However, she did caution Finch with a few words. During this period, do not act recklessly. It would be unwise to move until the tempest passes. 3 months is ample time. Understood, Lord Weimar. Finch nodded respectfully, preparing to depart. Yet, just as he was about to turn, a pair of pale, delicate arms draped over his shoulders, icy fingers brushing against his neck, sending a chill down his spine that a fragrant breath wafted toward him, accompanied by a voice that was both enchanting and commanding. Since you are here, I have not indulged in such pleasures for quite some time. Come, lie down. Fear flickered in Finch's eyes as he attempted to voice his concerns and escape her embrace. However, he found his body unresponsive, as if entranced, moving mechanically to recline upon the soft velvet bedding. Lord Weimar, please do not. Panic infused his words, for he was acutely aware that this sudden encounter was far from fortuitous. Weimar, the priestess of the Ouroboros cult, had garnered a terrifying reputation in the southern principalities for draining the life essence of 2 to 3 dozen individuals that he had no desire to sacrifice his own vitality for a fleeting pleasure, jeopardizing his chances of ever advancing. Fear not, I shall exercise restraint. After all, I still require your assistance, do I not? The beguiling tone of the dark priestess carried an undeniable demand. With her fully restored 4th-tier desecrated priest powers, she possessed the capability to compel this 3rd-tier warrior to comply with her whims. Come, let us indulge. Accompanied by her mellifluous voice and Finch's expression of humiliation that seemed on the verge of overflowing with regret, a clandestine revelry commenced within the confines of a tavern. In the sewers, the commission was already brewing, with adventurers flocking from various corners of Calando to the Black Street. However, most were making their way southwest, steering clear of the area where Gurdon resided. Their quarry was the rat folk, not the worthless goblins. Thus, upon Nina's return from Fran's alchemical shop, Gurdon learned that the situation in the sewers was beginning to shift. This development was not unexpected. After all, the perpetrator of the murders was bound to face retribution. Initially, he had thought a group of adventurers would suffice to eliminate the threat, yet he was taken aback by the Durin family's grand strategy. Employing a bounty system to exterminate the rat folk of Calendu, .as, he contemplated the implications of the sewer situation and its effects on the Blackfire clan. He absent-mindedly toyed with a small vial of blue liquid that Nina had handed him. This was the invisibility potion she had brought, said to render any creature under 2 meters in height completely invisible to the air, though movement would still produce sound. Gurdon did not dwell on it for long. He ultimately summoned Grush to recall all the goblin scouts monitoring the dog-headed creatures outside. For the time being, he lacked the resources to engage with the adventurers. Avoiding the storm was his best strategy, was it not? Reclining atop a mound of several hundred gold coins extracted from a dimensional pouch, the black-scaled dragon squinted contentedly, enjoying the cleansing of its scales by the dragonkin girl using warm water, while indulging in pleasant thoughts. Occasionally flipping over, it lay lazily like a salted fish, utterly still. Chapter 49. Reaping 21 hours had elapsed since Celia and Marglesia emerged from the azure city of the half-plane. They were now approximately halfway to the free city of Calando. The midday sun blazed with intensity. Yet neither sought respite from the heat. Their time was limited. Now clad in new attire, Marglesia appeared indistinguishable from any other adventurer as she turned to Celia, who followed behind her, and inquired, "Celia, how much longer?" "In 3 hours, the invisibility effect will expire." Celia, still draped in a black robe, with her silver hair cascading down her shoulders, had a small, slumbering pseudo-dragon perched upon her shoulder. The only notable difference was the miniature golden crown atop her soft gray hair. Albeit tarnished and lacking its former luster, that as she walked, Celia replied at a measured pace, her rhythm harmonious, traversing the forest with remarkable ease. This was the optimal way to travel, maximizing both stamina and speed. a step that every adventurer must learn in the wilderness. Surprisingly, whether traversing through grass or stepping on twigs, they made not a sound. Even if ants were beneath their feet, they would remain undisturbed, continuing to transport morsels of food back to their nests. This was the pinnacle of invisibility, capable of completely concealing their movements and sounds without disturbing the surrounding environment. Much like drifters entering the shadow realm, they too had entered an ethereal dimension. Thus, in the material plane, their presence was entirely erased, akin to a miracle. Yet Celia understood that this was indeed a miracle, for the spell resembling high-level invisibility was a manifestation of a semi-artifact. The item known as the Crown of Dimensions, which adorned her head, allowed all allies within 30 feet to step into the dimensional plane for a duration of 12 hours, usable once per day. It was said to have been crafted by a demigod wizard during the era when elves ruled the continent of Ao. Somewhat lackluster, it was a flawed artifact, usable only 10 times before its energy would dissipate. Subsequently, the semi-artifact fell into a foreign realm after its creator perished during the Elven Wars, where it was fortuitously obtained by a traveling mage. Eventually, it found its way to the exhibition of relics in the Azure City. As one of the mage's prized possessions, it was then that Celia acquired it from the Tower Spirit, becoming their lifeline for escape from those pursuing them, recalling the Tower Spirit's fury upon having its true identity unveiled, and its subsequent helplessness in instructing them on its use. Celia felt a twinge of amusement. Let us travel for 2 more hours, then find a place to rest before setting out again tomorrow. Sigh. Marglesia glanced at the rusted golden crown atop Celia's head, her tone tinged with regret. Celia, sensing the lament in her captain's voice, understood the source of her sorrow. Yet, their very survival was a testament to the deity's grace. To wish for more would be folly. Even the greediest of chromatic dragons would regard one's avarice as insatiable. Even if the Crown of Dimensions has only 3 uses left, it is still sufficient for our return to Calando. There is no need for concern, Captain. Moreover, it seems they have abandoned their pursuit of us, have they not? During the 9 hours of the greater invisibility spell, Celia had initially observed humans scouring the jungle for them. However, as dawn approached, no one attempted to seek them out within the vicinity of their invisibility. We must not let our guard down. Celia, among that group, there are surely skilled drifters. I can sense it. Otherwise, they would not have found us so swiftly. Although Marglesia felt a pang for the artifact's depletion, she quickly admonished Celia, who appeared somewhat indifferent. I understand. Celia nodded in acknowledgement, her expression solemn. This was a stark contrast to her earlier demeanor, devoid of fighting spirit that in less than a day, she had endured much, her emotions settling. Aware that unseen forces were at play, she was resolute in her desire for vengeance. She no longer lived as an individual. She sought to demand an explanation for the deaths of those who had perished. Although their strength was currently insufficient, as long as they were alive, hope remained. Upon noticing that Celia had not relaxed her vigilance despite the presence of the semi-divine artifact, Marglesia felt a sense of relief. She feared that Celia might lose her sanity due to the artifact's influence. After all, throughout history, countless individuals who possessed such artifacts had been met with dire consequences. Let us proceed, Celia. There is still a journey ahead. Emma, within a space invisible in the primary material plane, the two continued their journey back to Calando. There, a glimmer of hope for vengeance awaited. In the southeastern region of the Calando sewers, 3 hours had elapsed since the commission to cleanse the sewers was announced. The Ratfolk tribe, which occupied the capital of Ratfolk, encompassing over 50 converging pipes, was now engulfed in anxiety. Although adventurers had yet to discover this place, it was merely a matter of time. The sudden emergence of these adventurers had completely disrupted the Ratfolk's aspirations and plans. They had not even fully asserted dominance over the southeastern region when they were met with the legendary fearsome adventurers. The arrival of what they perceived as an unwarranted calamity had further deepened their despair. The once exalted priest of the Ratfolk tribe had vanished without a trace, leaving them momentarily leaderless. Some Ratfolk suggested avoiding these adventurers, evading their might, and seeking refuge in a secluded spot where they would not be found, allowing for a chance to regroup. Others believed that evasion was futile and advocated for confronting the adventurers in the sewers, leveraging their inherent advantages. Even if it meant death, They were determined to inflict a piece of flesh upon their foes, ensuring that the adventurers understood that the ratfolk were not easily trifled with. While these two factions within the ratfolk tribe remained at an impasse, 5 well-equipped adventuring parties had already converged from the periphery of the ratfolk capital's pipes. The ratfolk stationed as scouts at the pipe entrances were no match for the elite human wanderers, who swiftly dispatched them, severing throats and snapping necks without hesitation. The ratfolk's clear division of labor and vast territories astonished the adventurers, yet it filled them with delight. This indicated that the glittering little treasures were beckoning to them. A grand harvest was about to commence. Chapter 50. Targeting in the southern region of the Blackstreet sewers, a warrior-clad man charged forward, creating a whirlwind, then swung his broad sword to deliver a devastating blow, sending an unsuspecting ratfolk ranger crashing against the uneven walls of the sewer, subsequently collapsing like a picture frame. The gray-furred body crumpled into a heap of lifelessness, utterly devoid of its previous agility. To be engaged at close quarters by a warrior meant such a fate awaited. 3 silver coins in hand. These ratfolk are far easier to slay than goblins or kobolds, right, Cheelin? The warrior exclaimed cheerfully, whistling as he jogged forward to sever the ratfolk ranger's head with a dagger, carelessly staining his gear with blood as he hung the trophy at his waist. 3 hours had passed since the ratfolk capital's uprising. And although darkness was approaching outside, numerous adventurers remained in the sewers, determined to toil through the night. Once they emerged, a stall set up at the entrance of the Black Street would offer rewards, with heaps of copper and silver coins laid bare on the table, readily exchanged for ratfolk heads. Nearby, a tavern awaited where one could enjoy a drink and then indulge in a restful slumber. A truly comprehensive service. Don't be reckless. Without my arrow shield, your reckless charge would have turned you into a pincushion. A girl, around 17 or 18 with a single ponytail, replied nonchalantly, though clad in a gray mage's robe. She wielded a light crossbow, dispatching a dazed, ordinary ratfolk with a shot that struck true between the eyes, the fletching still quivering slightly. This was not uncommon in the continent of AIO. Low-tier mages had far too few spell slots and limited skills. Most of their slots were allocated for memorizing spells to protect themselves or their companions, such as mage armor, arrow shield, environmental adaptation, and oil on feet. Among others, pure mages, lacking magical items at low levels, were indeed quite vulnerable. After a skirmish, they could expend most of their spell slots and find themselves in a state of inefficacy, a burden needing protection, easily dispatched by an ordinary goblin. Thus, many low-tier mages opted for light crossbows or dual roles as warriors when venturing into the world. The valiant warrior, scratched his head. Chuckling softly, he chose not to respond further. The mage's words were undeniably accurate. Had it not been for arrow shield, he might have succumbed to the first volley from that ratfolk ranger. You too. Stop chatting. The battle is not yet over. Whether we can enjoy a hearty mug of oat ale at the Hearth House tonight depends on this endeavor. Such opportunities are rare. The distinctive voice of their leader, Ryan, interjected, accompanied by the sound of blades piercing flesh, as he counted 20, 40, 80, 380. In a matter of moments, Ryan, a second-tier elite swordsman captain, had dispatched 4 ordinary ratfolk and 1 first-tier ratfolk upon hearing Ryan's call. The 2 others ceased their banter, hastening to clear the small gathering of ratfolk in this area. They were not concerned about the ratfolk escaping. The sewer pipes had long been obstructed. There remained only a single gap, guarded by 2 of their companions, a dwarven warrior and a half-elf ranger. They had invested considerable time in setting up to seize this small ratfolk enclave, all for this moment of unrestrained harvesting. The slaughter had not yet ceased. Ryan's configuration of adventurers was a common sight in the sewers. The ratfolk, caught off guard by this sudden onslaught, found themselves with no avenue for escape. Within less than a day, the ratfolk had failed to organize any effective resistance and were scattered in disarray. However, it was not entirely their fault. The Blackstreet sewers had seen an influx of nearly 100 adventurers. With 70 to 80 low-tier teams, the ratfolk, who had enjoyed a semblance of peace in the sewers for years, had completely forgotten about the existence of adventurers. After all, few ventured into the sewers unless there was a commission, as it was filthy, odorous, and poorly lit. Yet, here they were, reveling in this slaughterous feast, eager to earn the generous rewards from the Doluan family. Yet there were always peculiar adventuring teams that, even while lounging about, could miss encounters with the shimmering little treasures. For instance, "Boss, where exactly are we? I haven't seen a single rat folk." A relatively well-equipped adventurer team, holding torches, slowly advanced through the dimly lit sewers. One burly barbarian queried their leader, Shiri, his voice echoing throughout the sewer. "Barn, keep your voice down. Even if there were rat folk, your loud mouth would scare them all away." The rear guard, a warrior named Sean, cautioned softly, "But there's really nothing here. We've walked for 30 minutes, and the torch is almost burnt out. Not a single rat hair in sight. Yet I saw that the rat folk heads at the Black Street Exchange stall were piled high as houses. Yet here, there is nothing. I was hoping to snuggle up with a woman tonight." The barbarian Barn muttered in frustration, uncertain whether to be annoyed at the lack of rat folk or lamenting the potential loss of his evening plans. However, his voice had softened considerably, no longer booming. "All you think about is that, Barn. One day, you'll meet your demise because of that." A striking female voice cursed vehemently. She was a short-haired rogue clad in leather armor, evidently displeased with her teammate. "Minor, dying because of a woman is a form of glory for the northern folk. If you don't understand, keep your mouth shut," Barn retorted, unconsciously puffing out his chest. But that was the extent of it. Otherwise, the team should disband rather than continue on this futile quest. "Don't rush, Barn. If I'm not mistaken, we should be close to the Ratfolk tribe. I remember entering from the southeastern sewer. Which side of the Black Street is east?" "Boss?" someone asked uncertainly. "This way." Shiri pointed in a somewhat uncertain direction. "Oh my. Boss. I thought you had overcome your directional challenges after previous adventures. But here you are, mixing up east and west again." Minor groaned in exasperation, nearly at her wits' end with their leader. If it weren't for his second-tier strength, he would never have been chosen as captain. "Boss, let us hurry up. I've had enough of this stench. The filthy sewer smells awful, and there's an additional foul odor," someone suggested. "All right then." Knowing he had once again led the team astray, Shiri shrugged helplessly, still puzzled about whether the right side of the Black Street entrance was indeed east. Yet after traversing for a considerable distance, the team still failed to find the sewer exit, at which point the rogue miner stationed on the right flank suddenly appeared somewhat uneasy. "I wonder if I could take a moment to relieve myself. It seems I drank too much water this morning." Minier, sensing that the exit to the sewer was still a distant prospect, found herself in dire need. After all, there were no monsters lurking in the vicinity. "All right, go ahead. We'll wait for you here." Shiri halted, and the other members of the team followed suit, prepared to wait for this female wanderer to attend to her physiological needs before they continued toward the next exit. Thus, Minier hastily sought out a narrow crevice and slipped inside. The passage was elongated, culminating in a corner, its contents unknown to her. Yet Minier had no time to ponder such matters. Swiftly squatting down to expedite her relief, she was suddenly struck by an icy sensation creeping up her back, as if she were being watched. Possessing a keen intuition, Minier quickly turned her head, but the corner remained empty, devoid of any entity. Was it merely an illusion? Chapter 51. The Dragon in the Crevice. "Minier, are you not done yet?" Outside the crevice, the voice of Captain Shiri reached her ears. Hesitant yet compelled, Minier replied, "I'm here. However, I feel as though someone is watching me." As a wanderer, she could distinctly sense the scrutinizing gazes around her, particularly the malevolent ones that caught her attention. That previous glance had evoked a primal fear, akin to being preyed upon by a beast. Yet upon turning around, she found nothing. Was it merely a figment of her imagination? Minier, filled with uncertainty, decided to consult her companions. "Someone is watching you. I'm perfectly fine here, Minier, you cannot doubt me. I have no interest in your flat chest or backside, as dull as any man's." "Ha-ha, Barn," the barbarian from the north, seized the opportunity to tease Minier, for she had always mocked him in return. Still, he dismissed the sewer's potential dangers, jokingly deriding the situation. After all, he had braved the lairs of ogres and narrowly escaped the clutches of frost giants. Even the wolf girl raised by winter wolves was a fleeting encounter for him, A mere sewer was hardly a source of concern for the well-traveled Barn. What danger could possibly arise? Goblin warriors, bear goblins, or perhaps a dog-headed sorcerer? To Barn, all of it was trivial. As for more formidable monsters, ridiculous. Could a dragon truly appear here? Which colorful or metallic dragon would seek refuge in such a place? Even the black dragon, known for its love of marshlands, would likely keep its distance from a sewer. Be quiet, Barn. One day, I shall stuff your head up your backside. Minier, already on edge, found herself infuriated by the mocking barbarian from the north. And if she weren't at a disadvantage, she might have already taken action. Enough chatter. Minier, do you genuinely sense something? With her urgency relieved, Minier stood and stepped out from the crevice, nodding toward Shiri. Indeed, I can distinctly feel someone lurking nearby. The sensation is quite intense. With that, she took a spare torch from the warrior Sean and ignited it before re-entering the crevice, determined to uncover its secrets. Should we send Barn in as well? Shiri felt uneasy about Minier venturing alone into the unknown and believed it best to have the strong barbarian lead the way. It's too narrow. Barn would be better off staying outside. Minier countered instinctively, realizing that the hulking Northman, clad in half-plate armor, would struggle to maneuver through the crevice. Then let Sean accompany you, Shiri insisted, unwilling to let Minier enter the crevice without support. He decided that a steady warrior would be best positioned to face any potential threats. Take the shield. Shiri handed Sean a small, round shield as secondary weapon, the force field shield, that it could deflect flying arrows or blade attacks and had the added benefit of transforming into a 6-foot-tall force field wall once per day. Shielding against magical assaults, .it required no magical energy to activate, making it a valuable magical item, the only one in their party. Should they encounter a monster within the crevice, Sean would be well prepared to defend himself. Despite Shiri's directional challenges, he excelled in this regard, earning Minier's silent approval. Seeing this, Minier stepped back, allowing Sean to enter the crevice with his shield and sword before following closely behind. Outside, Shiri, the barbarian Barn, and the taciturn dual-wielding Ranger Fane remained vigilant. Shiri stood at the entrance, watching the flickering torchlight illuminate the path ahead, until Minier's voice called out, "Stop," drawing everyone's attention. What is it? There's a trap. Albeit a rudimentary warning trap. One even goblins could construct, but they prefer to use iron jaws to snare their prey. Could this be a Ratman lair? The torchlight illuminated a 20-foot radius. And as Minier peered ahead, she made another discovery. The ground was strewn with simple yet effectively concealed warning traps. Although she was young, her 2-year adventuring career had honed her skills, from a Na'vi novice to a seasoned wanderer. She had become intimately familiar with the traps that often guarded these monster lairs. Is there really a situation? Shiri, caught off guard by this unexpected development, had merely intended to investigate, but now felt that they had stumbled upon something significant. Therefore, he called upon the Ranger Fane to provide assistance, ensuring they would not leave the two alone in a precarious situation that in an adventuring party. Unity was paramount. Those who failed to unite either perished in the wilds, becoming monster fodder, or became solitary wanderers, free from the encumbrance of teammates. What about me? Am I to stand idly by? Barn, sensing the tension, felt an itch in his hands, aside from venting his frustrations in the tavern. He had not fought in some time. Barn, stay here and ensure no other monsters flank us. Though Shiri was concerned about leaving Barn alone at the rear, he had no alternative but to issue this command. Typically, he would have chosen Sean to hold the rear while Barn charged ahead, fitting their team's roles. However, the crevice was too cramped. The 7-foot-tall Northman would have to sidle in, making him ill-suited for the task. Phoenix. But if anything stirs, I shall not remain idle. Barn clapped his half-plate armor, the sound echoing like a promise that in truth, he yearned for battle. The blood of Northmen coursed with the spirit of warfare and frenzy, and only blood could quell their restlessness. Agreed. Shiri did not object. Should trouble arise, having the barbarian charge forward was indeed a sound strategy. At last, I've cleared them all. Minier, hunched over from dismantling dozens of warning traps, let out a long sigh. Damn it. Who is the fool that set up these tiresome warning traps one after another, making me worry for nothing? Having remained alert to the perilous traps, Minier muttered in exasperation. They still had about 40 feet to traverse before reaching the corner. Minier sidled aside, allowing Sean, with his round shield, to take the lead. Otherwise, her frail frame might fall victim to a volley of arrows, especially in such a constricted space. After a few more steps, a fragrant aroma filled the air, startling her, and she quickly covered her nose. "Be cautious. It might be toxic," she warned, prompting Sean to hastily cover his nose with a cloth. However, Shiri, trailing behind, sniffed the air and remarked dryly, "The scent of the rare blue shadow flower. If we find it further on, we could fetch at least 30 silver coins, a primary ingredient for crafting a mage's meditation potion. But I recall the Wanderer's Guild tests for this." "Minier, how could you identify it as toxic?" Shiri questioned, eyeing Minier. She scratched her head, lowered the cloth, and sniffed. Indeed, it was the fragrance of the blue shadow flower, and she felt a bit embarrassed. "I was mistaken. You mustn't act so carelessly next time. It can cause disturbances." "Shiri, there's movement around the corner. What is that?" Minier's voice rang out again, filled with astonishment, just as Shiri was about to scold Minier for her alarmist tendencies. He glanced up to see, beyond the torch's light, a pair of dark golden vertical pupils fixated on them. From the silhouette, it appeared to be a human. Sean stepped forward, trying to illuminate the area further with the torchlight. But as they approached, they unwittingly stepped into a thick black liquid coating the ground. After all, sewers were places where muck and filth converged, and such a viscous, dark substance was entirely commonplace. Finally, as they ventured within the torchlight's radius of 20 feet, they beheld the owner of those dark golden eyes, a dragonborn girl clad in tattered garments. Her delicate features and petite frame bore testament to her beauty, while her vertical pupils added an exotic allure. "This is a fortune, at least 300 gold coins. Imagine selling her to those noble lords," Shiri murmured to himself, then immediately commanded, "Sean, capture her alive." Even a directionally challenged individual can experience a stroke of good fortune, can they not? Meanwhile, the anxious northern barbarian, Barn, had already squeezed into the crevice, contorting himself in a rather awkward manner. Chapter 52. The end. "Boss, what is happening?" Barn, the northern barbarian, inquired with a muffled tone, managing to wedge himself into the narrow gap. "A fine slave in pristine condition, dragonborn. In this state, at an underground auction, the nobles would surely go wild over her." Shire cast an admiring glance at the petite girl with delicate features and dark golden slit pupils, murmuring to himself, "Who knew such treasures could be found in the sewers? It seems I've struck gold amidst the muck. Initially, I aimed for a quick profit, but it appears I've stumbled upon a living vault." He fervently offered his gratitude to the deities, believing this serendipitous fortune must surely be a blessing from the gods. After all, Shire would hardly have such luck on his own. Thus, he resolved to visit Shar's temple for a proper offering once he secured the dragonborn girl. The favor of the goddess of vengeance, the Lady of the Night, was not something he would dare to accept lightly. He felt compelled to repay it in kind. Meanwhile, the warrior Sean charged ahead as commanded. Preparing to retrieve the young girl, the AS adventurers, they were rather indifferent towards the concept of selling non-humans into slavery. In their eyes, these half-breeds hardly qualified as true humans, verging more on the monstrous side. There was no moral burden attached to such dealings. Furthermore, even if they were pure humans, the temptation of 300 gold coins was enough to entice many to consider a shift in identity, indulging in the trade of slavery without a second thought. Most adventurers, aside from a handful of principled individuals, leaned towards a neutral evil alignment, acting as they pleased across the continent of AIO, leading many wilderness villages to shun or outright expel outsiders. They were not strangers to acts that incited public outrage. Suddenly, Sean halted just a little over 6 feet away from the dragonborn girl, blocked by an obstruction. Leaving Shire unaware of his pause, he urged, "Sean, bring her here. With her, we can enjoy a comfortable life. Any tavern in Calando would welcome us with open arms." As he spoke, he couldn't resist licking his lips. And even the dual-wielding ranger, Fane, behind him seemed restless. After all, the pursuit of a lavish lifestyle and thrilling experience is the very essence of being an adventurer, for the sake of gold. They would undertake nearly any task, from rescuing deities from the abyss to retrieving a neighbor's orange cat. Their range of commissions was exceedingly broad. "Boss, I'm stuck. Come help me," Barnes' voice drifted back with a hint of complaint. But Shire's focus was entirely captured by Sean, leaving him oblivious to Barnes' plight. However, Sean's inner turmoil was unbeknownst to them. Though he was no novice adventurer, he felt a flicker of panic. Almost instantaneously, as Shire's urging subsided, he sprang into action, fully activating the force field of his small round shield that a 6-foot-tall barrier of force materialized before him. Simultaneously, Sean's sharp warning echoed, "Everyone, fall back. There's a dragon." A living black whelpling. Around the corner, a monstrous head, covered in black scales, emerged, its dark golden slit pupils glinting ominously in the torchlight. True dragons, the oldest beings on the continent of AIO, stood at the apex of the food chain. The mere presence of such a creature was enough to instill caution in any adventurer. Even a whelpling warranted such a show of force from Sean. Marnie and Shire, seemingly struck by lightning, could only stare in shock. Even the usually aloof Fane tightened his grip on his twin daggers that a true dragoness whelpling, born as a second-tier creature, and judging by Sean's demeanor. It was evidently a formidable opponent, far beyond the challenge their group could undertake. Their party comprised only 2 second-tier members, Shire, the directionally challenged, and the Northern Barbarian, while the rest, including Sean, were merely first-tier, not even close to reaching the second-tier threshold. The notion of challenging such a beast was ludicrous, unless, of course, it were a white dragon. But it was clear that it was not that as Sean slowly retreated, they caught sight of the whelpling. The black dragoness head was raised high, with 4 formidable horns already sprouting from the back of its head. Its body appeared nearly fully matured, larger than the largest of the Big So dogs. Its thick, mature scales exuded an aura that was utterly daunting, dissuading any thoughts of confrontation. Not merely a black dragon, but even more fearsome than a red dragon. "Great true dragon, we mean no offense. We shall take our leave. I offer this as a plea for your mercy." Shire, nearly losing his composure, hastily attempted communication with the hostile dragon. Regardless of their age, all true dragons possessed an ability to communicate, while the chromatic dragons encountered in the wild were typically unable to converse due to their inherent evil. Shire was unwilling to abandon hope. He removed a pouch of coins from his possession and tossed it near the black-scaled dragon. However, the scattered silver coins failed to capture the dragoness' interest, which it ignored entirely. As he pondered what to say next to buy them time, the dragon took a deep breath, a clear sign of impending breath weapon usage. Fall back, but before they could retreat a few feet, they found themselves frozen in place, as Barn remained wedged in the narrow crevice, obstructing their escape. "Damn it, Barn, if we survive this, I'll have Marnie stuff your head up your own backside." Shire cursed vehemently at the Northern Barbarian responsible for their predicament. At that moment, his only hope was that the force field wall created by the small shield would hold long enough for them to retreat safely to an open area. They would not be in such a desperate situation. Crammed together like this, at least they would have a fighting chance. Gordon observed the adventurers tangled in the crevice, along with the shimmering, rippling force field wall. His gaze was devoid of warmth, although this was the first time he encountered humans other than Nina. It did little to ameliorate the terrible first impression they had made. Thoroughly inciting the wrath of the Blackfire clan as sovereign originally, he had no intention of attacking this band of adventurers. After all, taking action carried risks, and should any of them escape, his existence would be exposed. He might even have to flee Calando under the cover of night. As the map of Calando indicated, all sewer exits led to the moat, where not only elite city guards awaited, but also a gate that even magma could not breach, complicating any chance of escape. Therefore, he preferred to remain hidden from the adventurers for the time being. However, their unwelcome approach forced Gordon to observe silently, until their test yielded a resounding failure, sealing their fate, both in life and in their journey. This was to be their end. The deep breath was drawn into Gordon's maw and transformed into a tempestuous elemental breath through his vascular system. The edges of his robust scales began to glow with a fiery crimson light, as if streams of magma were coursing through him, mesmerizing in their brilliance. Moments later, a light brighter than any torch erupted from Gordon's magma-filled throat, illuminating the dark sewer and transforming the narrow crevice into a scene of daylight. The searing pillar of magma, imbued with a commanding presence, collided with the distorted force field wall. Witnessing this, Sean could only hunch over, shielding himself with the round shield as he prayed fervently to the gods above, hoping to emerge from this wave of breath unscathed. Fortunately, the force field wall held firm against the onslaught of the magma breath, aside from a slight heat radiating through his arm. He felt no other effects that he had survived. Just as he was about to turn back and share the good news with his companions, he noticed that Marnie, Shire, and even the northern barbarian Barn were all staring blankly at the ground. From the scattered magma on the ground, a path of flame surged forth, sweeping towards them with a speed surpassing that of the fire column, that in an instant, the five-member party found themselves engulfed in flames, with Barn's position leaving them no room to retreat. Gordon inhaled the pungent aroma of the burning oil, his cold, dark, golden slit pupils reflecting the inferno, mirroring the devastation. Chapter 53. Conclusion. Regrettably, the flames from the burning oil could not completely incinerate the adventurers. Aside from Barn, who remained stuck and immobile, the others displayed agility rivaling that of pure-blooded elves, quickly devising an escape plan. Charging towards the black-scaled dragon was tantamount to seeking death. A true dragon, no matter how weak, was beyond the capability of their battered party to hunt. Their only option was to scale the 7-foot meat mountain and tread over Barn's head to escape the cramped crevice that rendered their legs weak. As for abandoning Barn, they deemed that striking him a few times was more than sufficient, given the magnitude of his blunder, already considering it a courtesy in light of their former camaraderie. Fortunately, the fissure could accommodate only a single individual, thereby eliminating any sense of rush or competition. The first to leap onto Barn's shoulder and descend was the dual-wielding ranger, Fane. The half-elf was almost instantaneous, before the northern barbarian could react. He had already vaulted to Barn's rear. Fane glanced back, and the fissure, illuminated by the flickering flames, appeared crimson. The bluish-green moss on the rock walls dyed a fiery orange. Almost in the next breath, Fane turned and fled without a shred of mercy, that he yearned to escape this cursed chasm, to flee from this foul, stench-ridden sewer. Damn those rat men, damn the quest, and that true dragon that had suddenly emerged from the depths of some crevice. May it return to its wretched lair, to linger in the sewers, tormenting these pitiful, weak, and helpless adventurers. Is there any enjoyment in that? Yet now, everything was about to recede into the distance. To Fane's mind was a tempest of chaotic thoughts, oscillating between fear and dark amusement. As he raced forward like a live cheetah towards the exit, behind him, he could already hear the flames roaring back to life, accompanied by a bone-chilling dragon's roar. The roar momentarily halted Fane's stride, leaving his mind momentarily blank. Should he dare to look back, he would behold a black-scaled true dragon, wreathed in flames, its maw bellowing a dreadful cry. Around it swirled the scalding magma, splattered from its charge, striking two figures struggling for survival amidst the inferno, sending them crashing at the feet of the unyielding northern barbarian. Yet Fane dared not glance back. Once he regained his composure, he could only propel himself forward with all his might. Barely had he taken a few steps when the anguished cries and gasps of his companions reached his ears. There were shrieks from Maynard, as well as from the warrior Sean, without exception. They were all lamentations. They were nearly crushed, their ribs shattered by the dragon's onslaught, struggling to maintain their footing. The flames below mercilessly devoured their flesh, searing their skin. The trapped northern barbarian Barn, along with their captain Shiri, could be heard in the distance. "Boss, you must save me. Let go of me, you filthy fool. All that's in your head is muscle and women. You northern barbarian." This northern barbarian Barn, who had always affectionately called Shiri boss, was desperately clutching Shiri's hand with his active right arm, pleading with an intensity that betrayed his dire situation. As a native of the north, he could withstand the frigid cold for a day without issue, but subjected to the scorching heat of the sun, he would falter after an hour, let alone being seared by flames. Yet the only response to Barn was a barrage of curses and rage. Clearly, Barn's reckless and hasty entrance had disrupted all their plans. With the combined strength of their five-member team, even a fledgling dragon would not have driven them to such a frantic flight, neglecting the lives of their comrades. This second-tier barbarian, Barn, had earned Shiri's ire, especially after being grasped by Barn's hand. New grudges and old resentments surged within Shiri, prompting him to draw his sharp dagger, intending to strike through the gaps in Barn's half-armor. Not to kill, but to force him to let go. After all, a living Barn was far more advantageous than a dead one. Perhaps that fledgling dragon would cease its pursuit, especially as Shiri beheld the larger figures of the warrior and rogue. Both tossed to Barn's feet by the black dragon's charge. With his hand still caught, Shiri's eyes flared with a fierce light, and without uttering a word, he thrust towards the gap in Barn's armor. Once an imperial swordsman, he was adept at wielding any sharp blade with finesse. The dagger plunged 3 inches deep, eliciting a muffled grunt from Barn. Yet he still refused to release his grasp, holding tightly on to his former captain, a desperate hope for survival. Naturally, he would not let go at any cost, and as Shiri saw the black fledgling dragon emerge from the flames. Ever closer, his eyes bulged with bloodlust. Teetering on the brink of madness, but he aimed his dagger at Barn's elbow joint, seeking to compel him to relinquish his hold, completely consumed by anger and fear. Shiri had forgotten that grappling with Barn would yield no favorable outcome. After enduring a blow from Shiri, Barn, despite his dulled wits, was now thoroughly enraged by Shiri's actions, that if he wouldn't save me, then let us perish together, suppressing the intense pain radiating from his ribs. Barn unleashed an unparalleled strength, not to confront the true dragon, but to wrench his captain forcefully before him. Then, with a ferocious glare, he delivered a devastating headbutt. "Boss, you've forced my hand," he exclaimed, delivering a second headbutt, blood gushing from both their foreheads. However, the imperial swordsman Shiri was evidently in a worse state. His nose was fractured, several teeth had been lost due to the impact, and blood obscured his contorted visage. "Oh, dragon, God above! If only every intruder to my lair were as easy to manage as you two." The voices of Barn and Shiri were unmistakably heard from behind, emanating from the black fledgling dragon that had just arrived. In the sea of flames, only it could stroll leisurely, conversing nonchalantly. Gurdon, with its limbs planted atop the now silent rogue's body, savored the softness beneath its feet, its dark golden vertical pupils fixed intently on the two adventurers wounding each other, mocking them with a tone rich in sarcasm. "Do not rejoice too soon. Once Fane escapes, you shall not. Countless adventurers will come to know that within the sewers of Kalando lurks a hidden fledgling dragon. You will either be killed or captured, delivered to those mages who covet your flesh. Your dragon blood will be sold, and your treasures will be divided." With a derisive glance, Shiri, whose speech was now marred by missing teeth, brazenly taunted the fledgling dragon. Realizing his fate was sealed, courage surged within him, and he no longer feared provoking the true dragon's wrath. He had just seen Fane nearing the fisher's exit, offering him a fleeting sense of relief. Diminishing the pain etched across his face to at least, that dragon would not survive much longer. Not a bad deal. However, in the next moment, he caught the fledgling dragon regarding him with a mocking gaze. "Is that so?" Just as Fane thought he had evaded death upon exiting the fissure, a fierce gust of wind from his left heralded a heavy object, a half-elf. His reflexes were notably swift. He immediately raised his dual daggers to block the stark white, massive bone club that was now evident in the darkness. He discerned the assailant's form, a goblin, an elite goblin. Before he could fathom why a goblin awaited him at the exit, another fierce wind struck from his right. And this time he could not evade. The massive bone club struck his knee joint, a sickening crack resounding. Pain surged through him, causing Fane to lose his balance and collapse to one knee, clutching his injured joint in agony. Despair washed over him as he beheld the elite goblins emerging from the shadows. There were at least 10. Even if he managed to survive this onslaught, he would likely face a well-planned ambush. Even with Shiri by his side, escape seemed unlikely. They had him cornered, as Fane was seized by the goblins and carefully maneuvered through the perilous traps. He was unceremoniously tossed into the bonfire chamber, landing at the feet of the dragon resting upon the high platform. Upon seeing the black fledgling dragon again, he realized it had visibly grown since their first encounter. Upon the platform, the black-scaled dragon languidly observed the adventurers prostrated before it, relishing in the moment, as the dragon-blooded girl cleaned the blood from its claws with silk cloth that a fleeting glimmer of greed flickered in its eyes, only to vanish as quickly as it appeared. Chapter 54. The spoils in the bonfire chamber, atop the platform. Gurdon surveyed the prostrate adventurers below, refraining from immediate violence as he processed the bounty yielded by the previous four. These four adventurers, including the northern barbarian and the captain-like swordsman, had collectively contributed 2 white orbs of light and 2 black iron orbs. The black iron talent fragments included cold resistance and swordsmanship mastery. Talent cold resistance. You will be impervious to the cold. In ice and snow, you can endure for long periods. You possess some resistance to frost breath from winter wolves and white dragons, though this does not grant you the audacity to provoke them. Talent swordsmanship mastery. A sharp sword, a keen eye. Your swordsmanship ranks among the elite among hundreds of swordsmen. The sword becomes an extension of your body, enabling you to accomplish incredible feats, even slicing potatoes as thin as gossamer. Gurdon opted for direct disintegration. Dealing with humanoid creatures bore its challenges, as the talent fragments they bore were often imbued with a profound animosity towards true dragons. The former clearly disdained the lava dragon's physique. The heart of magma was no mere fabrication. Even in the coldest of climates, the lava dragon's internal heat could dispel the chill. However, the sole drawback was that, under such conditions, damage from cold-based spells would be doubled. Like winter wolves that fear fire, fire-based spells inflict double damage upon them, making the alchemical product of blazing oil consistently fetch a high price in the northern lands. The latter bears animosity towards its claws, as its innate talent specifies a certain military-grade longsword, somewhat akin to a rapier. Yet no matter how one looks at it, it bears no relation to Gurdon's claws. Otherwise, Gurdon would genuinely wish to experiment whether his claws could slice potatoes. The first-tier talent fragments of the white light orb are Theft and Iron Wall. Talent Theft. Your dexterity allows you to impersonate a passerby in bustling marketplaces and trade districts, stealthily pilfering wealth from others without arousing suspicion. Talent Iron Wall. Your shield serves as an impenetrable barrier, effortlessly repelling incoming projectiles, providing you and your allies with formidable assurance. Yet again, 2 worthless abilities. Why is there no stealth? Do wanderers lack stealth? Gurdon grumbled as he disassembled these 2 talent fragments, then turned his gaze towards the adventurer sprawled beneath him, whose trousers were unwittingly half-soaked. Gurdon soared into the air with the aid of his wings. Leaping back onto the high platform, his claws, having sprung from the flesh, now stained with streaks of crimson blood. Nina, standing nearby, couldn't help but frown slightly, yet continued to wipe his claws with silk cloth, muttering, "Mr. Gurdon, these matters can be entirely entrusted to the goblins. Their filthy blood should not sully your claws." Gurdon refrained from responding. He could not divulge to Nina that he needed to personally slay his prey to grow stronger. This was a secret, one he would never share, though it was not difficult to deduce that so. Gurdon merely reclined lazily, extending his claws, allowing the draconic girl Nina to attend to him, while he began to ponder silently. This talent seemed somewhat reminiscent of the template of the god of slaughter. However, the deity granted experience to the priest rather than talent fragments. Moreover, by employing the hands of others, Gurdon could not acquire talent fragments. Otherwise, he might cultivate a cadre of subordinates, allowing him to passively gather fragments. A splendid notion. Indeed, alas, all of this remained but a dream. For now, Gurdon had yet to discover that such a function existed within the system panel. Perhaps it would be unlocked in the future, but for now it was not to be. His attention began to converge upon the new data information freshly displayed on the retinal panel, the newly minted talents having been confirmed. Ding! Detection successful. Identified as first-tier talent, dual-wielding combat. Activate talent. Yes, no. Gurdon glanced at his brilliantly polished claws, now gleaming under Nina's ministrations, pondering whether this could be considered dual-wielding weapons. Regardless, it was merely a talent fragment, and Gurdon was willing to experiment. With the proclivity of a wealthy black whelp, he silently selected within his consciousness that in an instant, the talent fragment dissolved, its data coalescing into luminous points that infused themselves into Gurdon's elongated claws. Within the pale blue talent list, dual-wielding combat 1-5 naturally entered his field of vision. Dual-wielding combat. Trained from a young age by a master of dual-wielding weapons, your ambidexterity has been honed over time, rendering your left and right hands nearly indistinguishable in skill. Consequently, your enemies face exponentially greater pressure when confronted with you wielding two weapons. Conversely, when beset by multiple attackers, your burden is significantly reduced. However, your technique remains somewhat unrefined. It is advisable to learn from that nameless dark elf who bears dual blades. An enigmatic memory surged into Godin's mind, akin to the sensations experienced during a charge. As he fleetingly perused the scenes of training with dual-wielding rangers, from daily drills in his youth, mastering the dexterous use of both hands, to the precise strikes upon wooden posts, and later, collaborating with teammates to vanquish sandworms and trolls, including a portion of memories involving battles against other adventurers. The memories of dual-wielding combat, like brands, were inscribed upon Godin's hands as these recollections melded into his essence. Before assimilating dual-wielding combat, his claws could only rend, and he rarely employed them, for while the true dragon's talons were indeed sharp, their customary combat style was dictated by the legacy of dragonkind. True dragons typically ascended into the skies, unleashing their roars to intimidate foes, conjuring fierce winds to capitalize on aerial supremacy, and unleashing breath attacks upon ground forces. Occasionally, they would plunge into the fray, leveraging their massive forms to bite or lash out with their tails. Only against nearby foes would they raise their claws for a tearing assault. Now, Godin sensed that while his hands had always possessed agility, that agility had merely adhered to a superficial understanding of flexibility, not delving into the profound depths of dual-wielding. Now, he could achieve feats in battle previously unattainable with his claws, such as standing upright and attacking two foes simultaneously without losing focus, with the striking power of each claw remaining comparably balanced. There was no distinction between left and right. Indeed, Godin regarded the talent dual-wielding combat with satisfaction. At the very least, it was not a mere trinket that he was content, having merely wished to test whether his claws qualified as weapons. The outcome was self-evident. He began to contemplate whether he could locate a talent holder possessing claw mastery to conduct an experiment, seeking to elevate his combat skills further. However, he felt as though he was veering off course. After all, he was a magical dragon, naturally gifted with sorcerer-level powers since his youth. Why, then, was he so intent on honing his physical prowess? Would it not be more delightful to embrace the path of a mage? He was no magic-deficient molten dragon. Yet, reflecting on this experience, Godin finally grasped why dragonkind often evaluated adventurers as a collective of both beloved and loathed beings that he observed the goblins below, already dividing the weapons and armor brought by the adventurers, alongside the circular shield capable of withstanding his magma breath that lay beside him, deep in thought. After all, the spoils garnered from slaying an adventuring party far surpassed those collected from 3 or even 4 monster tribes. Thus, on occasion, should a high-level adventuring party fail in their dragon-slaying quest and meet their demise, the wealth gained by the dragon could be substantial. However, the price of failure was the life of the true dragon and the treasures amassed over a lifetime. The risk was considerable. Yet this time, Godin genuinely relished the fruits of the Dragon Slayer team's failure. While modest, it was undoubtedly more bountiful than the spoils from the previous 3 tribes, not to mention the scattered coins nearing a gold piece. The small circular shield capable of generating a force field was already worth several times the total haul from the prior tribes. Godin had encountered a similar item on the alchemical shop's inventory list brought by Nina, a ring that could release a force field wall no less than a human's height and a foot thick. Usable 3 times a day, the ring's market price was 2,000 gold coins, a sum beyond Godin's entire fortune. However, with his appraisal ability, he could clearly ascertain that the price of this circular shield fluctuated between 200 to 400 gold coins. It seemed that a commendable eloquence or timely opportunity would be required to sell it at a premium, perhaps to a team gearing up for an expedition into a dungeon, or by employing persuasive skills to entice a wealthy novice to purchase the weapon. Nevertheless, Godin was already quite satisfied with 200 gold coins. He placed the circular shield into the dimensional pouch Nina had brought back, intending to sell it directly to Fran's alchemical shop next time. Yet he suddenly realized that this might expose his tracks. leading him to abandon that notion that it would be better to leave it for Nina, as the item boasted decent defensive capabilities, particularly suitable for the cramped confines of the sewers. Had it not been for the force field's duration and the blazing oil traps below that had flustered the adventuring party, Godin might have had to resort to other means to retain these adventurers. After all, he had already dispatched more than half of the goblins in the bonfire hall, severing their escape route through another passage. Their demise today was inevitable, unless they possessed some hidden cards. However, if that were the case, Godin could only lament his misfortune, vacate this sewer, and seek an exit, while also needing to abandon the newly acquired subordinates, for their numbers were too great, too prone to revealing his whereabouts. However, the final outcome is still gratifying. Godwin gazes at his newly refreshed personal panel, Chapter 55, Experiment Godwin Adin Targaryen, title, Master of Blackfire, 87-100 race, Lava Dragon age, WRM, 0 to 5 years life, 40-40 rank, 2 talents, first-tier talents, Trap Mastery, 1-4. Glutton 5-9, Dark Vision 4-11, Endurance 1-7, Robustness 10-20, Dual Wield Combat 1-5, second-tier talents, Scale Armor Enchantment 4-20, Steel Teeth and Claws 1-10, Irem's Roar 1-8, Charge Mastery 1-8. Frenzy 1-18, War Command 1-18, Spell Enhancement 150, Onomatopoeia Skills, Fire Immunity, Bite and Claw Strike, Lava Spit, Soul Talent. Talent Plunder, Free Talent Fragments. First-tier free talent fragments 2, second-tier free talent fragments 2 upon completing the review of his pristine personal panel. It is time for the customary post-battle allocation of points. Godwin has consistently adhered to the philosophy that as long as others cannot slay him, he still has a chance. He conscientiously assigns 2 black iron talent points to Scale Armor Enchantment. Scale Armor Enchantment, 420, 620, once again, a novel experience unfolds. His body weight increases, and the thickness and color of his scales begin to evolve towards a deeper, smoother hue. The scales on his abdomen increasingly exhibit maturity, gradually shifting from a pale yellow to a grayish hue that if an unsuspecting observer were to witness this dragon, they would undoubtedly proclaim that it has endured many years of trials, rendering it considerably darker. The remaining 2 first-tier talent points are predictably allocated to Robustness, as it is imperative to max out this talent first. Whether enhancing his strength or constitution, Robustness far surpasses Endurance. Although such allocation may lead to Godwin's stamina consumption exceeding his capacity, he has yet to encounter any creatures requiring prolonged combat. Moreover, he is eager to ascertain the enhancements that maxing out Robustness will confer during his WRM stage. It is worth noting that both Sharp Claws and Hard Scales require merely 10 fragments of any first-tier type for advancement, whereas Robustness necessitates 20. The correlation between the number of fragments required for a talent and its potency is evidently sound, as evidenced by spell enhancement. Therefore, this subsequent allocation is sufficient motivation for Godwin to invest his remaining talent fragments. Robustness, 10-20, 12-20, Life, 40-40, 42-42. The sensation of increased physical strength returns, and his physique also grows, albeit at an imperceptible rate. Now, when Godwin crouches, he need not stoop significantly lower than Nina. With his elongated dragon tail, he can now easily surpass Nina's height, in less than a week. Godwin has undergone such rapid growth that it is likely that Tiamat would regard him as an aberrant dragon if she were to learn of this transformation. Nonetheless, Godwin's lava dragon lineage remains intact. He merely grows slightly faster than an ordinary WRM and possesses a few additional talents and skills. Everything else is quite normal. His magical abilities and appearance align perfectly with the typical characteristics of a lava dragon WRM. After distributing his points, Godwin's focus shifted from the data panel within his retina. He looked up to see the dragonborn maiden, Nina, engrossed in a spellbook, seated comfortably on a small chair left behind by the previous spellcaster. Godwin contemplated speaking, but upon witnessing Nina's rapt concentration, decided against interrupting her. His gaze then drifted to the largest open space in the bonfire hall, where a cluster of elite goblins congregated. Some of them had even acquired brand new weapons, including a warrior-esque longsword and a ranger-esque dual daggers, which they brandished and practiced with. Ultimately, however, they returned to using their trusty bone hammers, discarding these relatively fine weapons in favor of their familiar, cumbersome arms that instilled fear in their foes. Nevertheless, a few among them chose to exchange their bone hammers for weapons appropriated from human adventurers. The goblin, who had previously been smaller than the average elite goblin and had served as a messenger, now toyed with a dagger pilfered from a female rogue. And Grush, as the leader of the Blackfire clan, wielded two hand axes with an air of ferocity, wielding the weapons left behind by the second-tier barbarian. He donned the half-armor of the barbarian, which was somewhat oversized, but this mattered little, as far as the goblins were concerned. The weight of half-armor was negligible. The only hindrance might be in movement due to the ill fit. Observing their weapon exchanges, Goodwin felt no ire over the perceived infringement of his dragon's hoard. These weapons were gifts he had bestowed upon them. Initially, Grush appeared somewhat intimidated and astonished, for even acquiring a single copper piece from a true dragoness claws indicated a degree of significance attributed to oneself in the dragoness eyes. Dragons, whether metallic, chromatic, primordial, or gemstone, are known for their haughty and miserly nature. The rarity with which true dragons regard their treasures is unparalleled. Not even their mates or offspring can expect a share of the wealth, let alone their subordinates or minions, who might be easily replaced. Such notions are sheer folly. They would rather let treasures decay and rust in their hoards than provide their subordinates with new equipment. This fact is well known throughout the continent of AIO. Thus, after Goodwin gifted them weapons, the entry in his title bar under Master of Blackfire transitioned from 100 loyalty, maintained until the first defeat, to loyalty will forever be bestowed upon the true dragon before them until the end of their lives. It is evident that they have taken on Goodwin's form. Goodwin had not initially recognized this shift, primarily because their previous demeanor had always been that of the most loyal sycophants, making any change imperceptible. That he did not check his titles until he later discovered the alteration during a moment of boredom. One could say that it was an unintentional but fortunate discovery. Reclining on the high platform, Goodwin observed the goblins practicing with their weapons and suddenly recalled the long-abandoned scale armor experiment, which perhaps could be conducted today, with so many weapons at hand. He could thoroughly test the resilience of his scales and gain a clearer understanding. Thus, with this realization, Goodwin wasted no time, rising from the gold-laden platform, shaking off non-existent dust, and leaping down, with his wings unfurled and the pads on his feet. His descent was remarkably gentle, not disturbing the engrossed Nina. That he then made his way toward the open space occupied by the goblins. Chapter 56. Discovery. Upon seeing the approaching true dragon, Grush needed to issue commands. All present goblins performed the most reverent gesture to their master, the increasingly imminent black-scaled dragon. They prostrated themselves, their bodies pressed to the ground, mirroring their initial demeanor. Grush had intended to loudly extol Goodwin's honor, but upon noticing Goodwin's silent request for tranquility, he promptly closed his mouth, kneeling and awaiting the true dragoness inspection. Soon, Goodwin's unmistakable, guttural roar echoed through the air. "Grush, now, you shall execute my command, master." "What command?" "Grush shall hold your will in the highest regard." Grush responded, listening intently. Then he heard the most absurd command he had ever encountered in his life. "Take up your weapons and strike at my scales." Goodwin's authoritative voice resonated clearly among the goblins, had it not been for his undeniable majesty. There might have been an uproar. "Master." Grush initially considered questioning this directive, yet upon meeting Goodwin's solemn, dark, golden vertical gaze, he lowered his head and was the first to rise, grasping the dual axes. "I shall comply with your will, my master." Grush then cautiously lifted the axes and struck them gently against the supreme ruler of the Blackfire clan, their exalted master. Then came Goodwin's roar. "Grush, haven to you eaten? Put some strength into it." 20 minutes later, Goodwin returned to the high platform, satisfaction evident in his eyes, revealing his excellent mood. His spirits were indeed high, through the goblin's earnest efforts. He had finally discerned the extent to which his scales could withstand various weapons and forces. While scale armor enchantment enhances magical resistance, its physical defense is considerably thicker than the hard scales of a WYRM stage. This is evident from the armor-like quality of his scales. Thus, through this experiment, Goodwin would be better equipped to assess future encounters with adventurers, enabling him to refine his battle strategies. Under certain circumstances, he could disregard the weapons aimed at him, relying on the thickness of his scales to inform him which weapons he could withstand and which he must evade. With a sigh of relief, Gurdon finally understood the issue that had been plaguing him for quite some time, that he shifted from a standing position to a lying one, sprawling comfortably atop a pile of gold coins that brought him a modicum of joy, and succumbed to a deep slumber. The exhaustion brought about by vigorous exertion and the aftermath of his frenzied state had begun to weigh heavily upon him, inducing a sense of drowsiness. Now that all tasks were completed, it was indeed time for rest. The gaping fissure at the exit of the campfire hall had reverted to its original form, and the warning traps had long been reset and installed. However, the charred marks on the rock walls from the latter part of the fire were indelible. Yet, within the confines of the sewer, no one would notice the peculiarities of the rock walls. Their greater concern lay in the unknown horrors that awaited them around the next corner. Surely, no one could have anticipated that a true dragon lay hidden within. The last adventurer party that had been aware of this had met their demise, their bodies offering sustenance to the denizens of the sewer. The chilling winds of the sewer whisked away the lingering stench of charred remains and the faintest hint of blood. The entrance fissure once again settled into a tranquil silence a day later. In the southeastern region of the sewer, a party of 6 adventurers, each wielding torches, advanced cautiously through the shadowy corridors. Hanging from their waists were the severed heads of ratmen. The center of the group, stood a petite figure clad in a hood, obscuring her features as she clutched a silver spear. Her demeanor suggested that rather than seeking adventure, she was there to experience fear, trembling incessantly. However, her seemingly lackadaisical actions did not go unnoticed by her companions. Yet they bore no grievances. After all, she was their patron, having spent 3 gold coins to hire them for a brief excursion into the city's sewers to sample the life of an adventurer. They unanimously welcomed the opportunity for this extra income that if they were in the wilderness, they might have had reservations. But here in the sewer, the most they could encounter were goblins or ratmen. What other unique monsters could possibly emerge? Thus, they readily accepted the commission and embarked on a day tour of the sewer with this enigmatic female patron. Leading the way was the first-level ranger, Keen, tasked with scouting. The surrounding environment of the sewer was no different from the previous passages they had traversed. Yet, Keen could distinctly sense that the scent of ratmen in the air had intensified. Although it was predominantly mingled with the unmistakable odors of goblins and dog-headed creatures, that he was able to discern it, thanks to the enhanced olfactory capabilities of his animal companion, a Bissig dog named Fong. The wind swirled from various pipes, alleys, and corridors, making it difficult for him to pinpoint the direction from which the ratman's scent emanated. Nevertheless, he could sense that the odor was drawing closer, not too far from their location. He turned to the captain, Varen, who was not far behind, and whispered, "Damn it, Captain! These ratmen can really run. They've made it this far. If I am not mistaken, we must be in the southeastern region now." Varen, the captain, chuckled, addressing his team. The distribution of ratmen in the sewers has become quite sparse. The ratmen tribe was nearly wiped out this morning. You saw the Doolin family incinerating those ratmen heads in Black Street. Indeed, it was a spectacular sight. Keen nodded in agreement, recalling the scene he had witnessed before descending into the sewers earlier that day. Countless rat heads had formed a small mountain, their humanoid faces etched with expressions of fear, terror, or brutality. Though they were not human but rather monsters, the memory sent a shiver down Keen's spine. So, there aren't many left. Regardless of our gains today, this will be our last venture into the sewer. Let us search this area thoroughly. Then we'll return to the Adventurer's Guild to conclude our commission. Exterminating ratmen is no longer profitable. What do you think, Miss Loviath? After making a decision, Varen felt it necessary to inquire about the patroness' thoughts. Given that the day's combat in the sewers had been tragically lacking, with not even 20 ratmen slain, he felt a twinge of guilt regarding the ease with which they had earned those 3 gold coins. "I'm fine with anything." The red-haired girl with twin ponytails clutched her seemingly valuable silver spear, trembling as she responded. That moment, a low growl of "woof, woof," echoed from around the corner ahead. It was Fong, Keen's animal companion, seemingly having detected something. Following suit, Keen hastened ahead. Not long after, he returned to inform Captain Varen, "Captain, there's a dog-headed creature nest up ahead. The sewer has been ravaged beyond recognition." Varen's spirits lifted at this news. and he cheerfully addressed Loveyeth. Miss Loveyeth, shortly you will have the opportunity to witness a thrilling spectacle of adventure. Look, a dog-headed nest awaits our arrival. This will be a grand performance. Varen's voice brimmed with delight, as if he believed he had justified the expenditure of those 3 gold coins. Meanwhile, a gust of cold air swept through the sewer, sending a shiver down Loveyeth's spine, prompting her to tighten her cloak. While she felt exhilarated at the prospect of witnessing an exhilarating battle, an unsettling sense of foreboding crept into her heart. However, she reassured herself by touching the silver ring on her hand. Knowing it would protect her, that as long as she had it, she should be safe, though she anticipated a scolding from her sister upon returning. Yet the life of an adventurer, she had found, was indeed far more thrilling than what had been portrayed in the Lich-S adventure house. Clutching her spear, Loveyeth trailed closely behind the adventurer party, her mind reveling in the excitement. Chapter 57. The underground cavern in the campfire hall. All the goblins of the Blackfire clan capable of training were taking turns to step forward, wielding their hefty bone clubs to practice their strikes against humanoid scarecrows. This was an exercise in honing their bone-shattering proficiency, although the results of their efforts were not yet apparent after several days. Most of the goblins had ceased their erratic flailing and had begun to target joint areas, showing a modicum of improvement. Meanwhile, Gurdon lay atop a diminished pile of gold coins, toying with a vial of potion, while Nina looked on with concern, counting the coins that had just recently warmed under Gurdon's possession, now spent on purchasing potions. Her dream of filling the hall with gold coins seemed to drift further away, causing her petite face to scrunch adorably in dismay. Observing this expression, Gurdon found it difficult to explain his actions. After all, such behavior was indeed peculiar for a true dragon. Yet to him, wealth was merely a means to procure equipment. Otherwise, it would simply benefit the adventurers, and he would find himself at a disadvantage. Despite the comfort of resting upon coins, Gurdon decisively opted to purchase several vials of potions to prepare for any unforeseen circumstances. Ensuring he would not be easily toppled by adventurers in the future, in his claws, he held a vial of enhanced breath potion, sold at 10 gold coins each in Fran's alchemy shop, specifically designed to augment the breath attacks of dragonkin or sorcerers in essence. This meant that for every breath Gurdon unleashed, it would cost him 10 gold coins, which was undeniably extravagant. However, as long as it enhanced his combat prowess, Gurdon was willing to spend, so he purchased 4 vials at once, along with some flame oil and a few other potions he had long coveted, including memory-racing potions and sleeping potions, all of which were quite useful. For Gurdon, flame oil was an ideal means to create advantageous conditions, amplifying his own strength while weakening his foes. The latter potions were purchases made after careful consideration, while Gurdon was pondering whether to use his funds to acquire a magical artifact for protection. Loveyeth had already accompanied the adventurer party to the vicinity of the dog-headed nest. The nest was situated approximately 50 feet beyond the corridor, within a dilapidated hall teeming with more than 10 sewer pipe openings, where the rock walls were adorned with dragon insignia totems. These dragon totem marks were characteristic of dog-headed nests. Any sufficiently populous dog-headed tribe, regardless of whether they had spellcasters among them, would display such totems as a warning to intruders. For them, these totems represented faith, reverence, and the aspiration to follow true dragons. However, for the frail true dragon hatchlings, they preferred to rear them as trophies or as trump cards for their tribes. Adventurers who dared to invade the final hall of the dog-headed creatures often proceeded with utmost caution, as the unwary could easily fall prey to a lurking true dragon, causing a seemingly secure situation to spiral into chaos. While such occurrences were rare, any instance of this happening would be recounted for years to come. With the assistance of Ranger Scout Keen and his animal companion, the adventurer party swiftly located the true entrance to the dog-headed nest. It was a pipe in the lower left corner of the second row, appearing unremarkable compared to the others. Yet, Keen could distinctly discern, through his keen sense of smell, that the air there was a mixture of scents, with traces of goblins and other creatures, while the other pipes emitted a pure odor of dog-headed beings, often indicative of traps. Dog-headed creatures were known for their aptitude in excavation, spending 70% of their lives digging. Whether it be the soft loam, the unyielding granite, or the searing volcanic rock, these elements invariably discover a clever fulcrum, ensuring that the cavern remains intact. One might assert that they are the innate masters of mining. Consequently, outside their lairs, one often encounters 2 or 3 false entrances, designed to confound adversaries. Inside, there are typically loose stones and pitfalls to ensnare those who dare to intrude upon the lair of the goblins, be they adventurers or other humanoid beings. "Captain, I shall enter first. Await my signal." The scout, Keen, resolutely stepped into the dark, damp entrance. The mouth of the cave was approximately the height of a man, just accommodating the stature of the goblins. Keen had to stoop to enter. Ordinarily, the entrances frequented by goblins would be devoid of traps. Having inherited a modicum of draconic arrogance, they possess an unwarranted confidence in their craftsmanship, believing no other creature could penetrate their deceptive entrances. Nevertheless, Keen advanced cautiously, step by step, meticulously checking for traps. He had no desire to meet his demise in the goblin lair's filthy depths, with a softly glowing phosphorescent stone in hand, illuminating a 5-foot radius before him. He began his thorough inspection, that he was unperturbed by the thought of lurking dangers in the shadows. For his animal companion, an adult Bissig dog, would alert him to any disturbances. Thus, Keen proceeded with confidence through the passageway. At the passage's end, a portion of a vast, tranquil underground hall emerged in the soft light. He was taken aback, but cautiously ventured out to survey the surroundings, not daring to delve too deeply. Before returning, upon rejoining his companion, Wailuan, Keen recounted every detail of his findings, awaiting Wailuan's judgment. Wailuan frowned slightly at Keen's report of no goblin presence in the hall, but remained unwilling to concede defeat. Gesturing, "Let us proceed inside. If we find no trace of goblins, we shall retreat. Miss Ravif, please walk in the middle, stay behind me, and stow your spear. You ought to wield this." The armored warrior, Wailuan, unsheathed a short sword of 1.5 feet and offered it to the cloaked young woman whose face was obscured. "In such a low entrance, your spear is a hindrance. This is far more suitable for you." "Yes." Ravif carefully disassembled her spear and accepted Wailuan's short sword, her youthful visage beneath the hood displaying a hint of exhilaration. "So this is what it means to be an adventurer. Ravif, you are now an adventurer." She clenched her fist, unable to contain her joy, as if her dreams had come to fruition. Previously, while observing them slay the rat men, she felt a sense of adventure, but in this moment, she truly felt immersed in the experience. One by one, the team members bent to enter the passage. And soon it was Ravif's turn. Grasping the short sword, she hunched her body and swiftly slipped inside, following closely behind the figure ahead. They soon arrived at the dilapidated hall described by Keen, where the flickering firelight illuminated the surrounding ruin. However, the traces and refuse scattered across the ground indicated that there had indeed been signs of life here, whether it was discarded bones or heaps of debris. They suggested considerable activity. Yet, for reasons unknown, the place now appeared desolate. To ensure their safety, Wailuan, upon stepping out of the passage, commanded them to revert to their usual formation, scouts in front, with soldiers and swordsmen ready to adapt. The tower shield warrior remained behind, guarding the only spellcaster among them. Behind Ravif were 2 members of the adventuring party, a stout dwarven warrior wielding a tower shield and a slender man clad in a white robe. With delicate fingers and a hint of joy on his face, a harp sheathed at his side. However, he currently wielded a short sword identical to Ravif's, that he was the sole spellcaster of the group. A bard named Sis that he bore no temple insignia, leaving Ravif uncertain of his faith or allegiance. Noticing Ravif glance back at him, Sis immediately smiled and inquired, "Miss Ravif, do you have any concerns?" "And no, nothing at all." Ravif felt an inexplicable chill at Sis's warm smile, her heart racing. Yet she was soon drawn in by the sounds ahead. "Captain, there are traces of a campfire, still warm, and there are damp footprints. Judging by their direction, they came from over there, in the decaying hall ahead." Keen stood atop a crumbling stone floor, one hand feeling the warmth of the campfire's ashes, while the other pointed towards a burrow on the eastern side, addressing Wailuan. "Then let us proceed. Stay alert and observe your surroundings," Wailuan whispered. Though in the sewers, without dark vision, their campfire would betray their presence, serving merely as a psychological comfort. Ravif surveyed her surroundings with curiosity, noting the disorderly debris scattered about. Under the firelight, she observed that the dilapidated hall featured numerous openings over 3 feet high, capable of concealing humanoid creatures. Yet, the visibility of the ground beneath indicated this was indeed a goblin dwelling. However, Ravif did not linger long. She followed the group's pace into the underground cavern, which diverged from the previous passage, descending rather than remaining level. Signs of mining activity surrounded the cave, yet the age of the excavation suggested they had been established long ago. Goodness, what have these goblins been up to? Have they tunneled to connect with the Swordshell Bay? As the group descended, a sense of unease began to permeate the air, the scent of seawater becoming increasingly pronounced. Keen was the first to express his astonishment to his companions behind him. Wylowin, however, was less concerned about the odor, focusing instead on the whereabouts of the goblins, pondering why they had yet to encounter a single one despite their lengthy search. Approximately 5 minutes later, they reached the soft, damp ground, and after a few steps, the space before them suddenly widened. Illuminated by their torches, they beheld a cavern of natural formation, its size far exceeding their expectations. The flickering light barely illuminated the vaulted rock walls, revealing a dense cluster of stalactites hanging like swords poised to strike. By the gods! This place is... All present murmured in disbelief as they gazed upon the underground cavern. One side of the narrow path led to a rock wall ascending toward a high platform, faintly illuminated by firelight and the sounds of creatures. On the other side, mere steps away from the group, lay a deep blue lake occupying all visible space within the cave. The aquatic scent undoubtedly emanated from this source. Keen cautiously crept forward to observe the platform's activity. Peering over, his eyes widened in shock as he beheld a towering bonfire ablaze on the platform, over 2 meters high. The fire's glow illuminated the area, revealing a throng of over 100 goblins, all reverently prostrated before the deep blue lake. Facing Keen's right side, their tails drooping in submission, in front of them stood a raised platform, piled high with various creatures, including goblins, rat men, and even a few yapping gremlins. Were they conducting a ritual? Keen was about to turn back to inform his captain when he noticed the lake's once calm surface suddenly rippling. Triangular waves spread outward, and a massive shadow beneath the water expanded at a visible pace. Accompanied by a resounding splash, as he looked again, a grotesque creature had emerged from the lake, its upper body half exposed, with its eerie green slit-like eyes, blue-green scales, and fin-like dragon wings. It appeared particularly fearsome under the flickering flames. Its gaze filled with greed and fury directed at Keen at a Tier 3 creature, a subdragon, the sea dragon beast. Chapter 58. The cunning evil dragon by the gods. A sea dragon beast lurks in the sewers. What in the world have these goblins done? Before Keen could voice his thoughts, he beheld the creature, its upper body measuring 10 feet long, gliding through the water towards him, its form inclining forward. Its menacing roar reverberated through the air. Though the sea dragon beast was not a true dragon, its fearsome growl could still instill terror in the weak-minded, immobilizing adventurers and humanoid creatures alike, allowing it to devour them at will. Even Keen, a seasoned professional, found himself momentarily paralyzed by the sudden roar. Fortunately, a familiar melody reached his ears, easing the fear that gripped his heart, enabling him to resume his movement rather than await his demise. This was the unique ability of Sis, their group's sole spellcaster, as a bard. He possessed the supernatural talent of inspiring courage, which influenced the mind through music. Inspiring courage effectively dispels fear among teammates, enhancing their combat prowess and allowing them to realize their fullest potential, while also providing a degree of immunity against charm and fear spells. Run, Captain! That creature's dorsal fins have completely transformed into a deep purple. It is an aged sea dragon beast. The adventurers may have been unfamiliar with the monster compendium, yet they were intimately acquainted with the creatures that roamed near Kalandu. Keen shouted, fully aware of the terror these beasts could evoke. The sea dragon often plundered passing merchant ships, capsizing vessels, and earning its notorious reputation as a marauder of the seas, sometimes even more ruthless than pirates. For while pirates possessed a semblance of reason, these monsters harbored no desire for communication. They sought the treasures aboard ships and the sweet blood and flesh of their victims. The former was a common flaw among those of true dragon blood, while the latter was a favorite delicacy of ferocious beasts. Even the smallest goblins would unconsciously gather shiny trinkets and coins. Upon sighting the creature, all members of the team, including their captain, Waylon, instinctively took a few steps back. The roar that echoed around them left them momentarily stunned, but the music of the bard, Zai's, reverberating through the lofty cavern, alleviated their fears somewhat. Nonetheless, this band of adventurers was not entirely cowed by the monstrous sight before them. After all, they had weathered many storms. They had not hunted a third-tier monster, but they had certainly encountered them before. Even fully grown dragons had once soared above them, and in retrospect, there was little to fear, save for the need to change their trousers. Everyone, gather around, bag, raise your tower shield, and stand at the front. Waylon quickly instructed the formation, drawing the line of adventurers closer together, then positioning the second-tier shield warrior, the dwarf bag, to fortify their defense. True dragons were notoriously cunning. Even a white dragon could be deemed a wily beast, with ambush being their hallmark. They could not afford to be singled out by the creature before them, which would diminish their strength. This was Waylon's immediate instinct. "Stand behind me, comrades!" The shield warrior, Bag, unhesitatingly raised his tower shield, placing it before the five of them, his gaze unwavering as he stared down the monstrous figure. He knew that if he faltered, his companions would be left vulnerable. The scout, Keen, who had just rejoined the group, drew his crossbow and began loading enchanted arrows. The iron-tipped arrows would do little against the sea dragon's scaled hide. As a ranger scout, he had prepared specialized arrows designed to combat high-tier monsters. Meanwhile, Waylon and another swordsman drew their long swords, points directed at the encroaching sea dragon, standing firm in confrontation. Even Lubiath, shivering, drew forth a silver pole devoid of a spearhead, trembling as she faced the colossal beast. For a moment, the cavern resonated solely with the melodic strains of the bard's eyes. This indeed proved effective. Their defense, resembling that of a porcupine, instilled a sense of uncertainty in the cunning and ferocious sea dragon. "Yes, just like that. Slowly retreat. Let us leave this place." Waylon observed the sea dragon's hesitation with a sense of relief and whispered to his nearby companions. Hearing this, the others instinctively took cautious steps back, aiming to retreat to the winding passage below. Yet, although the sea dragon hesitated to act, it was far from relinquishing the fresh meat so readily presented to it. With a roar directed at the goblins still watching from a distance, it commanded, "Seize them and present them to me." In the tongue of dragons, the goblins, resembling upright red lizards, immediately grabbed their weapons and barked excitedly. Rushing down from their perch towards the adventuring party, they fought for the glory of the strong. Though the sea dragon was not a true dragon, it did not deter these goblins, who worshipped strength, from submitting to it. Despite its dull-witted demeanor, the sea dragon possessed true dragon blood. Commanding minions was a prerequisite for any true dragon. Most true dragons regarded their subordinates as reserves, and thus they felt no sorrow for their losses. In their eyes, as long as they could deplete the adventurer's vitality, be it physical or magical, each goblin lost in exchange for a single adventurer was a worthy trade. There was no doubt that it inherited this principle. As the adventurers confronted the horde of goblins surging towards them, their earlier amusement swiftly dissipated, replaced by a fervent determination to engage in battle. The goblins were not particularly fearsome, and the majority were mere commoners. With not even a second tier among them, only a few first-tier goblins blending into the throng. Under normal circumstances, Waylon would have been the first to leap into action against such low-tier monsters. His cleave ability would cut through them like wheat, scarcely allowing them a chance to retaliate. Yet, with the looming threat of the sea dragon, their cohesion as a team would now be put to the test. Whether they could withstand this wave of attackers without allowing the dragon to seize an opportunity was a matter of life and death. Fall back to the narrow space and hold your ground. It's perilous by the lakeside. Waylon warned his comrades, eyeing the sea dragon that had vanished beneath the water with a wary expression. With the dragon's gaze no longer upon them, the adventurers easily retreated back to the original cavern, where they began to eliminate the goblins in the confined space. Retreating further was out of the question, if they found themselves encircled in an open area by these hundreds of goblins. It would be exceedingly dangerous. Such a barrage of attacks could only be countered by an 8-armed serpent demon. However, as time passed, they felled a quarter of the goblin horde, their corpses piling up at the cave entrance to a height of 3 feet. Waylon and another swordsman felt their arms growing weary from the relentless hacking, yet the sea dragon lurking beneath the lake had yet to make its appearance. Were they truly to let it go? Doubt began to creep into their minds. It seemed absurd, yet the reality was undeniable. Meanwhile, in the dilapidated hall above, a monstrous creature with ghostly green slit-pupiled eyes, akin to will-o'-the-wisps, began to rise from an inconspicuous narrow waterway. As its massive form emerged from the depths, it shook off the water clinging to its scales with a hint of distaste. Fresh water was indeed insipid. After orienting itself, it proceeded towards a nearby cavern that exuded a briny aroma. Its several thousand pounds of weight allowed it to move with the stealth of a serpent upon the land. Danger was drawing near. Chapter 59. The Art of High-Level Evasion in the Campfire Hall. Grush, with charred elbows and twin axes strapped to his back, knelt on one knee, reporting the current status of the Blackfire clan to the figure reclining atop the high platform, Godin. "My lord, 2 more females have become pregnant as of yesterday. I have made the necessary arrangements. The gestation period will likely span 2 tidal cycles. 2 tidal cycles refer to the number of times the water level in the sewer channels rises. Approximately 60 days. The black-scaled dragon atop the platform nodded slightly. The scattered goblins in the sewers had seemingly vanished, and though the atmosphere was less tense than in previous days, there were noticeably more adventurers than usual, prompting it to refrain from sending out search parties. The risk of being followed back to their lair by adventurers was too great that if they could overpower them, it would be manageable, but if not, the repercussions would be dire. That it was a boon for the clan to breed within their own ranks, albeit a lengthy process requiring 2 months. Yet it was far better than having none at all. Godin's serpentine tail brushed against the feet of Nina, who was counting the coins atop the platform for the 3rd time, a clear indication of its contentment. Nina, startled by the sudden contact, felt a surge of irritation, but she found herself powerless against Godin. Clutching its tail to keep it still, she resumed counting the coins, her small face scrunched in concentration that in just under 2 days. Her initial haul of 1,350 coins had dwindled to 680. She pondered how she had spent such a sum, counting on her fingers to tally her acquisitions: dragon breath potions, invisibility potions, luck elixirs, stone skin ointments, fire oil, incendiary bottles, memory erasing potions, as well as the 2 spellbooks containing 0-level spells that Godin had purchased for her, the cost of which nearly equaled half that of her dimensional pouch. Nina felt a pang of regret. The purchase of the 0-level spellbooks was motivated by her recent breakthrough in sensing some magical energy, though she remained unable to cast spells. Additionally, the goblin spellcaster had only left behind an introductory meditation guide without any accompanying spells. Thus, Godin intended to equip her with a few 0-level spells. Initially, he planned to acquire 5, but Nina hesitated to spend too much and settled for just 2. Mage Hand, a fundamental spell for any aspiring sorcerer, and Light, which Godin insisted she learn due to its potential usefulness at critical moments. "Captain, prepare yourselves." At the exit of the subterranean lake, the bard's eyes called out to his teammates, raising his wand high. In an instant, a blinding white light erupted from the tip of the wand. 0-level cantrip, Light. The brilliance exploded in the narrow passage almost instantaneously, blinding all the goblins crammed at the entrance, plunging them into a state of disarray as they flailed about erratically. Some even striking their comrades and others tumbling into the waters of the lake, splashing wildly. Chaos reigned in an instant. Meanwhile, Waylon and another swordsman, unaffected by the spell, seized the opportunity amidst the goblins' blindness, entering a frenzied state of slaughter, each strike claiming 1 or even 2 goblins. Yet they dared not venture into the lake's depths, confining their assault to within 5 feet of the cave entrance. Remaining under the protection of Bag's tower shield, ever mindful of the greatest threat looming nearby, the 3rd-tier sea dragon has yet to make its appearance, casting a shadow of unease over everyone. The casualties among the kobolds are nearing half. Why haven't they retreated? Wyland thrust his sword into the ground and spat disdainfully. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he drew his sword once more, observing the kobolds who remained fiercely determined, but he found it perplexing. Normally, creatures like kobolds would not fight so valiantly in the absence of hope for victory, especially without a true dragon overseeing them. Even if one were present under such overwhelming circumstances, their morale should not be so unnaturally high that it was as if victory lay tantalizingly within reach. Let us clear out another wave of kobolds and then depart. Remember to collect their ears. They can fetch a decent sum. Though Wyland felt a twinge of anxiety, 50 kobolds in the desolate surroundings were still too many to ignore. They would have to eliminate a portion before leaving, ensuring greater safety. This strategy, while conservative, promised stability and minimized the risk of chaos. Amidst his contemplation, he reminded his companions to sever the ears from the fallen kobolds, as turning them in at the Adventurers Guild would yield several copper coins. Ravif, clutching a spear with its tip poised, anxiously gazed at the tranquil azure lake outside the passage. In truth, she was not alone. Nearly everyone in the adventuring party cast furtive glances at the placid blue waters, well aware of the monstrous entity lurking beneath its surface. The tension was palpable, particularly as they understood that a single arrow could spell doom. Yet, the longer Ravif stared at the serene lake, the more unsettled she felt, a sense of restlessness gnawing at her. A constricting sensation tightened around her chest, rendering her breathless. Just as she sought to inhale deeply, a flicker of eerie green flame caught her peripheral vision. As she turned to focus, she beheld a grotesque lizard-like head emerging from around the corner behind them. Its blue-green scales shimmered ominously, and its gaping maw revealed rows of serrated teeth akin to those of a shark. Fear, confusion, and dread cascaded through Ravif's body, chilling her to the bone in an instant. She opened her mouth to utter a sound, yet the confrontation with the creature rendered her speechless. She could only watch helplessly as the monstrous head lunged towards the party's most pivotal member. The bard, it was only when the sea dragon was within 15 feet that sensed the impending danger. Halting his rousing melody, that he turned to see the strange red-haired girl staring vacantly at him. Not at him, but at the space behind him. In that moment, he discerned the gravity of the situation reflected in her eyes and hastily attempted to cast a protective spell, mage armor, while also preparing to flee. Yet it was too late. A maw suffused with the stench of blood swiftly severed the bard, who had just been singing their praises, in two that the headless corpse fell to the ground with a thud. And those engaged in battle with the kobolds turned in shock, momentarily stunned. But the cunning dragon would not linger. Having dispatched the most troublesome spellcaster, it now targeted the weakest link. Ravif, a massive tail swept toward her with lethal intent. The very sound of the wind it generated foretold of catastrophic injury, should it connect. Yet while the others remained paralyzed by shock, her only salvation lay within herself, feeling the rush of wind against her ears. An inexplicable courage surged within her. She bit down hard on her tongue, breaking free from the sea dragon's paralyzing grip. Then, with blinding speed and a peculiar gesture, she brushed her left hand across the silver ring adorning her finger. Magic sparked to life, illuminating the ring with a radiant glow. In the next heartbeat. No, in the mere fraction of a second, Ravif's petite form vanished from the cavern. The 6th-tier spell, Greater Escape, stands alongside teleportation as a 6th-tier spell. Though the former lacks the stability of the latter, teleporting randomly within a 10-mile radius. Most wizards do not memorize this spell, but it possesses a unique trait that teleportation cannot offer: instantaneous casting. Allowing for immediate bodily relocation, in the blink of an eye, one could find themselves miles away, making it an effective means of evading area spells or targeted attacks. There was no concern of being scorched by a meteorite midway through casting a portal, nor the risk of being grasped by an assailant, leaving half of one's body behind. However, its practicality is often questioned, given the multitude of superior 6th-tier spells available, such as Trigger, Dispel, and Anti-Magic Field. For escape, it is indeed imprudent for high-tier wizards to memorize such a spell, as they possess various other means of evasion, such as the 2nd-tier, Mage Rope, or the 3rd-tier Blink, and Haste, alongside the more reliable teleportation. With such alternatives, high-tier wizards hardly require a spell fraught with randomness. Yet as a magical artifact, the ring imbued with the 6th-tier spell, Greater Escape, is commendable that it occupies no spell slot and serves as a last resort for escape, ranking it among the more valuable magical rings, albeit with a hint of uncertainty. Raviv did not wish to employ this spell, but in that dire moment, she found herself with no other recourse. To withstand a blow could very well mean losing her chance to use the escape ring. She was not a seasoned warrior, robust enough to withstand the onslaught of a 3rd-tier beast. There was a high probability that she would be swept against the wall, rendered powerless, and left at the mercy of the sea dragon, with no means to resist, her life potentially extinguished in an instant. In that moment, the only solace Raviv found was that they were in the sewers, rather than the wilds beyond the city. The safety and distribution of monsters here were undoubtedly less alarming than in the wilderness. Had she found herself in the open, she might have randomly teleported into the territory of a man-eating ogre or a den of gnolls, or even a dragon's lair. Yet, in the sewers, her prolonged descent had revealed only a few rat-men and the kobolds they had encountered earlier, suggesting a low density of monsters that as long as her greater escape did not lead her into a nest of monsters, she could certainly return safely to the surface of Kalando and inform the Adventurers Guild of the dragon's presence. After all, the revelation of a 3rd-tier dragon lurking in the sewers of Kalando would undoubtedly entice the affluent nobles to offer a handsome reward for seasoned adventurers to hunt it down. Anyone aware of a monster beneath their feet would surely find it difficult to sleep. Even knowing it was a sea dragon, incapable of straying far from the ocean, Raviv's form vanished completely from the depths of the cavern. Her mind was awash with turmoil, especially in light of the bard Sis's gruesome demise. It dawned upon her that death was not merely a simple phrase found in novels, but a brutal and bloody reality. Just moments ago, he had been uplifting their spirits with song, only to be swiftly ambushed by the sea dragon, his head severed, blood pooling around him. This stark reality was hard for a girl of merely 11 or 12 years to bear, particularly when considering the fate of the adventuring party left without a spellcaster to contend with a fully powered sea dragon, flanked by its kobold minions. Even without understanding the specifics, she knew they would have no hope of survival. "I will inform the Adventurers Guild and seek vengeance for you," Raviv resolved silently. Yet, as she regained her senses and beheld the scene before her, she was struck dumb, her delicate face etched with surprise, her small hands pressing against the cold stone wall beside her. Before her, illuminated by the flickering light of a campfire, sat a serene, white-haired, dragonborn girl, engrossed in meticulous writing at a desk. Nina. The name sprang to mind as she recognized the familiar face and piercing vertical pupils. Though Raviv had only encountered Nina twice, the girl had become something of an idol to her. Younger than herself, yet already a formidable adventurer, Raviv could not help but feel awed. But why was she here? Nina. She could not restrain herself from calling out softly. As Nina, absorbed in her writing, suddenly heard the gentle voice of a girl calling her, she looked up in surprise. Her gaze met that of the girl in a black hooded cloak, gripping a silver spear, who stood near the raised platform, her eyes wide with astonishment. From her vantage point, Nina could clearly discern the features of the girl beneath the hood, the fiery red hair cascading down her shoulders. It was the young girl from the alchemical shop who had mistaken her for a ghost. Raviv, was it? Having been so engrossed in her study of 0-tier spell models, Nina momentarily forgot the girl's name. Yet, there was no doubt she recognized her, having met her more than once. But what was she doing here? Nina, what brings you here? Are you also here to hunt the ratmen? Sister Falon mentioned that you purchased a plethora of potions. She assumed you were heading outside the city. The recently escaped Laviv exclaimed in a flurry, attempting to quell her tumultuous emotions. This is my... Nina found herself momentarily speechless. After all, this was the campfire hall, the dwelling of goblins, the territory of Mr. Godin, and indeed, her home. However, before Nina could decide whether to divulge her situation to Laviv, the shaken Laviv patted her chest, adopting a cautious demeanor. She leaned in gently and whispered to Nina, "Do you know what lurks in the sewers?" Nina, perplexed, gazed at the somewhat eccentric red-haired girl in confusion. "What? There is a dragon hidden within the sewers," Laviv replied, her face pale with fear. Upon hearing this, Nina's expression shifted drastically, a sense of unease creeping into her heart as her gaze instinctively darted upwards towards the high platform, only to retract swiftly. Could it be that Mr. Godin had been exposed? That shouldn't be the case. She had never revealed Mr. Godin's existence to Lady Willow. She was often vague with her teammates. Furthermore, if the information had indeed leaked from her side, Laviv would not have spoken in such a manner. Observing the change in Nina's expression, Laviv found it quite normal. Anyone would react similarly upon hearing the word dragon, especially regarding a dragon concealed in the sewers. Such news would surely send shockwaves through the Adventurers Guild of Karandu. Do not be afraid. Nina, that dragon is not here. I escaped using the relic left by my mother. Laviv displayed the silver ring on her finger in reassurance. She sought to soothe Nina's nerves before continuing to recount her unfinished tale. Yet, for reasons unbeknownst to her, an unsettling sensation of being watched washed over her, and she abruptly recalled why Nina was studying in the sewers, specifically the Black Street sewers. Where exactly was this place? Suddenly realizing, Laviv turned around and was met with a sight that sent a chill down her spine. Goblins, in numbers rivaling those of the previous dog-headed creatures, were all crouched low to the ground, silent and still. The only one raising its head was a goblin with charred elbows, staring intently in her direction. More accurately, it was gazing upwards. At her, Laviv instinctively turned her head to look at the rock wall behind her. Before her eyes, a scaly tail swayed in the air, and as her line of sight followed the tail, it shifted left to reveal a back covered in dark scales, expansive wings, and then to a fearsome head adorned with 4 horns. The dragon's head was slightly raised, its dark golden slit pupils fixed intently upon her, filled with scrutiny and curiosity. That be why the gods, this is a true dragon. The spear she still clutched fell to the ground with a clatter, the metallic sound echoing throughout the campfire hall. Chapter 61. Surprised, Godin flicked his tail and leapt down from the platform, his robust, muscular form landing soundlessly upon the ground. That he approached the girl clad in a black hood with twin red ponytails, halting before her and using his tail to sweep aside the fallen silver spear. The sound of the rolling spear was jarring to Laviv's ears. Once the area was cleared, Godin crouched before the red-haired girl. Due to Godin's height when crouched being slightly greater than Laviv's, coupled with his wings slightly spread, the shadow cast by his wings enveloped the girl entirely, while he looked down at her from an imposing perspective. Though his eyes brimmed with insatiable curiosity, his expression remained unchanged, as indifferent as ever. But he was contemplating, yet the girl could no longer contain herself. A dragon, a black dragon, Laviv stammered, gazing at the menacing creature before her. Feeling its breath distinctly, reeking of sulfur as it wafted from its mouth, she trembled as she raised a hand to point at it, murmuring, "Please, don't come closer. My flesh isn't tasty." Woo-woo. The overwhelming silence, combined with the oppressive aura surrounding the black dragon, coupled with her own psychological associations, caused her to take a few steps back, losing her balance and plopping down onto the ground, her voice cracking with suppressed sobs. "Perhaps I should help you calm down." Godin's voice resonated like a heavy boulder, clearly reaching Laviv's ears, sending a shiver down her spine. An actual dragon capable of communication, not a chromatic dragon. "Who are you? What do you want?" Laviv's voice trembled. Her gaze pleadingly shifted towards Nina, who observed from a distance. Nina, seeing her, gestured reassuringly, indicating that everything would be fine as she left everything in the hands of Mr. Godin. She would not voice any objections to Godin, for she and he were one. "I am Godin. As you can see, a dragon of your description, a genuine dragon." His enunciation was clear and orderly, completely at odds with his fearsome appearance, resembling that of an upper-class gentleman. "Thus, would you kindly recount to me the tale of the dragon you mentioned in the sewers? I find it exceedingly intriguing." Godin continued, his gaze inadvertently drifting over the silver ring in Laviv's hand, laden with restraint. The avarice of a true dragon remained concealed at this moment. His rationality had long since quelled the greed within him upon seeing the estimated value of 600 to 800 gold coins for a high-tier magical artifact. Although Godin was unaware whether this ring possessed the teleportation abilities as the girl claimed, the price alone suggested that it was worth far more than the weight of Godin himself. The mere possession of such a ring by this girl indicated that whether she was an ordinary human or not, Her ability to use it unharmed implied that Fulan Willow, the half-elf, must have been aware of its existence. Her whereabouts were not difficult to ascertain in the current adventurer-infested sewers. Perhaps she even had a father of hero caliber or a legendary grandfather. The grim fate of the Ratmen still lingered in Godin's mind. He had not grown so arrogant as to believe he could act without consequence simply because he was alone. Moreover, ever since he learned of the Ratmen's fate, he had resolved that if he encountered something he could not handle, yet discovered its awareness of his presence, he would know how to navigate the situation. Thus, he bore no ill will towards the girl. He merely wished to learn the story of the dragon she spoke of, and then release her. That dragon, it is a sea dragon. Beast. We discovered it in an underground passage excavated by the dog-headed creatures during their ritualistic offerings. It was enormous, long, and a bluish-green hue, moving silently. According to Mr. Kien, it is an elderly sea dragon beast, having lived for over 100 years. Seeing that the black dragon before her appeared to harbor no hostility and did not wish to consume her, Laviv ceased her cries and began to recount her experiences in the dog-headed creature's lair. Her voice still trembled with lingering fear, and the remnants of her sobs could be heard. She spoke haltingly. Starting from the moment they discovered the dragon, and continued through the chaotic battle with the dog-headed creatures in the narrow passage. Unbeknownst to her, she had found herself seated on the ground, hugging her knees, her eyes vacant, as she continued speaking to Godin. It was cunning, attacking from behind, and I realized it. But at that moment, I was immobilized and could not utter a word. I could only watch helplessly as it devoured Mr. Sis' head in one bite. The vacant gaze in Laviv's eyes betrayed a fear that refused to dissipate, her curled-up form tightening instinctively, resembling a quail. Sis was the bard in my adventuring party, and the only spellcaster. She added, upon hearing Laviv's mention of the underground cave and the blue lake. Godin's expression turned peculiar. Memories of the seafood and oysters Nina had mentioned resurfaced in his mind. A thought suddenly struck him. Could that underground cave connect to the ocean outside? An optimal escape route? It has a back door? The mere thought of this sent a wave of elation through Godin, causing him to slightly part his fearsome jaws, revealing his sharp teeth in a grin that was both terrifying and exhilarating. Only Nina understood that this was Godin's expression of delight. Every time he scratched her little feet with his tail, it bore this same expression, playful and mischievous. Godin paid little heed to how others perceived him as he continued to inquire of the somewhat dazed girl before him. What do the adventurers say about that underground lake? Mr. Kien mentioned that it might connect to the Sword Shell Bay. Upon hearing this, Godin knew that he must seize the dog-headed creature's lair. He had begun to peruse the lore regarding sea dragon beasts within his draconic heritage. To master this underground passage, his first challenge would be to deal with the sea dragon beast. The sea dragon beast, a subspecies of true dragon, belonged to the dragon beast category, with adults ranging from 2nd to 3rd tier. However, if its fin was deep purple, it would undoubtedly be 3rd tier. Not only was it brimming with physical energy, but it also possessed spell-like abilities that exhibited resistance to electrical and water-based spells. And it was immune to certain toxins, with sleep and paralysis proving ineffective against it at a seemingly troublesome dragon beast. Yet as long as it was not a true dragon, Godin felt a significant reduction in pressure. Beasts devoid of intelligence were often much easier to manipulate. Regrettably, my own rank is insufficient. Otherwise, it could be said that I could have effortlessly subdued it beneath my dragon wings without the need for conflict. Gordon sighed softly and furrowed his brow. Yet overall, the situation was not overly dire. There must be a method, but it requires meticulous refinement to ensure absolute success. After all, there may only be one opportunity. And even the most foolish sea dragon beast possesses the cunning innate to true dragon blood. It will not fall for the same trick twice, lacking a confidence of at least 90%. It is reluctant to engage. Gordon has already devoted himself entirely to contemplating how to conquer the goblin nest. However, he has not forgotten the young girl before him, who remains transfixed, gazing at him. After some contemplation and a careful inquiry into the steps and details, confirming nothing has been overlooked, Gordon returned directly to the high platform, deftly retrieving a vial of potion with his agile claws and presenting it to Nina. Ensure she drinks every last drop. Chapter 62. The Amnesia Potion in the Hall. Gordon did not conceal his words that he stood upon the platform, curling his agile tail around the potion vial as he handed it to Nina below, reiterating his instructions. Have her drink it, then blindfold her. After 2 hours, let the goblin place her at the nearest sewer entrance. Nina accepted the vial, nodding. She was aware of its significance. The potion, valued at 50 gold coins, was a memory erasure potion. It could erase the memories of ordinary individuals and was also effective against low-tier adventurers, although there was a chance that some professionals might be exempt. The original intent of this potion was concocted by a genius student of a certain wizarding academy, who sought to see if it could reset spells of the day by erasing memories to circumvent the spell limitations of the magical web, thus avoiding the need to use the fifth circle spell substitution. Unfortunately, it was a failure. The intelligence of high-level mages, or rather, any trained professional, imbues them with inherent immunity. The potion could not erase the memories of professionals, rendering this type of potion a failed product. However, it has found its niche among the pleasure-seeking nobility, who have devised myriad new uses for it. For instance, a lover who never tires, making each encounter feel like the first. The duration of the memory loss depends on the potion's dosage, ranging from 1 hour to a full day. Thus, this was not a difficult task. The 2-hour wait was to ensure that the potion within Rovi's body was thoroughly digested and absorbed, rendering it undetectable that she had consumed the amnesia potion. Following the consumption of the amnesia potion, Rovi would also need to drink a complementary sleeping potion. This potion was comparatively inexpensive, obtainable for just a few silver coins, and bore no side effects. At first glance, this method seemed rather ineffectual, yet it was currently the most suitable option for Gordon. Although it was only effective against first- and second-tier adventurers or ordinary individuals, Gordon was not a match for third-tier professionals. Making this flaw negligible, that IT was essentially a tailor-made plan for Gordon. His intent was straightforward, to ensure that the girl before him forgets his existence, with the aid of the amnesia potion. This was not a challenging feat to accomplish, that in truth, the four-circle spell, Modify Memory, would achieve a more thorough result. However, Gordon had none at his disposal and could only settle for a lesser alternative. Moreover, Modify Memory exhibited magical fluctuations, which could potentially alert a high-tier mage, revealing his actions. Thus, the potion was the more convenient option. Although it bore limitations for Gordon, these limitations were nearly non-existent. He was not using it to erase spells, merely to ensure that the girl before him forgets this matter. The risk of his existence being exposed, though somewhat unstable, paled in comparison to the consequences of killing her. Furthermore, the chance of her recovering her memories spontaneously was virtually impossible for an ordinary person. Thus, one option carried almost no risk of exposure, while the other involved the act of killing a human girl and gambling on her being alone at home. Her death would be in vain. However, the probability of success for the latter choice was likely as low as that of a young copper dragon successfully teasing an ancient red dragon in its lair that if Gordon were not foolish, he would surely choose the former, even if it meant parting with several thousand gold coins. Yet this decision would spare him the torment of constantly fearing that a portal might suddenly appear, through which a high-tier adventurer would emerge to obliterate him. Drink up, Rovi, otherwise Mr. Gordon will not allow you to leave, Nina gently urged, presenting the amnesia potion to the red-haired girl. Although her tone was soft, her gaze remained fixed on the girl, scrutinizing for any signs of dissent. Sitting on the ground, Rovi, upon hearing Nina's words, lifted her head to glance at her, hesitating. But if I drink this, I won't be able to report the adventure party situation to the guild. What about the sea dragon beast? What will happen to the fallen adventurers? With each word, Rovi's emotions intensified. Having worked at Fran's alchemical shop, she was acutely aware of the potion's effects, knowing that consuming it would indeed cause her to forget everything that transpired today, including the hiring of the adventurer party to escort her into the sewers. She would forget everything entirely. Her memories might remain stuck in yesterday or perhaps this morning. Moreover, without external prompting, she would be completely unaware of her own amnesia. Yet, she did not wish to forget those who, to some extent, had perished because of her. Nina gazed into Rovi's sincere amber eyes, smiling as she blinked her slit pupils, saying, "Rovi, rest assured, Mr. Gordon will undoubtedly assist you in resolving this issue." Her gaze swept across the bonfire-lit hall, observing the goblins, whose features were beginning to take on a certain endearing quality, the familiar dilapidated structures, and the black-scaled dragon perched on the high platform, frowning as it traced patterns on the ground with its claws. She added, "This is not merely for you. Mr. Gordon is also doing it for himself and his clan. And for me, of course." The latter sentiment was kept to herself. Nina had been quietly listening, well aware of what the connection between the Goblin Nest caverns and the ocean entailed. It signified that this black dragon hatchling would always possess a concealed escape route unknown to others, which would prove invaluable in a critical moment. Rovi gazed at Nina, then at the dragon, who seemed to be engaged in calculation. Finally, she sighed, stood up, brushed the dust from her rear, and accepted the potion from Nina's hand. She drank it in one gulp, her fair neck conspicuously illuminated by the firelight as she swallowed. After finishing, Rovi opened her mouth and grasped Nina's hand, intertwining their pinkies as she whispered in a faint, delicate voice at Nina's ear, "Nina, it's a pinky promise. No lies." She then downed the other vial of sleeping potion from Nina's hand, and soon fell into a deep slumber on the ground, unconscious. Meanwhile, Gordon, who had begun to calculate based on the information Rovi provided, caught a glimpse of this scene from the corner of his eye and nodded slightly that a weight was lifted from his heart. After all, the credibility of the girl before him was nearly non-existent in Gordon's eyes. With her having consumed the amnesia potion, there was no issue remaining. Next, Gordon merely needed to devise a plan to deal with the sea dragon beast, and all would be well. Previously, he had hesitated to act due to concerns about the formidable dragon within, fearing it might lead to his demise. However, now that he knew it was merely a dragon beast inside, the situation became much more manageable. It was now he who was aware, while the dragon remained unaware. With careful consideration, he could still contend with an elder dragon beast in his hatchling form. After all, he had the power of gold at his disposal. Gordon glanced at the gleaming coins beneath him. For the first time, he found these little treasures far more appealing than any ore. Chapter 63. Regret. 2 hours swiftly passed. Gordon watched as the disguised Nina led the goblins, carrying the red-haired girl who possessed the high-level magical artifact, away from the bonfire hall. He then withdrew his gaze, having no intention of following. There were still numerous adventurer parties roaming the sewers outside, and encountering them would pose a significant risk. The goblins were somewhat easier to explain. Gordon had given them instructions. So even if they were captured or killed, their loyalty would ensure they remained silent, never mentioning Gordon to as for Nina. Having survived for so long in the underbelly of the city, she naturally possessed keen observational skills. And with her disguise, there was no cause for concern. Gordon had no need to worry. Thus, following them outside would only increase the risk unnecessarily, with Nina and the elite goblins overseeing the situation. Gordon felt quite reassured. These adventurers had come to the southeastern area of the sewers to hunt down the Ratmen. While this was partly due to the Ratmen's retreat, it also evidenced their madness. Had it not been for Gordon's suppression of the Blackfire clan's goblins, forcing them to train within the bonfire hall and preventing them from venturing outside, a stroke of bad luck might have led to the adventurers discovering their hideout and clearing it out. However, upon reflection, stronger adventurers had likely departed after the first day of exterminating the Ratman tribe. The first day yielded a bountiful harvest, but returns had progressively diminished, making continued efforts less worthwhile. Adventurers prioritize efficiency and profit. Moreover, the number of first- and second-tier Ratmen was minimal, and the copper coin bounties on ordinary Ratmen were no longer commensurate with their time and effort. The remaining teams in the sewers were mostly comprised of small fry, none exceeding third tier, that if they were to stumble upon Gordon, it might even result in a delivery service of sorts that, of course, risks still remained. Moreover, what occupies its mind the most at present is the matter concerning the lair of the goblins. Although it has calculated numerous scenarios and has developed a draft in its mind, the mere thought of the cave beneath the goblin den connecting to the vast ocean stirs an uncontrollable excitement within it. If that cave indeed leads to the sea, it might just seize the opportunity to establish a true sanctuary within the city's sewer system, allowing for steady growth and development, rather than plotting an escape after its youth. Perhaps it could even endure until adolescence. The black-scaled dragon atop the platform. Upon contemplating this, could not help but stretch its massive jaws, capable of swallowing dozens of pounds of meat in a single bite. Not long after, when Nina returned to the bonfire hall with the goblin in tow, she beheld Gurdon's chin, covered in sharp, backward-curving black scales, resting upon a mound of glimmering gold coins. The long, serpentine tail draped over the edge of the platform. Hanging down halfway, with narrowed vertical pupils lacking focus, it seemed absorbed in thought, yet its peripheral vision remained fixed on the passages on either side. Upon noticing Nina's return, Gurdon promptly lifted its head. As she approached, it inquired in a deep, resonant voice, "Nina, did anything unexpected occur on your journey?" "Not at all, Mr. Gurdon." The sewer was far quieter than usual. There was not a ripple to be found. I delivered Roveve to a corner where she could see the sewer entrance. And after placing her down, I hid in the shadows until she awakened and left the sewer before I returned. As Nina rounded a corner to approach the platform, she occasionally glanced up at Gurdon. Soon her voice echoed again. "Mr. Gurdon, regarding the goblin lair, I can assist you in investigating it. After all, we have invisibility potions at our disposal. With that, Nina, there should be no problem." Nina climbed onto a stepping stone behind the platform, grasped the edge with both hands, and pushed herself up. Breathing a bit heavily, she stepped over Gurdon's elongated dragon form and stood before him. Her small, vertical pupils were brimming with sincerity and longing, almost overflowing with desire. However, Gurdon studied her gaze for a long while before shaking his head and firmly stating, "Nina, the reason I have taken the goblins as my subordinates is not to have them training here. They can be sent when the time is right. You need not concern yourself with it." Gurdon did not wish for Nina to take such risks, deeming it rather pointless, especially since he was not a solitary being. Noticing the hint of disappointment in Nina's expression, Gurdon softened his tone and added, "At least not for now, and I do not intend to take action in the coming days. The outside world remains perilous, and it would be wise to wait until the sewer commission is lifted before we proceed. At that time, I will certainly require your assistance in procuring some alchemical potions, scrolls, and other materials from the alchemist's shop, while also keeping an eye on that little girl's condition." Gurdon had already planned to delay any action for a few days. A week would be manageable. Venturing to the goblin lair to confront that sea dragon beast now, or even tomorrow, could very well lead to an adventure tale spun by bards, where a band of adventurers, drawn by the clash of two dragons, seizes the opportunity to slay the wicked dragon and claim its head. He was not inclined to play the role of a mere supporting character in such a story. Moreover, he intended to bring a significant portion of the Blackfire clan with him, under the aegis of his war mandate and the rudimentary training over the past few days. He believed they would prove useful. With so many adventurers in the sewer, marching alongside the goblins could easily attract unwanted attention. Upon hearing Gurdon's explanation, Nina first nodded in agreement, then cast a sympathetic glance at the pile of coins beneath Gurdon. Her dreams felt increasingly distant. However, she understood that some things could not be compromised, so she refrained from voicing her thoughts. Yet it stung her that she could contribute so little to Gurdon. Deep down, she yearned to fight alongside him, that if only I could be a warlock like Sister Celia, perhaps I could stand shoulder to shoulder with Mr. Gurdon now, without needing to wait long. Nina gazed at Gurdon, who was currently scrutinizing the list of alchemical shops, lost in thought. She reflected on the words of the orphanage director, which had been etched in her heart since childhood. Everything must be fought for. Above all, she wished to prove her worth before Gurdon, so that she would not be easily cast aside in the future. In other words, Nina felt a profound lack of security, fearing a return to her past. Thus, she desperately sought strength to validate herself in Gurdon's eyes. Consequently, Nina tentatively asked, "Mr. Gurdon, do you know how warlocks come to be?" Gurdon, engrossed in the spell scrolls and pondering their prices, tilted his head upon hearing Nina's inquiry. "Why do you ask about that?" "Yet." Seeing the hopeful glimmer in her eyes, he surmised her intentions and shook his head, responding, "I know not how other warlocks are formed, but dragon-blooded warlocks require a fortuitous circumstance. Your lineage is too diluted. Moreover, warlocks awaken their magical abilities only after reaching a certain age." "And you?" Gurdon paused, glancing over Nina, observing her youthful visage, now stripped of disguise, comparing her age to the awakening age of dragon-blooded warlocks. He shook his head with a hint of regret. You are still too young. Chapter 64. Dragon-blooded beings indeed. Nina's age was quite tender. Although her demeanor often belied her youth, Gurdon, having only been born a few days prior, had already grown to her waist height, now able to crouch and meet her gaze. While acknowledging that his growth was aided by certain enhancements, the fact remained that his body had surpassed hers in length. Well, Nina wished to counter, yet found herself at a loss for words. She was, after all, not yet 10 years old. The awakening age for dragon-blooded warlocks typically ranged from 12 to 13, with some even awakening at 20. Thus, contemplating the early awakening of her warlock potential seemed rather premature, that of course, if one were a progeny of the divine, awakening their warlock abilities at birth would not be out of the question. Ultimately, Nina relinquished her pursuit of further inquiries regarding dragon-blooded warlocks from Gurdon, choosing instead to diligently climb to the small chair left by the spellcaster beneath the platform. She resumed her arduous study of the dense and tedious magical tomes to expand her arcane knowledge. At present, Nina had yet to fulfill the requirements outlined in the Beginner's Guide to Mages, which stated that one should easily connect with the magical web woven by the goddess of magic. Mystra, across the continent of Io. She could sense its presence but was unable to access or alter it, necessitating further meditation. Thus, the 2 zero-level cantrips remained of little use. After all, without the ability to connect with the magical web, constructing spell models for release through gestures or incantations was a distant prospect. Her path as a mage still lay ahead, shrouded in uncertainty. However, Nina's inquiry ignited a contemplation within Gurdon regarding the requirements for creating dragon-blooded subordinates. If he could endow the goblins of the Blackfire clan with dragon blood, it could indeed represent a promising avenue for strengthening their forces. Naturally, he lacked the aesthetic appreciation of a true dragon. He had previously attempted to discern beauty among the female goblins, but found himself unable to perceive any semblance of charm. Likely due to the nature of their souls that in contrast, he could distinguish beauty and ugliness in humans or those possessing the memories of true dragons. However, true dragons typically engage in mating only upon reaching the juvenile stage. Between the ages of 51 and 100, after half a century of growth, during which they acquire the capacity for procreation. Even if Gurdon wished to pursue such matters, he found himself powerless. Notably, the majority of the first-generation dragon-blooded beings in Io resulted from these juvenile dragons utilizing their discerning eyes to discover and cultivate beauty during their travels. After all, in the pursuit of treasure and territory, finding a suitable location often required considerable time. Some true dragons would spend up to half a century selecting the ideal site. During this prolonged period, they would naturally engage in various activities to serve as diversions. Upon reaching the ancient dragon stage, ages 801-1000, dragons would lose their ability to reproduce entirely. Despite the lengthy lifespan of dragons, during which they often spent considerable time in slumber, the offspring they produced were still quite significant. Gurdon delved into the vast legacy of dragonkind, soon uncovering the methods for catalyzing dragon-blooded beings, which could be categorized into 3 distinct approaches. The first involves mating with a creature, resulting in offspring that invariably possess dragon lineage. Commonly referred to as dragon-blooded beings, and serving as the primary source of dragon-blooded warlocks, that it is said that any substantial dragon-blooded warlock family either enters into a pact with a true dragon, such as the Drow of the Underdark, or captures a true dragon to maintain their dragon lineage at a certain level without dilution, as exemplified by a particular shadow dragon. The second method entails ritual transformation, wherein oils extracted from a dragon's body or blood are concocted into potions and applied to the entire body, thus transforming the individual into a dragon-blooded being. The fire-blooded dwarves enslaved by red dragons and the woodland elves manipulated by green dragons have arisen through this method. Many powerful dragon-blooded subordinates can also opt to directly absorb the essence of a true dragon's blood, transforming into dragon-blooded beings, though this often carries the risk of death. The third method involves consuming parts of a dragon's body, such as dragon meat or blood. Over time, this practice can lead to the emergence of dragon blood within the individual. For instance, the frost-blooded orcs of the north owe their lineage to the long-standing practice of hunting white dragons and consuming every part of the creature they could. Dragon's blood, dragon meat, and even dragon bones. The northern lands are indeed too barren. Anything edible would be entirely consumed. For a long time, The bloodline of dragons has accumulated within the bodies of beasts, transforming them into dragon-blooded creatures. Currently, the most feasible option for Godin is the second method. Through the dragon blood ritual, he can convert his subordinates into dragon-blooded beings. However, the dragon blood ritual requires a spellcaster of a certain level. At least a 4th-tier spellcaster is necessary to perform the ritual, which is typically the level of a fully grown true dragon. Of course, there is another method, which involves using spells and divine arts to create dragon-blooded creatures through experimentation. The mother of dragons, Tiamat, has engaged in such practices, and it is also a specialty of the platinum dragon god Bahamut. Many legendary mages who delve into spellcraft have undertaken similar endeavors. The dragon lion could very well be a product of such magical experiments. Dragon-blooded chimeras and 3-headed dragons, no less remarkable than ordinary true dragons, are also creations of deities. They too possess the genuine blood of true dragons coursing through their veins, yet they have no ancestral connection to the true dragons. Godin has perused the legacy of dragons and has redefined the concept of dragon-blooded beings. Unfortunately, due to limitations, he must abandon this notion. After all, even if a 4th-tier spellcaster were willing to conduct the ritual for him, he could not provide the necessary quantity for conversion. Moreover, it remains uncertain whether utilizing the bloodline of a young dragon would significantly diminish the outcome. The bonfire in the hall continued to blaze, while the goblins diligently proceeded with their training. Aside from the crackling fire, the sound of goblin footsteps, and the swishing of staffs, there was little else to be heard. Unbeknownst to him, Godin began to feel a twinge of hunger in his abdomen. Thus, he cast a subtle glance at Grush and cleared his throat. Grush, already attuned to Godin's unvoiced intent, promptly instructed the goblins to present his evening meal, that a large pot of beef stew featuring pieces of sharp-nosed frogs, accompanied by a selection of roasted catfish weighing several dozen pounds, was served. One could not deny the bounty, though the flavor left much to be desired. However, he harbored no extravagant expectations regarding the goblin's culinary skills. He first sifted through the pot, selecting some food to set aside for Nina. Then he added a sprinkle of a substance resembling chili powder to enhance the flavor. This was, of course, procured from Fran's alchemical shop, specifically at Nina's behest. Such condiments were not found in the alchemical store, and they were rather costly. The small vial Godin acquired cost 10 silver coins. Once he had finished his preparations, Godin called out to Nina to join him for dinner. During the meal, he could not shake the feeling that Nina seemed to be eating with more vigor than before, consuming even more than usual. The bonfire blazed in the sewers while above ground in the free city of Kalandu, smoke wafted from various homes. The white smoke rising from the chimneys coalesced into a persistent fog, and the taverns within the city began to light up. Bustling with activity, the Kalanda's nightlife would not truly commence until the last rays of light vanished behind the undulating mountains. Among the throng was a red-haired girl, one hand gripping a silver spear, dragging her weary form into an inconspicuous little shop in the commoner district, her expression one of bewilderment. Chapter 65. The dark night Godishar.in. The tranquil night. A tempest descended without warning. It ravaged Kalandu, the free city, for 2 days and nights before finally receding. It nourished this land, where even the air tasted of copper, and bestowed upon the grand city a sheen as if freshly bathed. Many merchants, having prepared in advance by hiring workers to remove cargo from the docks, breathed a sigh of relief. The very first light of dawn. As the rain ceased, they eagerly boarded their carriages to inspect their warehouses, praying that Talos, the Lord of Storms, would spare his followers from loss. After all, they had paid for his protection. However, the rain did not cease for long. Before the first rays of dawn broke the horizon, a light drizzle began to fall once more, and the leaden skies above the city showed no signs of parting. It seemed that the aftermath of the storm was far from over. As soon as the gates opened with the faintest light, Celia, returning to the White Horse for a respite, along with her captain, Marglesia, listened to the rhythmic patter of rain against the window. Celia rose and approached the only window in the room, gazing outside at the cascading droplets from the eaves. The small, rusted crown atop her soft gray hair had been removed. The dimensional crown now had only 2 uses remaining, and she dared not use it carelessly. Here in Kalandu, such elven-style magical artifacts, worn on the head, invariably attracted unwanted envy. so she had taken it off before entering the city. "Captain, do you think they will believe us?" Celia asked. Watching the rain fall softly outside, the streets of the commoner district nearly devoid of life. Her voice was youthful and gentle, resonating within the simplicity of the inn room. Her gray eyes were deep and cool, creating a stark contrast with her delicate tone. The gentle breeze that stirred beneath her opulent black robe signified that this adventure had indeed fostered significant growth in the sorceress, both in spirit and power. 2 days prior, after casting the third instance of the Dimensional Crown's accompanying Greater Invisibility spell, she had naturally grasped the third-tier spell Invisibility Sphere, along with another third-tier spell gifted from the bloodline of air elementals. Wind Armor. The Invisibility Sphere allows all creatures within a 10-foot radius to vanish from sight, rendering their body temperature, scent, and any sounds they produce imperceptible for 8 hours. Note: actions such as attacking, being attacked, eating, or drinking will dispel the invisibility effect. Wind Armor creates a swirling barrier of strong winds around the caster. Any weapon attack or flying projectile must undergo a wind pressure check. If the check fails, the attack is nullified. If it succeeds, the damage is reduced. The barrier has no set duration, but it dissipates after absorbing a certain amount of damage. Note: the size of the barrier can be controlled by the caster, but its capacity to absorb damage is influenced by its size. This is why the Dimensional Crown still has 2 uses left. They have been relying on Celia's newly acquired Invisibility Sphere to conceal themselves during their travels. Their timely return to Kalandu was largely due to the protection of Wind Armor, which allowed them to navigate the ferocious storm unimpeded. Of course, the primary reason was that after Celia had cast Greater Invisibility 3 times in succession, the chilling presence that had lingered around them seemed to have been shaken off. They no longer sensed the insidious gaze that had been stalking them. This also emboldened them to conserve the uses of the Dimensional Crown, as each use diminished its power. Gaining understanding of the third-tier spell signified that Celia had officially entered the ranks of third-tier sorcerers. This was an astonishing feat to utter. A 15-year-old third-tier sorceress is considered exceptionally gifted, easily raising suspicions of being a direct descendant of some wind giant. After all, such rapid growth was extraordinary. She had ascended to the 3rd tier in less than 2 years, a realm many elite warriors could not reach even after years of bloodshed on the battlefield. However, the cost of her growth was rather severe. 1 bold adventure had led to 5 going, and only 2 returning. There was also a pseudo-dragon. Thus, since her ascension to 3rd-tier sorceress, Celia had not displayed a single trace of joy within the confines of the White Horse Inn. Only a lingering sense of worry. The gray clouds looming above the clock tower in Kalandu cast a somber atmosphere, compounded by the weighty tasks that lay ahead, prompting the newly minted 3rd-tier sorceress to feel an urge to voice her thoughts. "Fear not, Celia. When the time comes, simply speak the truth to them. The head of the Adventurers Guild will surely prioritize unearthing that commission and investigating it. After all, we did accept this task, and they tend to trust our information." In the inn room, the knight Marglesia, seated upon an oak chair, offered her comfort. She regarded the delicate silhouette of the sorceress with a hint of pity in her gaze. This girl, 3 or 4 years her junior, bore burdens that were not hers to carry. Yet it was this very resolve that had allowed her to emerge alive from the underground cavern. "I hope so. For the sake of the fallen Waken and my fan, I will not allow their deaths to be in vain." Celia, having already targeted the shadowy puppet master as her object of vengeance, responded to Marglesia's reassurance with a voice that rose slightly, betraying a determination tinged with an unyielding resolve. This prompted a subtle shift in Marglesia's expression. "Indeed, Celia, vengeance is not inherently wrong. However, if you allow revenge to become your sole motivation for living," Marglesia began. Rising to approach Celia, the sorceress felt a gentle warmth envelop her from behind, the soft contact making her acutely aware of the other's heartbeat through the thin fabric. Celia stiffened slightly. The golden-haired girl leaned down, resting her chin upon Celia's shoulder, gently advising her near her crystalline earlobe. "You know, they wouldn't wish to see you become this way in the River of Souls." As the leader of the Dawn adventuring party, Marglesia was keenly aware that Celia was subtly beginning to shift towards living solely for revenge. She did not want to witness a vengeful Celia. Thus, she chose to embrace her gently, hoping to guide her out of the shadows of vengeance. "Captain, you need not worry about me. I would never exploit the power of the goddess of the night," Cecilia, sensing the captain's concern behind her, hurriedly offered her a reassuring statement, fully aware of the source of her anxiety. The day prior, amidst a tempest, they had encountered a priestess who claimed to be the goddess of the night. Shar, named Otana. Her sudden appearance had startled them, and Otana possessed an uncanny ability to pierce through their hearts, discerning their fury and thirst for vengeance. She had even suggested that they could harness the power of the Night Lady Shar for their retribution. However, such a boon came at a steep price, one that Margareth was unwilling to pay. In this world, nothing comes without cost. Thus, she was deeply concerned that Cecilia might tread that perilous path. Chapter 66. Silenced the atmosphere within the enlightened considerably with Cecilia's denial. Even the oppressive air seemed to ease. "Ah, I was merely worried that revenge might blind you." Margareth, relieved to see Cecilia returning to her usual self, chuckled lightly and chose not to dwell further on the matter. After all, it was best to speak little of that goddess and to avoid provoking them. Yet Cecilia had more to say. She turned her head, nestling into her rounded form, gazing up at the golden-haired captain. "Fear not. Captain, I still intend to visit Myfin's sister at the White Tower, and to check on Waken and Galio's families for any needs that I shan't act recklessly. And besides, I wish to accompany you on your adventures. I've already considered our new team members. You will surely adore them when we meet. That child has been endearing since childhood. Then we shall explore the western continent with Liz, and once Waken's affairs are settled, we might even choose to take an airship to the Achen Forest on the eastern continent. That IT has said that all the elves from the west have gathered there, and I have yet to see a purebred elf. The newly discovered kingdom of Italia is also a splendid option. I hear there are many adventurers there." As Cecilia envisioned Nina's image in the blueprint of their future, a smile crept upon her lips as she chattered away to Margareth. Beside them, the pseudo-dragon Liz, feigning sleep atop the table, trembled slightly, hesitating to reveal to Cecilia the truth she knew. That little girl had connections. No, she had a dragon behind her. Meanwhile, Margareth placed her hands upon Cecilia's shoulders, gently urging her to lift her head from her chest, which provoked a ticklish sensation. She regarded the girl, who finally wore a smile, and nodded approvingly. She had learned of Nina's existence from Cecilia during their journey. However, they still had matters to attend to in Karandu, and planned to fetch Nina once their affairs were settled. For now, safety was paramount. "It is getting late, Captain. I shall take my leave. Remember to adhere to the plan." "Yes. Off you go. Be cautious on your way." Margareth nodded. As the plan had been set long before, they were merely following through with it. Cecilia peeked out the window, noting that although the rain continued to fall, the once desolate streets of the common district had begun to bustle with shops opening their doors. Thus, she halted their conversation, wriggling out from under Margaretha's arm to gather her belongings for the outing. Liz, the pseudo-dragon, perched obediently on Cecilia's shoulder, her slit pupils darting about, lost in thought. Before long, the sorceress girl, clad in a black hood, accompanied by the elusive pseudo-dragon, departed from the White Horse Inn. She navigated around the puddles lining the road, heading toward the Adventurers Guild, leaving the inn behind. The rain persisted, yet not a single droplet managed to breach her formidable barrier of wind, landing upon her elegantly woven black robe adorned with golden threads. Barely had Cecilia left when a tall, slender man clad in black leather armor approached the White Horse Inn. Rabec inhaled the scents in the air, a flicker of doubt crossing his features, until he caught sight of the brilliant golden hair through the window, which instantly brightened his demeanor. At last, he could fulfill the young master's task, justifying his bold venture into Karandu as he caught the scent of their shadows at the city gate. This man, once an assassin who had slain a severely injured fifth-tier spellcaster, could not help but lick the raindrops from his lips. Yet within a second, his expression soured as he spat out several curses. "Damn it! The stench is identical to that of that wretched Lilith. This is utterly dreadful." Rabec recoiled from the taste of the briny sea, a foul odor reminiscent of dead fish exploding in his mouth, repulsing him to his core. Instantly, he conjured images of the drow elves from the Underdark and his past experiences, darkening his mood considerably. In a fit of indignation, he drew his dagger and strode purposefully toward the seemingly ordinary inn in the common district at that very moment. As he unsheathed his blade, the sound of raindrops falling within a 30-foot radius around him, along with his footfalls, fell silent, enveloped in an eerie stillness akin to the dead of night. Upon deciding to engage in battle, Rabek's innate ability, silent as the grave, awakened from the bloodline of a certain mage faction in the Underdark, was quietly unleashed. This power rendered all creatures within a 30-foot radius mute, regardless of the intensity of their actions. Nothing could be heard beyond this domain. Thus, this particular mage faction was often referred to as the Mage Killers or Spellbreakers. With a natural affinity for slayers of spellcasters, Rabek thrived in his dual role as a rogue. Albeit his physique was somewhat frail, a few careless encounters with drow elves could leave him in need of healing, lest he be toyed with until death. This was precisely why he had fled the Underdark, a realm unsuitable for any normal man. Rabek, adept at stealth, was confident in his ability to deal with a few adventurers of less than third-tier prowess. After all, if not for that peculiar invisibility spell, he believed those two girls would have already been returned to the young master. Thus, he maintained a relaxed attitude, treating it as a mere game of cat and mouse. However, the storm had caused him to lose their trail, leaving him drenched and frustrated. What a stroke of bad luck. I hope it doesn't rain when I bring them back. With his dagger in hand, Rabek gazed up at the overcast sky, his expression grim. Having delayed for so long, the young master must be growing impatient. He wondered if the mage's legacy had been secured. His feelings about this place were decidedly dismal. May this wretched weather be damned. He stepped through the threshold of the White Horse Inn, where a front desk attendant was welcoming guests. Just as she was about to advise the tall, slender man to sheath his weapon to avoid unnecessary trouble, she realized that no words would escape her lips. It was as though the entire world had succumbed to silence, while the rain outside continued unabated, an utterly bizarre occurrence. As she struggled to utter a sound, a flash of silver steel swept in, and she abruptly lost consciousness. After dispatching the attendant with a single stroke, Rabek ascended the stairs without pause. He intended to eliminate all witnesses. Driven by the instinct of an assassin, that on the second floor, in a room oblivious to any disturbance, Margareth gazed out at the rain, silently praying to the god of war, Tamphis, for the success of their vengeance war. Perhaps a flash of inspiration or the weight of her thoughts stirred her, for she suddenly turned to face the door. The round oak handle turned silently, and as Margareth's curiosity began to surface, her expression shifted in an instant. She dashed toward the long sword leaning against the bed. And just as she grasped the hilt, the wooden door facing the window swung open without a sound. With a creak, the door opened, revealing Nina, clad in her thin dress, shivering from the cold rain. As she stepped into the familiar alchemical shop, Flan's Alchemical Emporium. Chapter 67. Heavy rain, good morning, Rovif. Nina greeted the red-haired girl with twin ponytails, who was lazily rubbing her eyes, a book still clutched in her hands. Nina called out, her breath clouding in the damp morning air, creating a misty apparition against the dim sky. Rovif, still bleary-eyed from sleep, was taken aback and delighted to see Nina after several days apart. With a start, she quickly returned the greeting. Good day, Nina. Clearly forgetting the previous incident in the sewer, she seized Nina's small hand, her familiarity evident. Nina, what treasures have you brought to sell this time? I bet your expedition out of town was fruitful. Did you encounter fearsome dire wolves or trolls? Have you seen the legendary evil dragon? Before Nina could formulate a response, Flan Willow, the half-elf spellcaster in the back room, was roused by Rovif's exuberant chatter. Rovif, keep your voice down. I can hear your prattle from the back. She scolded gently, and Rovif promptly fell silent, recalling that her absence from work the previous day had earned her a lecture from Flan. The half-elf, having just completed her meditation, approached slowly. Noticing Nina, drenched from the rain, she immediately cast a warmth spell upon her. Then, bending down to meet Nina's gaze, she welcomed her. Welcome to Flan's Alchemical Emporium, Miss Nina. What delightful goods do you wish to sell today? I assure you, I shall offer you a fair price. Her tone was playful, teasing the dragonborn girl, who blushed deeply and quickly waved her hands. Responding in a hushed voice, Not at all, Ms. Vero. My visit this time is not to sell materials. Rather, I wish to purchase some spell scrolls and a few alchemical potions. Oh, have you exhausted the last batch? Fran Vero gazed curiously at the young girl, who possessed thousands of gold coins yet had not indulged herself with a new outfit. Nina lowered her head in silence, and Fran Vero, discerning the inappropriateness of her inquiry, hastily chuckled. So, what do you intend to buy this time? Scrolls of which tier? I assure you, I have none of the higher ones. Her tone was gentle and patient. Even the most irritable of barbarians would find solace in her words. Kicha few. Ms. Vero, might I take a look? Nina, with her dimensional bag in hand, felt a twinge of anxiety as she tentatively inquired. Although Mr. Gurdon had instructed her on what to procure, the prices of spell scrolls were hardly less than that of a spellbook. Whether she had sufficient funds remained uncertain, so she chose to observe for now, as spell scrolls also varied in priority. Nina, I told you countless times, just like Lovey, you may call me Sister Fran. Follow me, the scrolls are inside. Fran Vero sighed in exasperation. Nina was wonderful in many ways, but far too reserved. She stepped aside to allow the dragonborn girl access to the inner room where she stored her spell scrolls. The storage of spell scrolls always required careful placement, not to be displayed in plain sight within the alchemical shop. The astute half-elf proprietor perceived Nina's demeanor and understood that she might be facing some pressing issue, necessitating a large quantity of scrolls and potions. Nevertheless, out of kindness for the well-behaved dragonborn girl, she offered a discount, willing to forego some profit, and as for any other matters, she would refrain from prying as long as Nina remained silent. Lovey, seeing the two enter the inner room, desired to follow, but recalled that her presence would leave the front unattended. Having already angered Sister Fran the previous day, Lovey deliberated and ultimately chose to remain at the front, awaiting the arrival of the next adventurer. When Nina emerged from the storeroom, Lovey was engrossed in the final chapters of the Mad Lich's Adventure House, deeply moved by the tale of the Lich and the knight's steadfast love, only to be startled by the sound of Nina's footsteps and Fran Vero's voice from within. Lovey, please fetch the alchemical potions for me. They are in the third box to the left behind the front desk. Be careful. There are fire gel inside. Do not break it. She wiped away the tears that had begun to spill from her eyes and hurriedly jumped down from the high stool at the front desk. Accepting the alchemical list from Nina, as she searched for the materials listed, she inquired, Nina, are you leaving already? Yes, Lovey, I appreciate your assistance with the potions. No problem. When you have the time, do share your adventure stories with me. I would love to partake in an adventure, but alas, Lovey sighed, feeling somewhat disheartened. Upon awakening yesterday to find herself in the sewers, the dark and terrifying environment made her reluctant to consider embarking on adventures herself. At times, contemplating is one thing, but when faced with reality, one realizes how laughable their so-called courage truly is indeed. Her father's words rang true. The timid are ill-suited to bear the mantle of a guardian. Well, if the opportunity arises, I shall certainly share them with you, though I assure you, they are no different from ordinary tales. Nothing particularly special. Nina examined Lovey's expression, noting the sincerity within, coupled with Fran Vero's agreeable demeanor today. Thus, her previously anxious heart eased, and she spoke half-truths. She then stood aside, watching as Lovey selected alchemical items according to the list. The rain outside had unwittingly intensified, and as Nina secured the potions in a small box and placed it in her dimensional bag, she pushed open the door to find herself confronted by a torrential downpour. Rainwater had accumulated in the streets, cascading like a river towards the iron grates of the sewer entrance. Perhaps we should wait for the rain to lessen before departing. Nina, Lovey suggested softly, observing the bedraggled pedestrians caught in the deluge. No, I must leave now. Please convey my farewell to Ms. Vero. Nina glanced at the rain-soaked landscape, concerned that the downpour would only worsen, and it would be unfavorable to return too late. Embracing her silver-haired head, she dashed into the rain, just as she had upon her arrival, heading towards the black street, splashing through the puddles. Lovey wished to say something more, but could only watch as Nina's silhouette receded into the distance, rendered speechless for a while. Upon her arrival at the Adventurers Guild, Celia found the entrance teeming with adventurers awaiting to accept quests. Far more than during her last visit. She chose a relatively secluded corner to stand in, perplexed by the sudden influx of adventurers. The number had surged by over 50% since her previous quest gathering. How can there be so many more? It defies logic. However, she soon learned the reason. The Duran family had successfully located the young boy, Flandra, in the sewers, where he had been taken by ratfolk. Consequently, while they were absent, the Duran family had posted a lucrative quest at the Adventurers Guild to clear the sewers of ratfolk. As yesterday marked the final day for reward redemption, today's adventurers had swelled in number. For some, clearing the sewers was merely a leisurely respite. The real business lay ahead. Wilderness, lofty mountains, dense forests, deep valleys, and ancient ruins across the desolate lands of the AIO continent were their true battlegrounds. These were merely appetizers. Celia could not help but marvel. The individual lurking in the sewers was extraordinarily fortunate, that if she possessed 2,000 gold coins, it would suffice to procure a territory and a small kingdom for herself. Nina and the captain. The rain intensified, and the number of adventurers continued to swell as they sought shelter beneath the eaves. Yet, few dared to approach Celia. The hooded spellcaster, her youthful visage discernible through the faintly visible pale skin, radiated an aura of danger accompanied by an inexplicable gust. Many opted to huddle with ordinary adventurers rather than venture near Celia. Finally, as the rain reached a certain magnitude, the creaking of the Adventurers Guild's door signified its opening. Boom! A thunderclap resonated, further intensifying the downpour, with a foul odor permeating the streets that a light pink rain mingled with the deluge, continuously flowing into the sewers. Chapter 68. Dragon slaying Kalandu, Black Street. The rain not only intensified but had also turned crimson. Nina found herself thoroughly drenched by the increasingly torrential downpour. Despite her swift return, she emerged in a wretched state. The disguise on her face had been largely washed away by the rain, revealing skin that had grown pale from years of hiding in the sewers. Her skin, once ghostly and devoid of color, now appeared unusually vibrant, thanks to the exceptional nourishment she had received since leaving the orphanage. Fortunately, the streets were relatively empty, and the dissolving disguise on her face did not attract immediate attention. Most passers-by, noticing Nina's disheveled state amid the downpour, simply glanced over and moved on to a half-blood in such a state of disarray. Previously, they would have taken the opportunity to gawk. However, the bizarre, foul-smelling blood rain had captured the attention of most Calandu residents, drawing their gazes towards the dense cluster of buildings outside, the distant clock tower, and the ominous, low-hanging gray clouds. Boom! A sudden flash of lightning accompanied by thunder split the sky, illuminating the dim atmosphere for a fleeting moment, akin to a flashbulb. That instant, anyone gazing at the city skyline would be struck by awe. The massive shadow amidst the low-hanging clouds flickered in the lightning's glow, creating an illusionary sensation. Yet, should it not be an illusion, and if the proportions were accurate, it resembled a dragon, stretching over 100 feet from snout to tail. The shadow's form far exceeded that of an adult dragon, reaching the caliber of an ancient dragon. However, within the shadow, the dragon appeared to be in a state of struggle, contorted as if trapped within the clouds, unable to move. Yet, none of this concerned Nina. She meandered through the muddy waters, finally returning to the dimly lit sewers. With her dark vision, Nina thrived in the shadows, moving even faster than above ground as she traversed the murky corridors and squeezed through the narrow pipes. After nearly 10 minutes navigating the labyrinthine sewers, she returned to the hearthlit hall, where Gurdon, the newly hatched dragon only 7 days old, sat crouched, tucking his wings close to his body as he peered down at the strange-colored waters below. His brow furrowed in contemplation. His dark, golden vertical pupils conveyed a myriad of thoughts. "I'm back, Mr. Gurdon," Nina greeted first. Gurdon had naturally noticed the stealthy return of the drenched, dragonborn girl. "Ah, you have returned. Come here." Gurdon spread his left wing, which was beginning to resemble that of a true dragon, and gestured for her to approach. Nina, responding to Gurdon's call, hurriedly trotted over to his side. As she retrieved the still-warm dimensional pouch from her garments, intending to hand it to the true dragon before her, she felt as if her entire body were enveloped in a heavy, tightly woven cloak. This was the wing of the black dragon in front of her. The temperature within the black wing was pleasantly warm, soothing the chill brought on by the rain that had soaked Nina to the bone. Furthermore, A familiar, rich voice echoed in her ears. The girl stiffened momentarily. "Nina, please refrain from getting caught in the rain next time. We aren't lacking the funds for an umbrella." Gadon's words carried a hint of reprimand, hoping to instill in the dragon-blooded girl a sense of her mistake. However, Nina understood that Mr. Gadon was not concerned about money, but about her well-being. That in terms of financial attitude, she seemed to exhibit a greater avarice than Gadon himself. A peculiar emotion lingered in her heart, yet she quickly recalled what she wished to say. She hesitated, her voice tinged with a touch of sorrow as she spoke. But Mr. Gadon, we truly have no money left. The spell scrolls and alchemical potions you desired have depleted our last fortune of 680 gold coins down to less than 10 copper pieces. And that's after Lady Velo granted me a discount of 10%. Otherwise, you might have ended up with even less. Gadon, very well. Have we gathered everything? All set, Mr. Gadon. Shifting the topic, Gadon continued, and Nina obediently answered his inquiries without further complaint. Under the shelter of the dragon's wing, she methodically extracted each item Gadon required from the dimensional pouch. Soon, a pile of parchment inscribed with arcane runes, rolled in cylinders, and stacks of alchemical potions were arranged neatly. Gadon nodded in satisfaction after surveying the collection. The thrill of acquiring such wealth filled him with an inexplicable joy, even if they ultimately could not defeat the sea dragon beast. Their escape would be assured. He casually picked up one of the scrolls, while Nina softly elucidated its workings. The spell scroll, encased within the cylinder, could be activated by twisting the lower end and snapping it, causing both the cylinder and the scroll within to rupture, allowing for the spontaneous release of the stored spell. That, of course, a more brute force method existed, merely crushing the cylinder, which Gadon could easily accomplish with his strength. The former was the technique entrusted to Nina by Fran Velo, simple enough that even a 3-year-old could cast Fireball. However, the lowest-tier Fireball scrolls began at 400 gold coins, hardly cheaper than hiring a 3rd-tier mage. Naturally, Gadon would not waste his coin on such frivolous scrolls. He selected only popular spell scrolls, leaning towards those of control, crafting runes, and writing scrolls that pose less danger than Fireball. That a 3rd-tier spell scroll typically cost around 200 gold coins. He procured 2 such scrolls, Slow and Suggestion. The 3rd-tier spell Slow. The caster may induce a target within 30 feet to enter a state of lethargy, having the target's attack speed, movement speed, and reaction speed for 10 seconds, during which they will also suffer amplified external damage. 3rd-tier spell Suggestion. The caster can place a target within 30 feet into a hallucinatory state, issuing commands that the target must obey, barring any instructions that could lead to self-harm or jeopardize their life. Additionally, there was 1 2nd-tier spell scroll and 3 1st-tier spell scrolls, and combined with the 2 3rd-tier spell scrolls, their total value exceeded 600 gold coins. The alchemical potions were merely trivial in comparison. These scrolls represented the true bulk of the expenses, accounting for 95% of the total. After reviewing the spell scrolls and confirming their accuracy, Gadon could not help but smile, the peculiar odor lifting some of the gloom in his heart. However, he inquired if Nina was aware of the blood-red rain flowing from the sewers, but she was preoccupied with her return to the underground, showing little concern for anything else. The Blackstreet region was perilously dangerous. One night after the adventurers had withdrawn from Blackstreet, the previously active gang members reappeared, idly congregating beneath the eaves. Plotting mischief, vigilant of her surroundings, Nina had no leisure to gaze at the sky. "What's the matter, Mr. Gadon? While the rainwater may appear odd and smell peculiar, there have been stranger occurrences in Calendar before. Fish have fallen from the sky. The largest was this big. After that day, I rummaged through garbage for a week. All I found were fish bones and inedible rotten fish." Under the protection of Gadon's dragon wing, Nina wrinkled her nose in amusement, gesturing animatedly as she recounted her bizarre experiences. The nearby campfire cast elongated shadows of the dragon and the girl. Observing that Nina was indeed oblivious, Gadon refrained from pressing further questions, instead gazing thoughtfully at the river. He was well aware of the source of the scent, the aroma of a water-type true dragon, whether it be a bronze dragon, a sea dragon, or another variant. Yet, it was neither dragon's blood nor the scent of true dragon scales, but rather the essence that clung to them, infused with the fragrance of ocean waves. Just as Gadon pondered the emergence of a water-type true dragon and the origins of such a torrential blood rain, a human roar erupted from above the sewers, resonating louder than thunder. This was followed by a haunting, hoarse dragon's roar that echoed across the skies. Aya! The next moment, an object plummeted from the clouds. Careening down toward the free city amid the wind and rain, as it drew nearer, the nearby residents discerned the object for what it truly was. It was the massive head of a true dragon, covered in azure scales, descending like a comet, trailing a long stream of blood-red rainfire as it crashed into the plaza of the dock area. The dragon's crown, resembling fish fins, heralded its identity, a sea dragon. Chapter 69. The war has only just begun as Celia exited the Adventurers Guild. She noticed that the blood rain had ceased, leaving only stains of blood upon the ground and the lingering scent of the sea in the air to testify to the earlier anomalies. Just a few steps from the door, she spotted a group of Calendar citizens gathered, pointing and whispering at the faintly glowing sky. She followed suit, lifting her gaze, and there, not far above the clock tower, hovered two airships. Suspended beneath them was a gargantuan object, which she could clearly see. Bathed in the beams of light piercing through the clouds, the corpse of the azure true dragon sparkled brilliantly in the sunlight, akin to the most resplendent aquamarine gem. This was a headless giant dragon, its wounds frozen by ice. Not a single drop of blood spilled. It hung conspicuously in the air as the airships leisurely traversed above Calendar. Heading southward, the dragon's corpse drew closer. Celia observed its wounds and began to comprehend the manner of its demise. The gash in its neck appeared as if it had been cleaved with a smooth, precise edge, indicative of a fatal strike from a heavy weapon. The technique resembled a warrior's heavy slash, a skill that Magalesia also possessed, yet the execution was undoubtedly several tiers above her own. The neck of the dragon, over 3 meters thick, suggested that the attack was executed with a master heavy slash or legendary heavy slash, likely enhanced by several buffs such as dragon strength, bull's might, or berserk to augment the strength of the strike. However, to sever a true dragon of ancient lineage in such a manner would necessitate an exceptionally powerful weapon, possibly a high-tier 5 enchanted weapon. Such rare 5 enchanted weapons typically commanded prices starting in the hundreds of thousands of gold coins at auctions, and were often unattainable. Of course, it was also plausible that an ally capable of casting 6-tier spells like Master Sharpness or 9th-tier spells like Legendary Sharpness had enabled an ordinary weapon to momentarily transform into a high-tier 5 enchanted weapon. Without such magical weaponry, the notion of slaying a dragon would be utterly fanciful. After all, even if a true dragon stood still, permitting one to strike with an ordinary weapon for a day and a night, despite exhausting hundreds of weapons, one would still be unable to breach its defensive scales or inflict even the slightest wound. Adult true dragons are immune to all spells below 3rd tier, and their scales reflect all damage from weapons below the enchanted tier, rendering any ordinary weapon's assault utterly ineffective against them. Whether through arrows or sword strikes, the blows would merely bounce off their granite-like scales, often rebounding back upon the assailant. This is why certain kingdoms, when faced with a true dragon, frequently resort to enlisting adventurers rather than deploying their armies. The tactic of overwhelming numbers pales in comparison to the efficacy of adventurers, whose services are often more economical and expedient. Unless they wielded military-grade weaponry capable of inflicting harm upon a true dragon, their options would be far less practical than those of adventurers. Judging by its size, this true dragon likely possessed an age exceeding 1,000 years, having achieved ancient status. Its scales had long since transformed into the most resilient armor known to the world, and Celia found it entirely plausible that it perished beneath the might of a high-tier 5 enchanted weapon. However, the words of passers-by caught her attention. The airship bears the crest of the Ramrafin family. Was it crafted by our esteemed Sir Kalen's sword? Some keen-eyed individuals overlooked the dragon, instead focusing on the family emblem atop the airship, which, though substantial, was not exceedingly large. From Cecilia's vantage point, it was challenging to discern. She was already aware of the illustrious name of Kalen's sword upon entering the city, for it represented one of the most formidable official powers outside the influence of the Kalen Temple. Kalen's sword. Wade Ramrafin, who, as an adventurer, has ascended to his current station that he presently holds the title of Commander of Kaelin's City Guards. Under the sole jurisdiction of the City Lord, additionally, he is a formidable warrior of the 6th tier, having transitioned to the Guardian of Am at the 4th tier that he has repeatedly led the Kaelin City Guard in purging pirates and vanquishing monsters surrounding Kaelin. Always at the forefront, exhibiting unparalleled courage, thus earning his status as a demigod in the eyes of Kaelin's residents. Furthermore, he boasts an exceptionally talented son, Shios Ramrafin, whose prowess has reached the tier of Tier 3 warrior. Is strikingly handsome, starkly contrasting with his coarse father, and possesses a charming wit and grace of speech, making him the dream suitor of many noble maidens in Kaelin. Regrettably, he is already betrothed to the sole heir of the Am Empire, the illustrious Princess Havilar. If all proceeds as anticipated, by this time next year, he shall wed the Princess of Am, becoming the future Prince of the Empire. One cannot dismiss him as anything less than a winner in life. The tales of the father and son duo circulate widely among Kaelin's adventurers, which explains the inquiry. However, it was promptly met with rebuttals. Impossible. The Ramrafin family consists solely of Commander Wade and his son, at most. They barely reach the threshold of the 6th tier, not even the extraordinary level. This dragon is evidently not merely an adult. Moreover, it is not a white dragon. With such a size, it must at least be an ancient dragon of hero status. Even if Commander Wade's renown is substantial in Kaelin, he cannot possibly defeat such a terrifying creature. This airship is likely merely borrowed. But the individual, unwilling to concede, attempted to articulate further. The debate continued, yet Cecilia had lost her patience for their incessant prattle. After the jarring revelation of the true dragon's remains, her emotions began to stabilize. Presently, her foremost desire was to return to the White Horse Inn and relay both good and bad news to her captain, Maglacia. The good news was that the Adventurers Guild had agreed to rescind the commission and investigate. Unfortunately, another adventurer party had accepted the task just before them and had departed Kaelin a day prior, heading towards the lair of the Dragon Lion, that if the storm continued to impede their journey, they had likely already arrived at the Dragon Lion's cave. That in this regard, even the guild could do little to assist. It would be unreasonable to employ a caster capable of high teleportation for such a trivial matter. Moreover, the veracity of the situation remained uncertain, necessitating a physical investigation to ascertain whether someone was misusing the commission to endanger adventurers. As the streets rapidly blurred past Cecilia's silvery hair, she moved gracefully along the spacious thoroughfare. Soon, she reached the appointed location, precisely 1 mile away from the White Horse Inn. Cloaked in a black hood, Cecilia paused at the street corner, gazing at the striking orange roof of the inn in the distance. Concealed within a narrow alley, she silently recited incantations, her hand gestures subtly shifting. Wes! A mysterious and arcane incantation flowed from Cecilia's lips. The magical energy coursing through her veins transformed the gentle breeze, encircling her into a lively fish. Darting swiftly towards the White Horse Inn. This was the 2nd tier spell, Wind Speech, enabling communication through the wind over a distance of 1,600 meters. The spell could relay messages back and forth thrice before dissipating into ordinary air. After a short while, the spell fell silent. Receiving no response, Cecilia's expression shifted slightly, sensing that something was amiss. Just as she contemplated using the invisibility sphere to sneak into the White Horse Inn for a closer look, a tall, slender man clad in leather armor appeared against the alley wall, his fingertips tracing a wisp of wind. That he regarded the woman below him with a faint, silent smile. "I've found you, young sorceress." In the sewers, a bonfire hall buzzed with the preparations for battle. Gurdon squatted atop a raised platform, below which stood an orderly formation of 8 by 9 goblins, with the formidable leader of the Blackfire clan, Grush, at the forefront. Meanwhile, Nina busied herself at his side, diligently applying some so-called luck potion to his left claw. Gurdon allowed her to continue, for he held no belief in such trinkets, trusting instead in the dimensional pouch at his chest and the power of his clan beneath him. A total of 73 goblins were mobilized for this venture, all possessing combat prowess. Among them were female goblins and 16 elite goblins, each wielding bone clubs. That a few of the elite goblins donned extravagant armor and armaments. Grush was an imposing figure, with twin axes sheathed at his waist, clad in half-armor, his robust physique lending him an air of a goblin warrior, should one overlook the slight difference in stature. The Blackfire clan had indeed committed their entire strength to this undertaking, and Gurdon was prepared to deplete his resources entirely to secure the lair of the sea dragon beast, since the peculiar sensation brought on by today's rain. His scant sense of security had plummeted to zero, even during lunch, his once favorite char-grilled frog felt unpalatable. Meanwhile, Nina had indulged in a few more, and now, as she knelt to apply the luck potion to his claw, remnants of grease still clung to her lips. Yet, anxiety gripped him. Although this was not his first time, this occasion bore far greater significance than the previous three, that he intended to exhaust all his skills and abilities, utilizing every resource at his disposal. For should he fail to capture the sea dragon beast entirely, allowing it to retreat to its lair, Gurdon would find himself in a most uncomfortable predicament. Spending gold is not to be feared, but the true dread lies in spending it only to receive less than what one could acquire for free. That is the most disheartening outcome. As the battle loomed, Gurdon refrained from unnecessary chatter, simply issuing a succinct command. Objective: Goblin Lair. Point 2 teams of Goblin Scouts. Proceed to scout the front and rear. Report back immediately upon encountering any situation. Everyone else, proceed as previously arranged. Understood, Master. With 4 Goblin Scouts dispersing, a troop of over 70 goblins emerged from the narrow crevices, their crimson eyes glowing ominously in the darkness, an undeniable source of terror. The rain had ceased. But the war was only just beginning. Chapter 70. The Dragonborn Savior. Sigio Redscale had not eaten for 2 days since awakening in the spacious, dry cave. He stared vacantly at the desolate cavern. A wave of inexplicable emotions swelling within him, accompanied by the gnawing pangs of hunger, a low growl emanating from his belly in resonance. This cave, once cherished by his wife, Fyra, and son, Longjiao, before encountering the sea dragon best, had been their favorite. Its vastness made it one of the largest caverns in the dog-headed tribe, second only to that of the chieftain. It even housed a smaller treasure chamber, albeit containing only a few trifling items, shards of glass and glittering pebbles. Yet, the Sigio family held a fondness for it, and the cave's grandeur was a testament to Sigio Redscale's exceptional skills as an expert miner. Such mining prowess was intricately linked to one's status within the dog-headed tribe. The more skilled miners they possessed, the greater their chances of securing the favor of the true dragon. Each swing of his pickaxe struck precisely at the weakest points of the rock, ensuring the stability of the passages he excavated. He could even discern the abundance of ore in various directions of the soil. Though he had never utilized this ability, it was firmly etched in his memory. The chieftain had once remarked that he might be the most exceptional miner in the history of the Redscale clan, destined to serve the dog-headed deity Kurtamak in the afterlife. Alas, in the sewers of Kalen, no mine existed for them to showcase their talents. Thus, the dog-headed folk often found themselves idly honing their digging skills within their lairs. Most of the traps at the cave's entrance were crafted out of boredom by Sigio and his wife, Fyra. However, ever since Fyra was taken into the sea by the self-proclaimed greatest master of the Redscale clan, the sea dragon best, he had not ventured outside for a long time, relying solely on the food portions distributed by his son, Longjiao. Best had little fondness for dog-headed miners. He preferred warriors instead. And thus Sigio's standing within the Redscale clan had plummeted. Were it not for his son Longjiao's formidable strength, having achieved Tier 1 elite doghead, he would likely have been left far behind by the clan. Yet just 2 days prior, his son had perished at the hands of a group of adventurers, cleaved in half by a heavy sword that he had initially sought to petition Lord Best for a proper dog-headed burial for his son, to inter him within the mine. This was the first time he sincerely pleaded with Best, the master of the Redscale clan, since his wife Fyra had departed. However, the sea dragon Best, who had transformed the clan's funeral rites into a sea burial, paid no heed to this hunched and diminutive goblin. With a roar, it swept away all the piled corpses with its membranous arms, intending to wait for them to bloat before feasting in non-combat situations. It found this method far more palatable and flavorful for Shigeo. It was evident that it had no interest in an inconspicuous goblin, that if not for the considerable coins Best had received, or if its retinue had not diminished by half and still required personnel, It would have long since tossed Shigeo into the sea to marinate. Ignored, Shigeo returned to its lair, lying there for 3 days. Starving all the while, it longed to argue with its old rival, the one-eyed Pompeii, who used to engage in spirited debates over who was the foremost miner of the Red Scale clan, but it suddenly recalled that Pompeii had perished just a few days prior, even before its own son had met his end. The one-eyed creature, which had once scorned it for lacking a dragon's visage, was now utterly blind, slain by a single downward strike that severed its head from its body, leaving only a sliver of skin attached. Were it not for the prominent circular white patch on the corpse's chest, Shigeo would scarcely have believed it was indeed Pompeii. As memories continued to flood back, Shigeo lost track of time until it heard voices outside the cave, echoing, "Ula, Ula." Goblins? Did those audacious creatures dare to approach the Red Scale clan? It seemed it had truly grown old. In its youth, when the goblins ventured forth, they would band together in defense. Although Shigeo was technically in the prime of life for a goblin, its appearance mirrored that of a human crone. Its spirit had waned. Curled up in the desiccated cave, awaiting death, soon, the cacophony of the new goblin leader's reprimands filled the lair. It was calling for the capture of those green-skinned wretches who dared to mock the goblins, intending to offer them as a sacrifice to Best. Not long after, the first group of Red Scale clan members set out, but after an hour, or perhaps 2, Shigeo lost track of time, yet it knew none had returned. All vanished at the entrance. Then, once again, the cries of "Ula Ula" resounded at the goblin cave's mouth. The goblins had returned, albeit looking somewhat breathless and weakened. Even in this state, they dared to provoke. Thus, the goblin leader recognized that if it did not act to eliminate these goblins, its authority would be utterly diminished. It resolved to take matters into its own hands, determined to teach these green-skinned wretches a lesson. Consequently, it began to summon allies, but most of the goblins, sensing danger, declined, leaving only a small fraction willing to follow. Just as it was about to unleash its fury and enforce the gathering, a distant voice of a goblin reached its ears, indifferent yet resolute. "I'll go. I'll drive these goblins away. Shigeo, you. Is that wise?" The goblin leader, recognizing this as the father of its companion Longjiao, reputed to be the finest miner of the Red Scale clan, scoffed at the notion. What use was a miner? Power was eternal. Only strength was the best path for goblins to please Lord Best. While I was swinging a pickaxe and digging caverns, you were still nursing in your uncle's lair, you little brat. With newfound confidence, Shigeo confronted the leader, causing the newly appointed goblin leader, Dipasai, to flush with indignation. Yet it could not retort, for Shigeo spoke the undeniable truth. "Very well. You shall lead the front of the line." As the leader, Dipasai held the authority to arrange the goblins' positions, intending to use this audacious old relic as cannon fodder. The second party surged forward towards the taunting goblins, shouting, "Ula Ula." Most goblins were equipped with round shields, made from their own scales, and spears forged from melted materials, rendering them more than capable of dealing with the diminutive green-skinned foes. Dipasai could hardly fathom how the first group had met defeat. However, they quickly pursued the seemingly weak goblins, who nonetheless fled with remarkable speed. Once Dipasai emerged from the entrance, it was met with the sight of hundreds of small, crimson eyes staring at its meager band of fewer than 10 goblins. Dipasai's immediate reaction was to realize that this was beyond their capability to handle. Only Lord Best could resolve this matter. It sought to flee back and report to Lord Best that these green-skinned wretches had banded together, by the gods above. Yet, just as it contemplated retreat, a shadow leapt down from above, sealing the entrance tightly behind them, cutting off their escape. Dipasai prepared to command an attack against this intruder brazen enough to encroach upon the goblin ranks. It beheld a pair of dark golden slit pupils, menacing dragon horns, and grandiose black wings. The goblin god, Lord Best, who could tell me this was not real? By the gods, this was indeed a true dragon. How could a genuine dragon exist in the sewers, though merely a whelp? A whelp was still a dragon. Dipasai was rendered speechless by the sight of the black dragon, and then it heard an imperious voice, imbued with a dragon's roar that compelled it to kneel. From the mouth of the black dragon, which had begun to take on the form of a colossal beast, came the proclamation. Kneel before the great ruler of the Blackfire clan, the magnificent lord of the Molten Dragon, and offer your feeble knees in loyalty, you wretches. But, great true dragon, we goblins do not serve two masters, as you know. If you seek a true dragon contest, I can summon our great sovereign of the Redscale clan, the Sea Dragon Lord Best. Dipasai had never heard of the Blackfire clan, nor did it know what a molten dragon was, but it had no intention of seeking another master, even if this were a true dragon. As a whelp, it was still far too weak to compare with Lord Best. Thus, with a hint of pride, Dipasai looked humbly upon the dark whelp that it was simply too small compared to the great Lord Best. It was no larger than a single wing of his. Is this all? You wish for me to change allegiances? Are you a first-tier elite goblin? The whelp regarded it with curiosity. Dipasai lifted its neck, nodding vigorously. Indeed, I am the goblin leader appointed by Lord Best, Dipasai. Before Dipasai could finish its name in the dragon tongue, it saw the whelp's mouth split into a grin. Then it lunged forward with remarkable speed. Dipasai barely had time to raise its shield in defense, but the force behind the shield was still enough to pin it to the ground beneath the whelp's sharp claws, rendering it immobile. That will suffice. This time, it shall not be wasted. It struggled, wanting to say something, but the dark-scaled whelp uttered words that left it perplexed, a confusion that persisted until its consciousness faded away. The whelp's claws had already pierced its heart. Gadon stepped upon the fallen elite goblin, absorbing the acquired white orb, shield mastery, and applying it to robustness, 1220, 1320, health 4242 to 4343. It felt its physique strengthen. Then surveyed the remaining goblins, who were somewhat flustered yet still resolute, shaking its head in resignation. That it was clear that the disparity between itself and the sea dragon was vast, even upon recognizing it as a true dragon. These goblins could not bow in submission. The disparity in size was too pronounced, and no matter how foolish these goblins might be, they would not pledge allegiance to such a diminutive master. Just as Gadon was about to abandon the endeavor of subduing the goblins, it heard an urgent voice. Incredibly powerful true dragon, I, Shigeo of the Redscale clan, am willing to submit to you, to curl beneath your wings. Your will. I shall dedicate my life to fulfill it. A hunched figure abruptly emerged from the goblin tribe, kneeling upon the ground, hands pressed against Gadon's feet. With the most revered goblin gesture, it touched its forehead to Gadon's claws, allowing the claws to pierce its scalp. I accept your loyalty. Gadon, naturally, bore no disdain. Although feeble and aged, as long as it was willing to submit, its forthcoming plans would be much easier to execute. It possessed a title bar and was not concerned about feigned submission. As long as there was movement in the title bar, it signified genuine allegiance. Thus, Gadon immediately opened its panel upon granting consent. Indeed, the goblin before it was wholeheartedly devoted. Beside the title, Blackfire Sovereign, a twisted font formed from, appeared that it soon solidified, but it was not the title Gadon had anticipated, such as Goblin Enslaver, Tyrant Ruler, or Nemesis. Instead, it was Savior of the Dragonborn. Chapter 71. The plan begins at the entrance of the sewer. Within the goblin lair, Gadon stood before a multitude of goblins and captured goblins, gazing at the newly acquired title on its panel. Lost in thought. Title Savior of the Dragonborn. With the lineage of the lava dragon and true dragon coursing through your veins, your mere presence instantaneously rescues and captivates a dragonborn steeped in despair. Though it is merely the smallest of draconic beings, a kobold, there is no denying that you now stand as a towering figure in its eyes, akin to a deity. You have illuminated the dawn amidst its darkest night, and it now reveres you, a pure-blooded true dragon, with fervent admiration, thereby establishing you as the savior in the heart of this kobold. Effects. 1. Dragon Breath Enhancement 2. Its loyalty is at a steadfast 100. Never to diminish until it encounters a true dragon of greater strength. 3. Unlocked. Beneath the title effects lies a faint blue inscription, akin to that of Master of Blackfire, Savior of the Dragonborn, 110, the meaning of which is self-evident. The next unlocking requires the submission of 9 despairing souls. Gurdon gazed upon this title, then cast a glance at the still kneeling it observed the frail and hunched kobold. It couldn't help but wonder how wretched this creature must be to place its hopes upon it. The kobold's current form was akin to a young dragon in its growth phase, merely 2 or 3 times larger than at birth, a stark contrast to the aged sea dragon. However, Gurdon refrained from further inquiries and directly adorned itself with the conferred title from the title bar. Upon donning the title, Gurdon's exterior showed no visible changes. Yet within, the elemental energy coursing through its blood and the most vital draconic organs, the base vessels, began to undergo a profound transformation that in less than 10 seconds. They expanded significantly. The volatile elemental energy within the blood increased in proportion, while the fortification of the base vessels enhanced Gurdon's ability to convert elemental energy, elevating both speed and quality. However, it could not test its newfound capabilities just yet. So it quelled its desire for experimentation, knowing an opportunity would soon arise. Patience was a virtue befitting a true dragon. Thus, it commenced to relay its B-plan to the hunched kobold Skyu, should it successfully subjugate the kobold. How its strategy would unfold until the complete annihilation of the sea dragon lurking beneath the cavernous ocean. Gurdon devised a total of 4 plans, labeled A through D, progressing from simple to complex. Plan A was the simplest. Upon seeing it, the kobolds would abandon their previous allegiances and prostrate themselves at its feet, leaving the sea dragon isolated and helpless in the depths. Plan B entailed that if even one kobold yielded, the plan could be executed, drawing out those still hidden in their lairs without alerting the sea dragon. Plan C and D, however, risked provoking the sea dragon, aiming to eliminate the kobolds one by one. This necessity was the reason Gurdon had brought so many goblin followers. It could not manage the multitude of kobolds alone that a single misstep could spell disaster. Gurdon had even formulated a most extreme retreat strategy, including a selection of goblins designated for sacrifice. Yet, having invested heavily, Gurdon did not believe such a scenario would manifest. Nevertheless, the outcome would ultimately hinge on fortune. Should the aged sea dragon witness a true dragon retreating into hiding, Gurdon would have no recourse against it. This escape route could only be revisited when it was strong enough to confront the sea dragon in the water, the AS for dialogue and negotiation. Gurdon had not considered it. Such a cunning and savage draconic beast might entertain communication with equally malevolent entities, but it was prone to treachery. In their worldview, the survival of the fittest reigned supreme, devoid of justice or the spirit of contractual adherence. After all, even Tiamat, the mother of evil dragons, was not renowned for her fidelity. The conversation between the true dragon and the kobold lasted a full 10 minutes, during which Gurdon discerned why Skyu, its first new vassal, had fallen into despair, seeing it as a savior. That it was a tale of woe. First, its wife was devoured by the sea dragon. Then its son perished in a skirmish with adventurers, leaving no remains, becoming merely a meal for others. That it was no wonder it yearned for a true dragon's salvation. Having envisioned countless times that had a true dragon ruled over them, the outcome might have been vastly different. After all, a true dragon would never consider a kobold as kin, though it would never deign to consume such creatures. Only the most mindless of draconic beasts would feast upon kobold flesh. Much like humans would not consume the flesh of their own kind, unless faced with utter desperation. Moreover, the majority of a true dragon, as hunting endeavors were not for sustenance, but rather to satiate primal desires. Upon concluding their dialogue, the kobold lowered its gaze, exuding a demeanor of submission as it listened attentively to the true dragon's directives. Soon, the indifferent voice of the black true dragon resonated from above. "Have you understood everything I said, Skyu?" With vengeance ignited within him, Skyu nodded vigorously, blood from the wound on its forehead splattering onto the grayish stone floor. "I understand, master." Skyu's voice was no longer frail and withered. It brimmed with resolve and vigor. The sound was robust and spirited, prompting Gurdon to glance at it with slight surprise. Just moments prior, this kobold had appeared as a mere shadow of its former self. Only Skyu was aware that during their exchange, it had accurately conveyed the strength of the sea dragon, neither exaggerating nor downplaying it, revealing to Gurdon information it had not anticipated. Its new master was already well informed about the sea dragon, possessing intelligence that rivaled that of a kobold dwelling in its lair, evidently having made preparations. This revelation filled Skyu with elation and vigor. coupled with Gurdon's initial plans laid bare before it. Skyu was now suffused with confidence regarding this war of expansion. Humans are often blind, and kobolds are no exception, in this moment. Skyu had envisioned Gurdon as a deity sent from the heavens to rescue it. After all, there existed a tradition among kobold tribes of being saved by true dragons that it was impossible to explain how a creature that appeared to be less than 3 years old could so boldly expand its territory. Typically, a young dragon would bide its time, developing through the 2 weakest stages of its true dragon phase before engaging in such endeavors. Gurdon, however, was a rare exception among young dragons of course, Skyu was unaware of the significance of the oceanic passage to Gurdon. Upon receiving a nod from Gurdon, Skyu set forth to execute the plan Gurdon had outlined. It returned to the entrance, with a sound of woof woof echoed, indicating the kobold's impatience that it sensed the hesitation among them regarding whether to disturb the sea dragon's slumber. Without further thought, Skyu proceeded through the narrow kobold passageway. Being dragonborn, the kobolds naturally possessed dark vision, allowing them to clearly observe Skyu emerging from the entrance. This once revered kobold of the Red Scale clan now wore a sorrowful expression as it stepped out. Its gait was somewhat faltering and hunched, reminiscent of its previous demeanor, that a kobold could no longer contain its curiosity and inquired about the situation outside. Skyu managed a pained smile. They have chased away the goblins. They no longer need me. They are feasting on the leftovers of the goblins and have sent me to inform you to join them. With that, Skyu uttered no more, head bowed in dejection as it returned to its lair. Every kobold had witnessed the discord between Skyu and the kobold leader. The actions of deities were not beyond possibility, and Skyu's inherently honest nature left little room for suspicion among the others. Thus, upon hearing of food outside, they all rushed forth, fearful of missing out. The cacophony of barks and swift footsteps filled the air as the entire kobold community surged towards the exit, quickly vanishing from sight. Once the last kobold had entered the cave, a black true dragon emerged from its cloaked state, blocking the sole entrance to the lair, in the absence of a campfire's illumination. Its dark golden slitted eyes gleamed fiercely in the shadows. Gurdon offered a slight nod to Skyu, who was glancing back from a distance, then gracefully stepped into the narrow passageway. A tumultuous din arose, but was swiftly quelled. Chapter 72. Well done. When the kobold Skyu beheld its new master, the black young dragon, enter the lair, the previously emerged Red Scale clan kobolds had vanished without a trace, none returning. In their stead stood over 30 goblins, each brimming with fighting spirit, wielding bone hammers or other weapons. Apart from Grush, all the elite goblins were present. The black young dragon advanced before them, appearing less as a master and more like a cherished pet. Yet, the fervent gazes of the goblins and the sharp, serious glint in its dark golden eyes made it clear that this young dragon was far from ordinary. Master, Skyu bowed respectfully to Gurdon. Lacking in eloquence, it could only express its reverence through the most formal of gestures to welcome the true dragon it idolized. "Where is that sea dragon beast?" Gurdon inquired, his expression marred by displeasure. These goblins possessed a resilience that surpassed his expectations. Aside from Skyu, none had yielded, steadfastly refusing to accept a juvenile dragon as their master. Their tone, though respectful, betrayed an unwavering defiance that left Gurdon quite troubled. His concern was not so much the absence of goblin combat prowess, but rather the peculiarities of this place that might arouse the cunning sea dragon's suspicion that a few more goblins would be considerably more advantageous. He had never intended to thrust these recently subjugated goblins into battle. "Master, it lies in that underground passage that if you follow it for the duration of a half-candle, you will arrive. Apart from a high platform, it leads directly to the lake where it resides." Skyu, being one of the goblins, had naturally ventured there before. He described it in meticulous detail, right down to the gravel upon the platform and the precise dimensions of the passage's narrowest and widest points. He endeavored to convey every scrap of knowledge he possessed to the true dragon before him. Gurdon nodded slightly, his gaze drifting towards the circular body of water to the east of the lair. "Can it emerge from there as well?" Gurdon raised a claw, gesturing towards that area as he queried the goblin. Although he had learned from Rovi that they had been ambushed from behind by the sea dragon, the specifics of how they arrived there remained elusive even to Rovi herself. "Indeed, Master, That body of water is a convergence of underground and seawater. The passage has been excavated by us, allowing Best to easily emerge from there. However, it detests fresh water and typically avoids that route unless absolutely necessary. Oskayo Spuka. His eyes wandered toward the water, his thoughts clearly drifting to the past. The origins of their enslavement had commenced with the chief's excavation of that very waterway. Reflecting on it now, it felt as though he had unearthed a portal to hell. Gurdon, oblivious to the goblin's nostalgia, nodded slightly. Everything unfolded according to his design. If the sea dragon could launch a surprise attack, it was evident that a secret passage existed. He was no mage capable of teleportation. He had already devised a plan. Master, if you require, I can collapse it. Skeu, perceiving the gravity in Gurdon's eyes, immediately thought of his expertise, digging. Goblins excelled in subterranean excavation, whether mining or constructing, that he could accurately pinpoint load-bearing points and discern which passages could be excavated without collapsing. However, this also meant he could easily identify weak points in the tunnels for destruction. Oh! Gurdon regarded Skeu, the goblin before him. He possessed such a skill? But then again, it was reasonable. Goblins were renowned for their digging prowess. Otherwise, why would those nefarious chromatic dragons be so inclined to recruit goblins as their minions? It was well known that apart from goblin sorcerers, other goblins were not significantly stronger than ordinary races, in typical circumstances. They were merely somewhat superior to regular goblins, and upon advancement, they would be swiftly outpaced. They were sought after for their mining capabilities, requiring no wages or provisions, and would willingly contribute any treasures they amassed to the dragons. A fitting description for them would be sycophants. Yet, such sycophants still had the potential to gain everything in the end, that a pleased dragon lord would not hesitate to transform his followers into goblin dragonblood sorcerers. Can both passages be collapsed? Gurdon inquired. Master, it is certainly feasible, provided I am given some time. Skeu, somewhat exhilarated, rubbed his claws together in anticipation. He was eager to grasp the long-unused pickaxe. Very well. Time is ample, that I still need to arrange things here properly. Gurdon nodded, but suddenly recalled something and asked, Will it awaken the sea dragon? Rest assured, Master, Best couldn't care less about our fates. It is solely concerned with whether our monthly tributes arrive punctually. Skeu spat disdainfully and then performed a gesture of respect towards Gurdon. Then, Master, I shall retrieve my tools from the lair. Go ahead, Gurdon acquiesced, watching as the goblin's figure receded into the distance, feeling a twinge of astonishment. Skeu now stood tall and straight, evoking in Gurdon a sense that this goblin seemed notably taller than the others. Yet this thought barely lingered in his mind before he dismissed it entirely. In a voice thick and hoarse, reminiscent of a magma dragon's, he commanded, Warriors of the Blackfire clan, it is time to labor for our Lord of the Molten Dragon. Clear this region and coat it with the blazing oil I have provided. Then cover the blazing oil with the alchemical fish oil derived from sea fish. His voice, though not loud within the lair, was sufficiently audible for all present goblins to hear clearly. The goblins, having undergone several days of training, readily complied, applying the blazing oil bestowed upon them by Gurdon. This was not their first endeavor. The IT was merely a change of location. You were to dig a shallow pit of equal area to that of the water body and coat it with bright oil. Bright oil, being a type of alchemical potion, could burn upon contact with water, impervious to extinguishing by traditional means. The only effective way to douse the flames was to roll on the ground. The goblins immediately busied themselves, the size of the goblin lair significantly surpassing that of the bonfire hall. However, numerous architectural remnants occupied space, alleviating much of the workload. That a single bottle of blazing oil was sufficient to cover an area of 10 by 10 feet of stone slab. Gurdon had requested Nina to procure the maximum amount of this, as it was both economical and effective. As for the alchemical fish oil, apart from its overwhelmingly unpleasant fishy odor, its burning capability was abysmal. With a low combustion temperature, it was said to be suitable for crafting low-temperature candles. Approximately half an hour later, the goblin lair gradually concluded its work, while Skeu was already finalizing the collapse of the last underwater cave. Although Gurdon believed the sea dragon would not withstand the impending chaos, he chose to wait an additional 20 minutes just to be prudent. Once Skeu emerged from the water, pickaxe in hand, The waiting goblins were already sitting neatly on the ground. Before them lay a battered box of unknown origin, tightly sealed, yet revealing gaps through which the contents could be glimpsed from the fresh cracks. One could see an abundance of copper coins glimmering with silver sheen at a box of currency. Upon Skaya's emergence from the water, Gurdon first inquired about the collapse of the passage as before, followed by a practical inspection. Finally, he handed a silver coin to Skaya, saying, "Go forth, Skaya, I await your good news from above." "Rest assured, Master, Skaya fears nothing." The upright goblin nodded vigorously, setting down the pickaxe before striding directly toward the underground cave. Gurdon watched as its figure diminished in the distance, his mind counting the passing time. Once it seemed nearly sufficient, he extracted the final vial of invisibility potion, though he did not rush to consume it. Instead, he crushed a vial of fish oil, applying it to himself before drinking the potion. As Gurdon's form melded into the shadows, the goblin lair fell into an eerie stillness, only the sounds of goblin breaths and the wind whistling through the passage breaking the silence. Best was not hungry today. Even disinterested in the pearls nestled within oysters, he intended to save space in his belly for the following day when those meals would be sufficiently fermented, ready to be devoured in abundance. He languidly stretched his sleek, turquoise-scaled body, stirring the dark currents of the seabed. Then, with his claw, he toyed with a pile of rusted coins, comprising copper, silver, and gold, though their luster left much to be desired. After all, submerged in water, he was not a bronze dragon and did not demand such standards. Possessing only a fraction of true dragon traits, he preferred the sensation of these hard little beings grinding beneath him. That feeling was delightful, indescribably pleasurable, but of course, moments of comfort are fleeting. Just as he intended to indulge in a long slumber, a new silver-glinting coin, adorned with bubbles, plummeted from the azure sea, landing near the coral reef adjacent to the sea dragon's lair. A coin for the heavens. Best's slit pupils brightened slightly, and he flipped joyfully in the water. However, the dragon tongue audible from above caused his brow to furrow slightly, that a surge of violent, frenzied emotion erupted within him. What business do these goblins have seeking me before this sacrificial time? After carefully placing the silver coin back among his collection, he cast a lingering glance, then twisted his body, propelling himself swiftly upward through the currents that in scarcely 3 breaths. He broke the serene surface, gazing at the solitary goblin perched atop the platform, and with a mouth large enough to engulf the goblin, inquired, "What matters bring you before the great sea dragon Best, you repulsive, foolish crawlers?" The hunched goblin before him appeared somewhat tremulous, much like those he had encountered before. Yet, its utterances took Best by surprise. "Lair. Coins, goblins." The succinct phrases rapidly coalesced in his mind. Goblins bearing coins had approached him seeking the protection of the great Lord Best. There was an entire box of coins above, as the goblin's description unfolded. The images in Best's mind grew increasingly vivid, and his toothy maw began to part, ultimately unable to suppress a grin that would terrify even the most noble of maidens. "They await your arrival above. Lord Best." In Best's eyes, the goblins, all resembling one another, bowed humbly, expressing their reverence. "Well done." Best praised his goblin minions with a satisfied nod. Suddenly, I felt that the companion I had accepted was somewhat useful after all. It did not inquire too deeply into details. Even if it had, the goblin likely would not have been able to answer. Moreover, it certainly did not believe that the reptilian creature before it would dare to deceive it. Thus, it immediately submerged beneath the water and ascended through the hidden passage below. The goblin then stood up, waited for 5 or 6 seconds, glanced at the rippling water surface that was gradually settling, and took off running towards the tunnel. From its agile demeanor, one could hardly discern the previously hunched figure. The current Skaya felt an overwhelming surge of energy coursing through its veins, as if its entire being was ablaze with boundless strength. Chapter 73. Suggestion as Best, now an aged sea dragon, emerged from the nauseating freshwater. The once promising anticipation of acquiring a substantial fortune had completely dissipated. It rapidly ascended to the surface, its massive body covered in vibrant blue-green scales gradually revealing itself from the cavernous waters, its purple dorsal fin unfurling in tandem. When it began to survey its surroundings, it noticed Godin, lurking in the shadows, observing it while cloaked. This sea dragon, larger than those depicted in the Dragon's Legacy, measured nearly 20 feet in length, standing in stark contrast to Godin's 6-foot stature. It was no wonder that the goblins were reluctant to submit. Even Godin, had it not possessed a spell scroll, might have felt trepidation in the presence of such a colossal creature. Perhaps due to its advanced age, Best's bluish-green scales exhibited a hint of a dark sheen. Were it not for the peculiar dragon wings and the claws connected to its body, along with the unorthodox purple dorsal fin, Godin might have mistaken it for a variant black dragon under the dark vision. However, the scene had already commenced, and all Godin could do was hold its breath and patiently await the opportune moment. Upon Best's emergence from the water, after ensuring there was no anomaly in its surroundings, it shook off the distasteful freshwater that clung to its body. The sensation of freshwater was always accompanied by the uncomfortable feeling of algae and kelp nestled within its scales. It greedily inhaled the air, laden with the scent of the sea, an aroma it had never encountered here before. Previously, it had only known the foul stench of mold and sewage, which also made it retch. Of course, if someone were to inquire whether it preferred freshwater or the stench of moldy sewage, Best would surely swallow such a nonsensical person whole, for becoming sustenance was its sole purpose. After stretching for a moment, its vertically slit pupils glowing with an eerie green luminescence, it quickly focused on the sole gathering of living creatures nearby that a group of goblins, larger than those it had previously consumed, now sat on the ground, casting fearful glances in its direction, which stirred Best's appetite. The goblins offered to the dog-headed creatures during sacrifices bore similar expressions, and the taste had been delightful, a tangy sweetness that lingered in Best's memory, recalling the flavor of each creature it had consumed. Nevertheless, Best restrained itself, for its greater attraction lay with a rickety treasure chest placed before the goblins that immediately spotted the copper and silver coins peeking through the gaps in the chest. What a captivating luster they possessed, far superior to the coins found in the depths of the water. Best marveled internally, swiftly maneuvering like a serpent toward the chest. The smoothness of the ground within the goblin lair gave Best the sensation of gliding through water. It was remarkably slick, and it soon arrived before the chest. While no gleaming gold coins were present among the hard currency, the copper and silver coins still promised immense satisfaction that it eagerly anticipated opening the chest. Speculating whether it contained 1,000 or 800 coins, a crack echoed from the darkness behind it, accompanied by a somewhat familiar roar. Was that a dragon's roar? Yet before it could comprehend the implications of the dragon's roar, its attention was irresistibly drawn back to the open chest. However, upon casting its gaze inside, it felt its blood boil with rage and humiliation that it had been deceived. There were not even 100 coins within, let alone 1,000. Aside from the copper and silver coins visible through the crack, the rest were mere fragments of stone, an utter disaster. Just as Best's fury ignited, it noticed the previously motionless goblins rising to their feet, brandishing bottles filled with a viscous liquid. Instinctively, it unleashed its ferocious aura, hoping to instill fear in these lowly creatures beneath its dragonic majesty. Indeed, as its aura erupted, the green-skinned diminutive figures fell into a state of stupor. Best smirked disdainfully, intending to turn its head to discover who dared to conspire against the cunning sea dragon king Best. Yet another dragon's roar resonated from behind, this time imbued with traces of magical energy. Possessing a hint of sorceress lineage, it sensed the magical energy contained within, reminiscent of that rogue human from before, that a sense of foreboding washed over its mind. Anticipated. After the dragon's roar, the goblins, previously stupefied due to Godin's war command, regained their composure, even appearing more ferocious than before. Each of them hurled their pre-prepared flame oil bottles at the sea dragon, now engulfed in flames, before swiftly retreating from a battle no longer within their domain. The sea dragon, endowed with high reflexes, sensed something amiss amid the onslaught of glass bottles and attempted to twist its body to evade them. However, a swifter spell struck Best directly, momentarily halting its agile form. Its once nimble body slowed significantly, and many of the bottles it could have avoided shattered against its scales. The third-tier spell slow had transformed its proud agility into mere illusion, reducing its speed by half. The pitch-black viscous liquid from the dozens of goblins' thrown oil bottles splattered across the massive blue-green beast, coating its scales, back, and dragon wings. Best felt as though it had donned an additional layer of armor. Sticky and perplexing, leaving it bewildered as to the goblin's intentions. Although shrouded in confusion, it did not contemplate fleeing. Rather, it was curious to discern what lay behind it. Thus, it remained unperturbed, believing the goblins posed no threat to its existence. Furthermore, it felt confident that should it wish to leave, no one could impede its escape. The waters of safety were merely 100 feet away, attainable in under 2 seconds at full speed. Therefore, as the sticky substance clung to its body, it turned its head, intrigued to see who possessed such audacity to challenge it. The cunning sea dragon king, whose wisdom rivaled that of true dragons. Then, it beheld a fearsome creature radiating a scorching red glow from its chest. Although its stature was less than a quarter of Best's height, the familiar outline unmistakably revealed the identity of the creature before it. A true dragon hatchling. A true dragon had entered the goblin lair. As this thought lingered in the sea dragon's mind, Godin consumed a dragon breath enhancement elixir, and with the effect of the dragonborn savior enhancing its lava breath, it prepared to unleash its fury. Before the effects of the slow spell dissipated, it expelled a torrent of violent, searing elemental energy that a brilliant white column of lava erupted from Godin's mouth, illuminating the entire lair as if it were day. The transformation from night to day rendered the sea dragon, now coated in black oil, vividly visible, its previously dazed expression starkly illuminated. Then, the conical jet of white lava surged forth, enveloping the upper half of the sea dragon's body. The intense heat of the lava reacted with the thick, pale blue dragon wings and the scales on its chest, causing a violent reaction with the oil clinging to them that I end the next moment. The sea dragon's anguished roar echoed throughout the goblin lair, causing debris to rain from the walls. The sea dragon found itself in a dire predicament, as white lava dripped continuously from its upper body. Dragon wings and scales that it writhed incessantly, attempting to escape the searing flames, and soon realized that the spark ignited on the ground had escalated into an inferno, surrounding it entirely. Ignoring the burning sensation, it gazed at the true dragon, whose vertical pupils glimmered with a dark golden hue, its own green pupils filled with venomous rage. Best vowed revenge for this affront. Casting a swift glance at Godin, it propelled itself at high speed toward the eastern waters of the goblin lair. The young dragon could not impede its escape. This was a certainty in Best's mind. Behind the flames, the sound of shattering glass echoed once more. The scroll in Godin's possession shattered, and the blue-white magical energy spilled forth, dissipating like stars that an invisible wave of magical energy rapidly struck the fleeing sea dragon. The third-tier spell, Suggestion, rendered the sea dragon, engulfed in flames, instantaneously dazed, its once vengeful gaze transforming into one of confusion. From behind, the spellcaster's enticing voice followed. I believe what you most need right now is to extinguish those flames that I dare say. No water can be cooler than this right here, can it? Godin pointed toward a small puddle filled with lamp oil. Addressing the sea dragon engulfed in flames. Chapter 74. The bolt of lightning on one side lay a freshwater expanse that felt as though it were infused with sand within its scales. An unpleasant sensation, while on the other side rested a seemingly appealing shallow puddle. The options for the sea dragon beast were rather limited. This moment, its mind was a blank slate. Cunning and cruelty had vanished without a trace. And it began to instinctively follow the voice it heard. The black juvenile dragon before it spoke with apparent reason. Indeed, the freshwater appeared less inviting than the puddle, and anything, even if inferior, would be preferable to the freshwater. At least the aroma from that direction was more pleasant than that of the freshwater. The efficacy of the suggestion spell was exceedingly effective on the beast-like sea dragon. Its large head did not ponder deeply. It merely found Godin's proposal quite agreeable and was willing to give it a try. Although the duration of the suggestion spell was limited, it sufficed to guide the sea dragon beast towards a small pit covered in shimmering oil. Under the influence of the suggestion, the sea dragon beast began to turn its head. Disregarding the flames consuming its scales and the already tattered blue-green membranes scorched by lava, it commenced its action, swiftly navigating through the fiery inferno, heading towards the direction indicated by Gurdon, seeing that the suggestion spell had taken effect without error. Gurdon's previously anxious heart settled at once. The prior eruption of lava had not performed as well as anticipated, while it had struck the sea dragon beast before him, igniting the oil stains covering its body. The injuries sustained were likely only moderate. It still retained the strength to fight. Gurdon had always wielded his lava breath with great success, whether against adventurers or sewer-dwelling monsters. All had been reduced to charred remains under its onslaught. However, this time, Gurdon had mentally prepared himself for the possibility of minimal effect from the breath. Thus, this outcome remained within the realm of his expectations. After all, the creature before him was not the frail humans, defenseless goblins, or the weak fire rat folk, but a genuine third-tier dragon beast, and an aged one at that. Its scales were now comparable, to some extent, to those of a true dragon's wormling. Consequently, it possessed a degree of elemental resistance, mitigating damage from flames, ice, acid, and the like. Coupled with the robust vitality of an elder dragon beast, its health surpassed that of a wormling, rendering it akin to an indestructible cockroach. Therefore, the lava breath managing to inflict such a wide area of damage while preventing the sea dragon beast from exerting its full strength and causing moderate injuries was a source of great satisfaction for Gurdon. Everything unfolded as Gurdon had foreseen. With no significant deviations that the curtain rose, the play began its prologue. In the blink of an eye, the sea dragon beast, moving with serpentine swiftness across the ground ablaze with flames, was now less than 100 feet from the puddle that in its world at that moment. It was indifferent to Gurdon's presence, the goblins watching, or even the flames raging beneath it. One thought echoed in its mind. Rolling in that cool puddle would extinguish the flames engulfing its body and banish the tormenting sensation that felt like a maggot burrowing into its flesh. It could hardly contain its impatience as it beheld the puddle merely 30 feet away. The corners of the sea dragon beast's mouth curled into a slight arc, and with a powerful thrust of its lower body, the entire dragon sprang forth like a coiled spring, leaping 6 feet into the air, propelled towards the rugged, shallow puddle occupying an area of approximately 40 feet by 40 feet. That space was ample enough for the entire dragon to lie comfortably within. Just as the sea dragon beast made contact with the cool, oily water, Gurdon recognized that his moment had arrived. He no longer hesitated and shattered the prepared spell scroll in his hand. The first ring spell, Enlarge, could double the size of any creature not exceeding the standard human form. Note: even gnomes have the right to pursue happiness, declared a gnome mage aspiring to experience the diverse cultures of the continent of Aiou. Gurdon's body suddenly surged upward, expanding from just under 6 feet to over 10 feet, as if illuminated by a magnifying glass. The effect of the Enlarge spell allowed Gurdon to momentarily relive the sensation of being a wormling. But time was of the essence, and he had no opportunity for further reflection. Like the wind, he surged forward, his frame continuing to grow until he reached 14 feet in length and 5 feet in height before slightly halting. His dark golden slit pupils shifted to a deep crimson, his savage aura now fully revealed. Undoubtedly, the frenzied state had been activated. Meanwhile, the sea dragon beast had awakened to its predicament upon contact with the puddle. The flames enveloping its body surged as if it had consumed a potent elixir, doubling in intensity. The entire puddle became engulfed in flames, transforming into a veritable sea of fire as the sea dragon beast plunged into the heart of this inferno. It remained oblivious to the fact that it had just fallen victim to the spell of a caster. Just as it began to regret its decision and attempted to rise from the center of the roaring flames, a shadow over 5 feet tall suddenly emerged from within the fire. The shadow strode through the flames, the scorching heat beneath it seeming as tame as a docile cat, seemingly subdued by its fearsome visage and dark red slit pupils. Was this the juvenile dragon from before? The sea dragon beast gazed incredulously at the creature that had now more than doubled in size, its robust scales gleaming. This was no mere wormling. It rivaled even mature sea dragon beasts. Moreover, its aura surpassed that of ordinary true dragons, reminiscent of those true dragons that could reach the third tier even in their wormling stage, such as gold or red dragons. Great! Just as the sea dragon beast pondered how to address the true dragon before it, Gurdon, having approached to a sufficient distance, did not grant it the luxury of speech. With a slight bend of his limbs, he commanded, Charge! An invisible gale erupted from within his scales, forming a visible column of wind that blew the surrounding flames to one side. Gurdon's massive form, propelled by the forceful wind, collided with the stunned sea dragon beast. Boom! The sound of scales clashing echoed as the physical impact reverberated. The sea dragon beast, which had intended to plead for mercy in Draconic, was abruptly slammed against the rocky walls of the cavern behind it, rock and debris cascading down. Finally, the sea dragon beast managed to utter, "Great true dragon, best would willingly submit and follow you until death." The draconic speech was somewhat stammered, yet the meaning of surrender was unmistakable, presenting itself as a pitiful creature desperate to halt the onslaught of its aggressor. However, within the metallic tongue of dragonkind exists a saying, "Never trust the deceitful and malevolent evil dragons, be they dragon beasts or true dragons. Their words are more insincere than those of mischievous fairies." "Very well, I accept your submission," Gurdon replied, his expression devoid of emotion as he glanced at the unresponsive title panel. His voice hoarse yet powerful, resonating within the flames, reaching the ears of the sea dragon beast, Best. Just as Best felt a surge of triumph and prepared to utter his next words to continue conversing with the imposing black dragon resembling a red dragon, he beheld the fearsome black wormling unfolding its wings amidst the flames, launching itself towards him with a fierce dive. The chilling blades on its claws signaled its intent unmistakably. Today, one dragon must perish. As an amphibious creature, the sea dragon beast's melee combat capabilities on land plummeted to the freezing point. All the superior combat skills and agility it possessed underwater could not manifest on solid ground. This was the sole advantage Gurdon held. Nevertheless, the sea dragon beast did not lower its guard. It remembered that this very creature possessed the same breath attack as the bronze and blue dragons. The lightning breath-like spell, Bolt of Lightning. Indeed, the beleaguered sea dragon beast began to fight back with all its might. Its scales crackled with electric sparks, harmonizing with the roaring flames in a way that was indescribably fitting. Blue lightning flickered erratically from its maw. This was the most potent offensive maneuver of a third-tier Elder Sea Dragon Beast, a core spell capable of decimating an entire adventuring party. Bolt of Lightning. Simultaneously witnessing this scene, Gurdon felt the cracks forming between his teeth. The second ring spell scroll, Energy Protection, valued at 150 gold coins, shattered into pieces that a blue-white magical glow surged amidst the flames. An invisible circular energy barrier enveloped Gurdon entirely. His dark red-slit pupils regarded the distant bolt of lightning without a trace of fear. Chapter 75. The conclusion: the sea dragon beast unleashed its blue bolt of lightning, slightly lighter in hue than its scales. Shortly after Gurdon completed the casting of energy protection, in the pitch-black cavern, a thick, zigzagging bolt of lightning surged forth from the illuminated stone wall, unreservedly crashing towards Gurdon's black-scaled form. Initially, the sea dragon beast Best felt a sense of relief as it witnessed its bolt of lightning, poised to strike the somewhat abnormal massive black wormling, believing that this dragon, in its arrogance, would not deign to evade its electric assault. It was well aware that its bolt of lightning could incapacitate even robust aquatic creatures like the second-tier great sea lions. Adventurers who dared to intrude upon its territory were often left reeling from the acrid smell of burnt flesh. Throughout its past, its bolt of lightning had never disappointed. If one strike proved insufficient, as Best anticipated witnessing the wormling's impending disgrace, it saw the bolt of lightning accurately strike the charging juvenile dragon. In the air, a purple magical ripple materialized 3 feet before the young dragon, intercepting the onslaught of lightning. Best could only watch in astonishment as the shield absorbed the lightning completely before gradually dissipating into the atmosphere. The methods of the spellcaster. Once again, the tactics of the spellcaster. If Best were a humanoid creature, it would undoubtedly display a visage of gritted teeth and a snarling grimace. The former expression stemmed from the spellcaster's scroll, which had repeatedly placed it at a disadvantage, despite the third-tier strength being sufficient to effortlessly crush a whelping dragon. Albeit a true dragon, Best felt as though it was being overwhelmed by the young dragon, leaving it with scant options to retaliate. The latter expression was born from the flames still raging upon its form, defiantly burning brighter, and even though Best's scales rivaled those of the young dragon, the searing heat rendered its body increasingly parched. The initial numbness from the flames had now returned, and despite its robust constitution, it was beginning to falter. Yet, what fueled its ire further was the realization of how many gold coins the young dragon must have spent to secure its victory. While Best had little concept of treasure, it was acutely aware of the value of magical artifacts and spellcaster items like scrolls, understanding that each one could equate to a fraction of its hoard's worth. This was a price that would instill dread in any mature sea dragon beast. Meanwhile, Godin watched indifferently as the dissipated under the protection of its fearsome head bore no expression as it consumed a vial containing a potion akin to the effects of... As the imminent melee with the dragon approached, it would not skimp on the cost of this potion. Having purchased it, it was meant to be utilized, not hoarded as a treasure. The mottled gray-white hue swiftly spread across Godin's black-scaled body, even causing its tawny underbelly to pale. Its form seemed to swell further, likely due to the effects of the potion. At a glance, it appeared as a true dragon with a wingspan of 10 feet and a length nearly reaching 15 feet. Its body adorned with mottled gray-white scales, akin to a red dragon coated in a pale varnish. That Godin's form showed no sign of slowing due to it surged forth, propelled by a fiery wind, directly towards the sea dragon beast, whose flames were gradually diminishing. As its powerful claws descended upon the sea dragon, the seasoned creature reacted with remarkable agility, attempting to roll away. However, the searing pain in its chest hindered its movements just enough for Godin to seize the opportunity. With unreserved ferocity, its 4 sharp claws pierced through the thick and resilient scales of the sea dragon. While Godin's claws initially encountered some resistance from the scales, they swiftly penetrated into the flesh beneath, striking the still reeling Best. Instantly, a more profound and piercing pain radiated through its upper body, causing its elongated form to writhe instinctively, seeking to ensnare this creature before it. Without a moment's hesitation, Godin released its grip and deftly slipped out of the encircling grasp. It then maneuvered like a fish, searching for an opening around the sea dragon. Yet, the sea dragon maintained a well-ordered defense, preventing Godin from exploiting its vulnerable throat, the most lethal target. Godin had indeed aimed for that spot, but the sea dragon's vigilance thwarted the assault. As time ticked away, Best, growing increasingly impatient under Godin's relentless attacks, felt a glimmer of resolve flash in its eyes. That a flicker of blue electricity abruptly reappeared from its mouth, and blue sparks erupted from its dorsal fins. Revitalized from their earlier lethargy, Best understood that prolonging the conflict would exacerbate its chest wound, and should its stamina decline further, its demise would be inevitable. Thus, it resolved to unleash its final trump card, the once more. This was made possible by a talent it had gleaned from its bloodline in its elder years, the dragon's super breath talent. That as a creature of draconic lineage, it could unleash 2 consecutive breaths in a short span, albeit at the cost of draining its elemental energy, rendering it unable to utilize breath weapons until that energy was replenished. The sudden surge of electricity startled Godin, yet without the... It could only strive to evade the electric blast. However, the close range was not easily avoided. Without evasion was nearly impossible. The bolt struck Godin unimpeded, the powerful current piercing through the gray-white, stone-like skin of the... Yet it encountered difficulties against Godin's, which had accumulated to 6 layers of, causing the high-pressure current to dissipate significantly. The damage was mitigated by a notable 30%, resulting in Godin feeling merely paralyzed and twitching muscles. Although it was not entirely incapacitated, its claws remained mobile. However, it cunningly curled up, presenting its back to the sea dragon while discreetly rummaging through its dimensional pouch. To maintain the facade, it intentionally folded one wing while extending the other, draping it over its body to obscure its forelimbs and head, creating the illusion of being rendered into a heap of incapacitated flesh. Indeed, upon witnessing Godin's demeanor, Best was convinced of its assumption, fully aware of the potency of its own. Consequently, joy swelled within Best, as its prior lethargy from expending breath was considerably alleviated. Rallying its spirit, it crawled towards Godin. "You are destined to fall beneath my feet. Young whelp." Just as Best arrogantly proclaimed the young dragon's impending defeat, A crisp cracking sound echoed that a crescent-shaped glow of divine magic emanated from beneath Godin's wings that it was in scroll. Valued at 80 gold coins, crafted by a priest of the moon goddess Surin and entrusted to Fran Willow for sale, that erupted into brilliance beneath the dragon's wings. Although it approached the price of a second-tier ordinary spell scroll, its effects were undeniably potent, making it perfectly suitable for this moment. Not only could it heal moderate wounds, but it could also eliminate ordinary negative statuses within the body. Whether paralyzed, frightened, poisoned, burned, frozen, or asleep, all effects could be dispelled. Bathed in the moonlight, Godin was instantly freed from paralysis and sighed softly. Is that so? The unguarded sea dragon exposed its most vulnerable area, the soft throat beneath its jaw. The gray-white stone layer was entirely stripped away by the revealing Godin's scales, which gleamed black once more. As it spoke, Godin lunged upward, sinking its teeth into the sea dragon's throat, its sharp fangs easily piercing the softer scales in that region. The sea dragon attempted to break free, but Godin's four claws were firmly embedded in its upper body, rendering any effort to shake off the ferocious true dragon futile. Its struggles, in the presence of Godin's, resembled the feeble attempts of an infant, producing only a clanging sound, devoid of any other noise. Its strength waned as Godin eagerly drank the warm blood, dwindling with each passing moment until, ultimately, the cunning and resentment faded from its large, green-slit pupils, replaced by a misty gray light of deathly stillness. That moment, the cavernous hall of the goblin den echoed only with the sounds of flames roaring and the beast-like slurping of sustenance. Chapter 76. The harvest. The remaining glow of the flames illuminated the entwined forms of the two dragons, their scales refracting the light in a breathtaking display. What magnificent creations of the divine! Especially the victor of this battle, a true dragon measuring 5 meters in length. Blood from the fallen dragon beast flowed over its fearsome teeth, while its elongated neck continued to swallow. The glossy black scales covering its entire body glistened like the finest artwork, shimmering in the fire's glow. The relatively small, yet imposing ridge along its back was heavy and steady, unyielding as a mountain. Its dark red slit pupils sent shivers down the spine. However, this pose did not endure for long, as the victor soon relaxed its grip, causing the tableau to collapse. The reason was clear. Godin noticed a bronze-hued orb of light emanating from the corpse of the sea dragon, prompting it to release its hold decisively. Only upon the emergence of the glowing orb could one truly consider the creature dead. Godin rejected any semblance of instability. The first act following its release was to tidy up the aftermath and savor the sweeter fruits of victory, the fragments of innate talent. While the taste of the sea dragon's blood was indeed reminiscent of the ocean, sweet and viscous, akin to sipping yogurt, it paled in comparison to the allure of the higher-tier talent fragments. The bronze-hued orb was absorbed into Godin's body within 2 seconds of its appearance. Though it was not yet time to inspect it, Godin's primary concern was to locate a suitable position for recovery. After all, it remained unaware of what other dangers lurked within the subterranean lake of the Goblin Den. Despite the first-hand experiences of the girl Lovi and the supplementary information from the Goblin Skagger, Godin remained vigilant. Should the sea dragon prove to be a twin of some black dragon, things would become quite awkward. That it required a safe distance and a concealed position. Before long, it discovered a location near the exit, concealed by the remnants of a structure, where the flames still burned brightly. With deliberate strides, it summoned several goblins to guard the entrance of the cave while it concealed itself amidst the still-burning inferno. Lying low near the exit, its head oriented towards the passage, ever vigilant. Once it confirmed that the surroundings posed no threats, Godin began to lift its frenzy state, transitioning back into a state of weakness after its exertions. However, it did not forget to instruct one of the goblins to bring in the captured dog-headed creatures. After all, although the entrance to the dog-headed beast's lair was somewhat secluded, should any adventurers happen to witness the captured dog-headed creatures, it could stir up unnecessary commotion. Godin felt overly stuffed today and had no desire to engage with those adventurers again. After issuing a series of commands, the initial, giant growth spell wore off as time elapsed, and its body reverted to that of a diminutive dragon, measuring less than 6 feet. Yet, Gurdon was too overwhelmed by a more profound sense of weakness to ponder the sensation of its reduced form. Indeed, this heaviness of fatigue rendered it so lethargic that it barely wished to move its tail, longing merely to be a languid dragon, quietly basking in the searing embrace of the flames surrounding it. Nevertheless, Gurdon managed to concentrate its mind to examine its latest acquisition. The orb of bronze-hued light obtained from the sea dragon beast appeared to be a fragment of a higher-tier talent. Eagerly, Gurdon activated the flickering green dots on its retina that a pale blue panel, reminiscent of rippling water, unfolded in its view, refreshing with succinct data on the list that a glance revealed that the progress of analyzing the talent fragment was still at 40%, indicating it would take some time to complete. However, aside from the bronze-hued talent orb, Gurdon noticed some discrepancies within its panel. Several first-tier talents had undergone subtle changes, and Gurdon's keen memory allowed it to spot the anomalies at a glance. They had all advanced, whether it was stamina, gourmand, or robustness and dual wielding. These first-tier talents had all seen a slight increase, though it was unclear whether this growth stemmed from the aftermath of battle or other factors. Undoubtedly, this skirmish had facilitated its development. The only explanation Gurdon could conceive was that the rewards came from slaying foes of higher tiers. For even ordinary juvenile dragons, those who survived a challenging hunt would experience growth. Thus, it was only logical that it too would advance. Although the increase in first-tier talents was modest, it was nevertheless a gift, and Gurdon felt genuinely pleased. The only regret was that its second-tier talents seemed to remain stagnant. The values on the list unmoving, that it appeared that accumulation of talent fragments was the only route forward. Just as Gurdon mused on this, a new line of data refreshed, indicating that the talent assessment had finally concluded. Detection successful. Identified as third-tier talent breath recovery. Activate talent. Yes, no. Yes. Gurdon recognized the name of the talent as a rare boon, confirming its activation without a moment's hesitation. Breath recovery, 120. Thus prominently emerged in Gurdon's talent list. Strikingly conspicuous, the description of the breath recovery talent was as Gurdon had anticipated. It indeed allowed for a second breath attack within a short span of time, albeit extending the recovery period. Yet for one who could use their breath only once a day, such considerations were trivial. The previous doubts in its mind were dispelled. No wonder the sea dragon beast could unleash lightning bolt twice in succession. It was due to this. Once the breath recovery talent fragment integrated into its being, Gurdon immediately felt a heightened sensitivity in the utilization of its internal organs and blood vessels, as well as a newfound familiarity in channeling elemental power. It even felt that, should it desire, it could unleash a conical stream of magma from its mouth, akin to before, albeit less ferocious. Nonetheless, it sufficed. The ability to use its magma breath once more provided Gurdon with a modicum of reassurance. However, that sense of security was short-lived, as the cacophony of barking echoed through the lair. The captured dog-headed creatures were brought in by the goblins, and at first glance, they beheld the enormous dragon beast lying lifeless. Blood trickling from its neck, that it was none other than their revered sea dragon beast best, whom they had never failed to honor and sacrifice to. Yet their uproar was not merely due to this. Upon realizing their sea dragon beast best had perished, they clamored to submit to the true dragon. The fervent plea in their voices compelled them to writhe like maggots, crawling towards Gurdon, kneeling just outside the flames, beseeching its forgiveness and vocally confessing their ignorance in the dragon tongue. Furthermore, they collectively cast the blame upon the deceased sea dragon beast, asserting that it had coerced them. These dog-headed creatures, who professed unwavering loyalty to the true dragon, expressed their profound distress. Enough! Gurdon's indifferent voice resonated from the inferno, plunging the lair into an abrupt silence, save for the crackling of flames. If you sincerely submit, then take an oath. From this day forth, you shall be the vassals of the great molten dragon lord. Gurdon's tone bore no trace of emotion. It held no particular sentiments towards these dog-headed creatures. After all, they were merely opportunists seeking refuge with the strong. Moreover, with the title of Lord of Black Flames, Gurdon was inclined to conduct an experiment. Thus welcomed their submission. Capturing vassals was a favored pursuit of true dragons, and these dog-headed creatures were hardly traitors, were they? Indeed, as they uttered their oaths of fealty, Gurdon's title list expanded with a new designation. Yet this title arrived so swiftly that Gurdon scarcely had time to discern it before it intertwined with Lord of Black Flames, giving birth to an entirely new title. Chapter 77. Lord of Cairnder title. Lord of Cairnder trigger conditions. 1. The submission of two distinct clans. Note: clan size not less than 30. Point 2. No other forces within a 3-mile radius. Point 3. That the number of vassals reaches 100, including 5 first-tier beings and 1 second-tier vassal. Note: a nation within a nation, a city within a city. You have achieved this. The sewers of this region shall heed your command. Any hostile beings daring to intrude upon your territory will be regarded as invaders by your vassals. Undoubtedly, in less than 10 days since your birth, you have accomplished feats that many true dragons of your generation could scarcely imagine. Expand. Let the entirety of Cairnder be aware of your ambitions. Let the fury of the molten dragon once again cleanse this city. Effect: 1. Enhances strength-oriented talents. Robustness. 2. Increases breath damage. 1050C. 3. Dragon intimidation. Juvenile dragon's roar. 1. Influences the morale of all vassals under your command. War command. 1.5. The loyalty of vassals who sincerely submit to you shall never diminish. 6. Unlocked. Reputation 300, within a radius of 5 miles. Reputation 129. Currently, only these individuals are aware of your existence and understand your identity. Vassal count. Goblins 87. Dog-headed creatures 41. Gurdon stared in bewilderment at the information before it. Yet the title had already been automatically equipped, a familiar sensation integrating into its being. This was the essence of talent fragments. Gurdon was well acquainted with this feeling. Its talent list began to undergo transformations anew, changes so profound that it struggled to keep pace. Hastily commencing the process of assimilation, its size surged, strength amplified, the utilization of blood vessels refined, the ferocity of its presence heightened, and the oppressive aura coursing through its veins intensified. The experience was ineffable. The digestion of this growth required little time, and the black, juvenile dragon, lying amidst the flames, opened its slit pupils to IT this moment. It had grown to a scale of 7 feet. If it were to stand upright, it could likely look down upon Nina, coupled with frenzy. Its physique now rivaled that achieved through the previous giant growth spell. It began to meticulously decipher this new title system. The previous enhancements of strength, breath, and intimidation had not evoked any immediate sensations. However, the effects of the merging of these two titles were distinctly different. They had caused tangible alterations in its talent list, effects that were palpably real, that IT was not merely a feeling of enhancement. It was a concrete indication. 2 clans, goblins and dog-headed creatures. What a delightful surprise, Gurdon mused, glancing at the trigger conditions listed on the title, nodding slightly. However, upon reaching the final stipulation, confusion washed over it. Second-tier beings. Where would it acquire second-tier creatures? Grush. No, while it appeared comparable to a goblin warrior in stature. The size disparity was evident. IT still had a long way to go before matching a goblin warrior, perhaps 6 months or even a year. Yet, Gurdon was certain that it was the strongest within the Black Flame clan. After all, they had cohabited in the same hall for many days. Otherwise, it would not have chosen to make itself their leader. Weakness could not command respect within the goblin clan. Yet, it had not encountered any strong adversaries among the dog-headed creatures, aside from 2 first-tier beings of uncertain profession. The only distinction was their larger size compared to other dog-headed beings. When it had fought them, they had proven less formidable than elite goblins. Despite the bloodline's intimidating aura, Gurdon harbored doubts about their first-tier status. They were significantly weaker than the giant rat knights of the rat folk. Could there be invisible sorcerers? Just as Gurdon pondered this, a figure wielding a pickaxe emerged from the tunnel leading to the underground cave. As the flickering light of the flames burning in the troglodyte's lair illuminated its visage, its true form became discernible. That IT was an ugly and grotesque lizard-like head, from which 2 stout, spiraled horns protruded. Towering at twice the height of an ordinary troglodyte, its body was entirely cloaked in dense, crimson scales from crown to tail. That its rear, a pair of slightly smaller red wings sprouted, their membranes still glistening with fresh blood. This was a dragon-blooded troglodyte, unmistakably endowed with a high concentration of red dragon lineage. enabling it to transcend the typical lifespan of a troglodyte, living for over a century. Numerous legends among bards claim that within all-powerful troglodyte tribes are under the dominion of evil dragons. A being such as this would surely hold a place of significance. Yet, this particular dragon-blooded troglodyte exuded none of the grandeur associated with its kind, upon catching sight of the cold corpse of the sea dragon beast. The pickaxe it wielded clattered to the ground. "By Kurtamac, you wretched bastard, you're finally dead." It rushed to the sea dragon's remains, first offering a prayer to the god of troglodytes, then clawing and cursing at the lifeless body. Muttering a stream of troglodyte expletives, insults flowed, claiming the dragon was 1,000 times more repugnant than a gnome, and that adventurers surpassed it by leagues. However, its outburst was short-lived, as it soon felt the weight of Girton's gaze upon it. This dragon-blooded troglodyte, known as Skyo, who also bore the title of sorcerer, approached Girton with an exaggeratedly swaying tail, offering the utmost gestures of subservience. "Great master, I became concerned with the prolonged silence, so I took the liberty of digging a passageway to come up here. Please punish me. No matter. You may take these troglodytes below to continue excavating. Have you awakened your dragon lineage?" Girton, seemingly disinterested in the collapsed passageway, was instead captivated by the sudden appearance of the dragon-blooded troglodyte and inquired further. Skyo, not daring to conceal the truth, recounted its awakening, expressing its own bewilderment at the experience. After a detailed recounting, Girton learned that its awakening had occurred through the exceedingly rare method of bloodline stimulation. Bloodline stimulation, as the name implies, can only be triggered under conditions of intense emotional upheaval coupled with a fervent desire for one's lineage, and the probability of such an event is exceedingly low. However, among the vast population of troglodytes, instances do occasionally arise. "Oh, so, you are now a second-tier sorcerer?" Girton asked, a hint of surprise in his tone as he regarded the troglodyte. "Indeed, master. My bloodline informs me that I can indeed cast spells. The components for my magic are my blood and scales." The dragon-blooded troglodyte sorcerer confessed without reservation, listing its learned spells. The second-tier spells, Fireball and Flame Arrow, as well as the first-tier spells, Lesser Fire Orb, Burning Hands, and zero-tier cantrips, Read Magic, Mage Hand, and Prestidigitation. Its spell repertoire was quite impressive, capable of annihilating an entire party of adventurers if wielded adeptly. "Excellent, excellent. From now on, you shall be the leader of the troglodytes." Just like Garush, Girton nodded approvingly, granting it a position equivalent to that of the leader of the Blackfire clan. "Now I require a moment of rest. You will oversee the vigilance here and manage the arrangements for the goblins. From now on, you shall coexist together," Girton instructed Skyo before closing his eyes. After enduring a fierce battle, he needed a brief respite. Just a moment. The white horse and was surrounded by the city guards of Karandu, who were diligently investigating the scene of a recent homicide. All the fatalities were due to a single dagger strike, my lord. A middle-aged man of unremarkable appearance, after wiping the blood from his hands, reported to the captain of the city guard behind him. "Just a simple dagger?" "Indeed. But why is there so much blood?" "Never mind, as long as it's not those damned cultists." Captain Cyrus of the guard, having rushed to the scene after receiving a report, initially assumed it was yet another case involving cultists. Upon learning from the man that it was merely an ordinary incident, he breathed a sigh of relief. "All right. A homicide that we will inquire with the surrounding witnesses about any early morning sightings. For now, let us collect the bodies, brothers, back to Queen's Avenue." Cyrus instructed his men to load the 10 or so corpses from the white horse and onto a prepared cart, intending to transport them to a designated church for identification. Should no one claim them, they would be discarded at the city's Potter's Field. "Ha! Is this what nobility has come to? Dozens dead here. Yet a sheep on Queen's Avenue is deemed more important." "Shoo! Lower your voice. That's the Duke Wim's favorite sheep, butchered in the street. It's already a miracle these lackeys bothered to come here. They're too busy scouring the city for the murderer. I hear they've turned the dock area upside down, given its proximity." The onlookers murmured amongst themselves. However, as the guards departed, the crowd gradually dispersed. After all, nobility remained nobility, and they could only grumble so much. Who were they to complain when none in their lineage had ever achieved nobility? Meanwhile, this homicide cast a pall of anxiety over the common street, including the neighboring Green Shade Inn, the innkeeper. Eric wore a face clouded with worry. The incident had driven many guests to vacate their rooms in search of safer lodgings, resulting in a significant financial loss for him. Fortunately, a wealthy patron had arrived that morning, albeit seeming a bit peculiar, accompanied by a comatose, beautiful blonde. As long as the payment was sufficient, he had little regard for anything else. Eric was acutely aware of what should and should not be said the moment he received the mysterious armored man's money. In a room on the second floor of the inn, Labeg's countenance darkened as he gazed at the still unconscious blonde woman on the bed in his hand. He held a silver ring resembling a collar. Hesitating. Earlier that morning he had failed. The cursed winds had diverted his dagger-esque trajectory, causing it to merely graze her arm instead of striking true. What vexed him further was that the sorceress had donned a silver crown and vanished right before his eyes. Just like before, leaving no trace of blood or evidence. No incantation or gestures required. Now, searching for her felt like finding a needle in a haystack. Labeg pondered the enslavement collar in his hand, a creation of the mind sorcerers which he had brought from the Shadow Realm. When worn, it would enforce, charm creature, compelling obedience to the wearer's commands. However, removing the collar proved exceedingly difficult, requiring at least 6 tiers psychic power to unlock. Would it be a waste to use it on the blonde warrior before him? If pressed, he would prefer to use it on the sorceress instead, as she better suited his tastes, delicate and petite. Cursed! I shall wait and see. Labeg tucked away the collar, setting up several traps commonly employed by thieves before striding out the door. The blonde had already been subjected to a spell that would keep her in a deep slumber for dozens of hours. Alleviating his worries of her awakening prematurely, Labeg's greatest concern was that his master would soon be successful, and he could not afford to dawdle. With a loud bang, the wooden door slammed shut, and silence returned to the room. Half an hour later, a petite girl clad in a black and silver robe quietly entered the chamber. Chapter 78. Rilia and Shuz Karandu, the noble district, housed a white dome-shaped building in its very heart. Through the second-floor window, one could glimpse the renowned Queen's Avenue of Karandu, flanked by blooming tulips. This was the estate of one of the most prominent noble families, the Wims family, down on the second floor of the White Building. In a lavish room, a noble girl, her features delicate, twirled in front of a full-length mirror intricately adorned with elaborate patterns, admiring her new gown, crafted by Sylvia's tailor shop from the finest materials. The pale yellow court dress accentuated her graceful figure beautifully. Rilia, how do I look in this outfit today? The girl, now dressed in her new attire, gazed at her reflection with evident satisfaction, instinctively tilting her head and posing from various angles. My lady is exquisite. Lord Shuz will surely be captivated by you. Rilia, dressed in a maid's uniform, covered her mouth and chuckled. I hope so. Otherwise, after all this effort, if he doesn't compliment me today, I swear I'll... The girl clenched her small fist in frustration, her voice trailing off as she lowered her head in despair. If only I could meet Shuz now. Then he wouldn't remember how I used to be. My lady, it is precisely this transformation that will allow Lord Shuz to see your dedication. Losing 100 pounds in just a few months is no small feat. Rilia remained non-committal, not perceiving any issue with her lady. In fact, she found the previous pudgy, freckled version of her mistress to be more endearing, as she used to be perpetually cheerful and smiling, unlike now, when she only seemed happy in the presence of that young master from the Lamriafine family. You're the best, Rilia. I can't bear to part with you. Upon hearing this, the noble girl's mood brightened, and she embraced her maid, who had grown alongside her since childhood, initiating a playful exchange between them. Shortly after, a knock echoed at the door. The noble young lady gestured for her maid to open the door. Upon its opening, a middle-aged man, resembling a secretary, bowed and said, Miss Rilia, the Duke has requested that you take the household guards with you when you go out. Otherwise, he will be quite anxious. The death of Adam today has deeply affected him. He hasn't even had lunch while staying in his study all afternoon. I understand that Adam's passing weighs heavily on me as well, Uncle Maine. I shall take the guards with me. Rilia replied, her tone tinged with sorrow. Nevertheless, she immediately performed a perfectly executed curtsy to express her gratitude for his notification. Maine, the secretary, cast an admiring glance at the noble young lady who had transformed so dramatically. He sighed inwardly, pondering the taste of chasing love, how swiftly one could change in just a few months. Perhaps only the wish-granting spells of mages could be so effective. Alas, Shoes Rammerfarn is the betrothed of Princess Havelo of Am. Yet the Wimes family is not without merit. There is still a chance. As long as no vows have been exchanged before the goddess woken, everything remains possible. After all, what the AM people value most is the spirit of contracts. Until a contract is signed, anything is feasible. Then, Miss Rilia, I shall take my leave, Maine said, doffing his hat in farewell to the beautiful noble lady. And without lingering, he departed swiftly that he had many matters to attend to, especially with the mysterious cultists growing increasingly bold in recent days, daring to perform dark rituals on Queen's Avenue. They even used the beloved little goat Adam as a sacrificial offering, causing unrest among the nobility. After Maine left, Leah cast a worried glance at her mistress and gently suggested, "Perhaps, Miss, you might consider postponing Lord Shoes' ball this afternoon, given the recent tumultuous events involving dragons and cultists." "Oh, Calando truly is beset by calamities. There's no need for that, Leah. Prepare the carriage for me shortly, and don't forget the guards." Rilia resolutely refused. After all, having dressed so beautifully, it would be a disservice to her morning's efforts not to step out. With no other choice, Leah retreated, leaving Rilia alone in her chamber. In the solitude of her room, Rilia turned her gaze toward the full-length mirror, admiring her reflection in the splendid gown. She possessed fair skin, delicate and exquisite features, and cascading golden locks that would elicit admiration from anyone who beheld her. "Such a version of myself? Surely you cannot refuse me now," Rilia murmured, caressing her smooth complexion. "After all, I have sacrificed enough. I will not. I absolutely will not." At this declaration, a fleeting expression of ferocity crossed her face, only to dissipate and revert to her usual demeanor. Seated quietly on an opulent white oak chair, she tilted her head, tending to her golden tresses while awaiting her maid's arrangements. In a modest manner within the noble district, in the study, Shoes Rammerfarn was engaged in conversation with his father. "Father, I believe we should seize the opportunity to search for the sea dragon's lair overseas. Since it has claimed Calando as its territory, its nest must be nearby." Wade Rammerfarn, a seasoned practitioner at the 6th tier level, regarded his son with a nod of approval, his eyes reflecting pride. "Indeed, knowing you think this way reassures me. However, I dispatched Sierra and Trina to sea an hour ago to locate the submerged lair of the sea dragon," he added. "Really?" Shoes could not help but rise from his seat. Recognizing that Sierra and Trina were key subordinates of his father, it was evident that this operation had not been communicated to anyone else. Likely, only his father's trusted allies were involved. This legendary sea dragon was once an elemental dragon, not a divine dragon. The treasures it left behind are worth at least several million gold coins, far too valuable for those sea elves and fishfolk. Wade chuckled, unabashedly revealing his determination to acquire the riches. "Are there others involved in this venture?" Shoes inquired, somewhat astonished. Of course, such a bounty cannot be hoarded by one person alone. Even as the city guard captain, that's not feasible. However, a reasonable share should still yield several thousand gold coins. Wade proceeded to enumerate the prominent families involved. The city lord, Wimes Bafa Duluan, he proudly listed 7 or 8 of the most illustrious families within the city. Alas, Shoes sighed, realizing that his hopes of claiming the treasure solely for himself were naive. "Enough of that. How are you feeling?" "Much better, Father," Shoes replied promptly. "Good. Just be cautious and avoid wandering the seas lately. There's a chance that it might spot you." Nalan Vierto, the shield of Calando. Wade's expression turned grave, clearly serious. "That elderly bronze dragon? Hasn't it been 10 years since it departed from Jianbei Bay? Why has it returned so suddenly?" Shoes recalled hearing about this name from Wade. The shield of Calando had previously aided AM in repelling several attacks from aquatic ogres and trolls, of course. It was paid for its services. "I'm not certain. According to a letter from the city lord, it seems a gathering of bronze dragons has concluded. A gathering lasting a decade? Only true dragons could indulge in such leisure." "Very well. Father, I understand. I shall avoid the harbor and dock areas for the time being, and I will be cautious around those beggar fishermen seeking help. Shoes nodded, comprehending his father's concerns. That's good. This afternoon, the young lady of the Wimes family will be visiting you. Go enjoy yourself. And dress handsomely. After all, if you don't become a prince, a duke isn't too shabby either, right? Wade, pleased with his son's understanding, shifted the conversation to a lighter note. Indeed, my father, Shoes mused, recalling the girl enamored with his appearance. Feeling somewhat helpless about the situation, perhaps it was simply because he was too handsome, he gazed into the bronze mirror, adjusting his attire while silently reflecting. Chapter 79. Assessment failure when Shoes stepped outside. A splendid carriage belonging to the Wimes Duke was already waiting at his doorstep, that a golden-haired noble young lady was joyfully waving from the carriage window. It was none other than the Duke's daughter, Rilia. Initially, her expression bore a hint of restraint, but upon seeing Shoes board the carriage, she could no longer contain her excitement and brightly inquired, "Lord Shoes, what do you think of my appearance today?" Rilia stood, spinning gracefully within the spacious carriage, her face adorned with an eager smile. "Quite nice," Shoes replied with a slight nod, though his expression conveyed a palpable sense of indifference. Yet Rilia seemed oblivious to this, her joy unabated as she beamed. "Then, Lord Shoes, shall we go for afternoon tea? We can dance afterward. I know a lovely place." Shoes was taken aback by her directness. She displayed her affections with such unabashed candor. "I apologize, Miss Rilia, but I have some matters to attend to this afternoon and may not have much time. Once I drop you off at Sylvia's tailor, we shall part ways," he responded, swiftly declining her invitation. Observing the fair young lady before him, Shoes felt compelled to refuse. He realized that retreating would only embolden her further, so he allowed his voice to grow colder. If it weren't for the joint counsel of Duke Wimes and his father, he would have preferred not to encounter this charming young lady at all. Recently, he sensed an aversion toward her, as if they were inherently incompatible, yet he dared not voice this concern. The ramifications for both families could be dire. However, it was impossible for him to continue retreating. Just months prior, during their initial meeting at Wimes Manor, she had been supported by two handmaidens as she approached him. He could never forget the creaking sound of the oak floor beneath his feet and her beaming, plump visage, memories that now felt like a nightmare. Seeing her transformed into this enchanting figure only made acceptance more challenging. "Very well, Lord Shoes, shall we head to the tailor's to fetch your attire?" Rilia asked tentatively, undeterred by his previous refusal. Shoes, however, dismissed her delicate expression, apathetically nodding and coolly stating, "Let us go, if possible, Miss Rilia. I would appreciate it if we could hurry." With that, he leaned back against the velvet cushion, closing his eyes to rest, choosing not to engage in further conversation. Shoes Ramrafarn's frosty demeanor rendered Rilia's forced smile somewhat strained. The carriage fell into silence. Rilia maintained a faint smile while gazing out at the ever-changing scenery. Lost in her thoughts, time seemed to drag on, and as the opulent architecture gave way to more modest structures, they entered the commoner-s district, due to the perpetual need for the finest garments to please the goddess of the walk-ins. Sylvia's tailor shop is located not in the noble quarter, but rather in the temple district. Logically, this would not necessitate a passage through the commoner's area. However, Rilia wished to linger a little longer with Shoes, and thus instructed the coachman to take a detour. As the wheels of the carriage rolled into the heart of a street in the common district, the sharp sound of shattering glass echoed from above. This prompted the guards surrounding Rilia to draw their swords, alert to their surroundings. Yet, the sight of drawn blades sent the nearby residents into a frenzy of screams and chaos. Fortunately, this turmoil soon subsided. From the conversations of those around her, Rilia learned that it was merely a silver pseudo-dragon that had crashed through the window of an inn, an ordinary yet peculiar occurrence. Considering that windows in the vicinity of Calendar frequently met such fates, but pseudo-dragons were a rarity. The disturbance was but a fleeting interlude. As the carriage continued on its path, it soon arrived safely at Sylvia's tailor shop. After disembarking in succession, Shoes remarked, "Miss Rilia, I must apologize for my earlier rudeness. My mood has been rather off today." Upon leaving the carriage, Shoes felt his previous actions had been somewhat inappropriate. Thus, he quietly offered an apology to the noble daughter before him. He harbored no ulterior motives, simply wishing to avoid any repercussions that might affect their families. After all, even if he were to become a prince of the Im Empire in the future, he would still need to cultivate relationships with these dukes. It's quite all right, Lord Shios. Rilia is not one to hold grudges. As long as it's you, everything is perfectly fine, the golden-haired noblewoman replied nonchalantly, though the unnatural glint in her eyes and her slightly stiff demeanor betrayed her. That's a relief. Farewell. Satisfied with his handling of the situation, Shios intended to take his leave, only to be suddenly called back by Rilia. Is there something else? Miss Rilia? Lord Shios, I have one last question to ask. If I were to choose between you and Princess Havelo, whom would you select? Rilia appeared to muster great resolve. Her teeth clenched as she posed the question. I'm afraid, Miss Rilia, that I am already betrothed to Princess Havelo. Shios' words left no room for ambiguity. Yet upon hearing this, Rilia did not relent in her inquiry. Then, if she were to no longer be here, would you be with me? Miss Rilia, you may not be sleeping well. I have matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. Seeing her speak in such a manner, Shios dared not engage further and swiftly departed as if fleeing from a contagion. Rilia stood rooted to the spot, gazing at his tall figure as he walked away, murmuring to herself, I shall not give up. Her expression wavered, yet grew resolute, as if she had come to a decision, and she proceeded towards Sylvia's tailor shop, intent on purchasing an additional garment for her most cherished head maid. The clattering of sounds echoed in her ears. Gradually, Gurdon regained consciousness, opening his dark, golden slit-like pupils. After a refreshing slumber, he felt the power that had ebbed from his being replenishing his limbs, enabling him to effortlessly support his now somewhat imposing frame. He slightly raised his head, surveying his surroundings. Strange yet familiar. He quickly recalled the reason for his presence. Sigio, Grush! His voice pierced through the flames, stirring those who had gathered. Soon, Sigio, the dog-headed sorcerer overseeing the work, and Grush, the leader of the Blackfire clan, approached the increasingly robust black dragon, hatchling with reverence. They knelt, lowering their heads to Gurdon's line of sight, humbly declaring, Sigio Grush at your service, my lord. What are your commands? How long have I been asleep? Gurdon's tone was devoid of emotion. 2 hours, my lord. Sigio, as a sorcerer, had meticulously kept track of time down to the very minute, responding with utmost respect. Ah, and what of the passage below? Gurdon nodded slightly, indicating his awareness, and then inquired of Sigio regarding the matters he had entrusted prior to his slumber. It has been reopened. My lord, we are still diligently working on accommodating your followers. By this time tomorrow, we expect to have carved out 20 to 30 spacious caverns in the rock face for their habitation. Although Sigio held little fondness for the dog-headed folk, he remained committed to fulfilling his master's requests. Well done. Gurdon nodded slightly, offering a commendation to the dog-headed sorcerer. Sigio promptly lowered his head even further, humbly stating, To receive your praise is my utmost honor. My lord, your sustenance is prepared. Shall we partake now? After conversing with Grush, Sigio, despite his limited understanding of the hatchling, ensured that all matters were addressed thoroughly. No rush, though Gurdon felt a pang of hunger. He had not forgotten that he had left Nina in the bonfire hall. Now that everything had been resolved, it was only fitting to send someone to fetch her, and he need not worry that his slumber would affect Nina. He had already informed her that news might take half a day or even a full day to reach her. With his slumber ended and his strength restored, he turned his head towards Grush, who was still kneeling. Grush, go summon those goblins. You will return to the bonfire hall and bring the stored provisions and necessary tools. And remember to bring Nina as well. Ensure her safety. Do you understand, Grush? Gurdon commanded with a serious expression. Yes, my lord. I would give my life to ensure not a single hair on Miss Nina's head is harmed. Grush's voice rang out, filled with fervor and excitement. After all, which goblin of the Blackfire clan was unaware that the one closest to their master was none other than Miss Nina? Protecting her was a testament to the clan's trust. Such status needed no further elaboration. With that thought, Grush's gaze inadvertently flicked towards the dog-headed sorcerer Sigio beside him, a glint of pride evident in his eyes. Gurdon, disinterested in the goblin's boastfulness, opted not to send Sigio, fearing Nina might not recognize him. Moreover, Sigio had other tasks to attend to. Grush bellowed for the goblins to mobilize. Gurdon turned his attention to Sigio. You will accompany me to inspect the underground cavern. Remember to bring along a few adept swimmers. Gurdon instructed the dog-headed workers who were excavating the caves. He had not forgotten that the sea dragon's lair still existed after its demise. Exploration of that lair would undoubtedly require manpower. The dog-headed folk were natural swimmers, making them ideal for such an endeavor, while also sparing Gurdon from unnecessary risks. After all, in water, he was not in his element and could not afford to be careless. Yes, my lord. I will select the most suitable candidates. Sigio understood Gurdon's instructions and promptly set off to arrange the appropriate personnel. When Sigio returned, bowing with 7 or 8 dog-headed workers standing 10 feet in front of him, Gurdon leisurely rose and addressed them. Let us proceed. As he spoke, he stepped onto the extinguished embers, making his way toward the nearby underground passage. Although it was not Gurdon's first time traversing such a passage, it was his inaugural journey to its end, where he beheld the underground cavern as described by Loviath. The ceiling arched overhead, and with his dark vision, Gurdon could clearly see the sharply inverted stone columns above. Before him, the rock wall presented a narrow path leading to the sacrificial altar, where the dog-headed folk had traditionally performed their rites. To the other side, under the flickering torchlight, lay the azure waters of the sea. Descend, Gurdon instructed without approaching the edge, addressing the dog-headed workers. Yes, my lord. The dog-headed folk, filled with reverence and not a hint of hesitation, leaped into the water. Before long, figures covered in red scales vanished beneath the azure waves. Gurdon gazed intently at the number of his followers, waiting to see if any had changed. Approximately 10 minutes later, all the dog-headed followers emerged safely onto the shore, some even presenting coins or gleaming stones from the sea dragon's lair as offerings. Gurdon accepted these with gratitude. After all, it was only fitting for a true dragon to receive tributes from its followers. He then began to meticulously question the dog-headed folk about the underwater environment and any peculiarities they had encountered. Based on their fragmented accounts, Gurdon quickly pieced together a general outline of the lair. Once satisfied, he and Sigio, the dog-headed sorcerer, dove into the sea, gliding through the water like fish. Regardless of the type of dragon, the ability to breathe underwater was a fundamental skill. Gurdon effortlessly reached a depth of 20 meters, encountering coral, rocks, seaweed, and sandy beaches scattered across the seabed. The underwater expanse was considerably larger than the surface area, roughly 2 to 3 times its size. Surrounded by rock walls, only a circular opening, where seaweed danced in the currents, indicated the exit to the sea dragon's lair. However, Gurdon did not rush to explore. Instead, he wandered around the sea dragon's lair, intrigued by the novelty of being in someone else's territory. As he continued to survey the area, the modest lair was soon laid bare before him. Just as he estimated the treasures within the lair to be valued between 200 to 300 gold coins, with a startled cry, Shurgao seemed to have stepped upon something. Possessing the ability to breathe underwater, it was able to converse freely in the depths. Master, it appears there is something here, and it seems I have stepped on it. Upon hearing the exclamation, Gudwin turned to see Shurgao. With an innocent expression, pointing at its feet, that moment, it was crouched near the cliff wall of an underwater passage, beginning to unearth the sand beneath it. The gravel was rather thin, allowing Shurgao to easily reveal what lay hidden beneath. It was a statue, and judging by the mage's hat atop its head, there was no doubt it represented a wizard. Gudwin approached just in time to see Shurgao clear away all the sand covering the statuesque surface, exposing a small opening in its lower half. The hollow interior was visible, yet it did not prevent Gudwin from reading the inscription written in common beneath the statue's base. Unable to restrain itself, Gudwin recited, "A true wizard forever harbors the heart of an apprentice, Gormadon." Then, through the crack, it glimpsed a glimmer of gold shining within. Gudwin beheld a golden pocket watch nestled in the hollow beneath the base. Instinctively, its appraisal ability activated. As it saw the value, Gudwin involuntarily swallowed that it was unable to assess. Chapter 80. Fragrance and antiquated pocket watch shimmered with a golden hue amidst the dark waters. Gudwin extracted it from the statue of Gormadon, placing it delicately upon its claw, its vertical pupils wide with incredulity. That IT was well known that the appraisal technique inherent to true dragons could evaluate all valuable items beneath the category of high magical artifacts. From the smallest monster materials to the grandest, high magical artifacts. Yet this was the first time Godwin encountered an item that eluded valuation. However, there were explanations within the dragon's heritage. The worth of this object transcended mere gold coins, to be precise. In the hands of one in need, it was a priceless treasure, categorized as ancient relic, legendary, or even artifact. Undoubtedly, such items required materials costing millions of gold coins, not to mention the effort invested in their creation. Without substantial financial means, one should never attempt crafting, for there were indeed instances of individuals going bankrupt in their pursuit of legendary weapons. Godwin was unaware of which category this watch belonged to, but it was certain it had stumbled upon a treasure. Although this treasure awaited further exploration, it was already secured, was it not? Godwin touched the pocket watch and pressed the golden button beneath it with a swift motion. The watch sprang open, revealing a platinum clock face. The watch lacked a second hand, with only the hour and minute hands remaining motionless, pointing steadfastly at 12 o'clock. Godwin attempted to move the hands, but to no avail. Exploring further, it discovered that aside from its immobility, the watch bore no distinction from an ordinary timepiece. Yet, this was a characteristic of most ancient relics, legendary, and artifacts. Rarely did any item activate its inherent powers without the necessity of incantations, gestures, or inheritance rituals. Perhaps I could sell it for gold coins and continue to indulge. The thought flickered through Godwin's mind. After all, acquiring an unusable item and exchanging it for gold seemed a prudent choice. However, upon reconsideration, Godwin realized that such an item would be challenging to sell, as only those of legendary or even demigod status could afford it if it were placed in a common auction house or other shops. It would fetch no price and might even invite peril. After all, it was merely a fledgling dragon. Thus, this notion quickly dissipated, and Godwin ceased to ponder it. Even as a decorative piece, it holds value. Godwin mused over the watch's appearance before placing it into its dimensional bag. Could there be more? An idea struck Godwin, prompting it and Shurgao to dig once more beneath the sands. However, apart from a few marine mollusks, they found nothing of note, leading Godwin to give up. Turning to Shurgao, it commanded, "Shurgao, you handle that area. I will search here." Godwin felt there were still places unexamined and instructed Shurgao to continue searching. After parting ways, it followed the cliff wall and discovered a recess hidden within a crack. Easily mistaken due to the rock surface patterns that it squeezed inside, only to retreat moments later. The narrow crevice was filled with corpses, dog-headed men, goblins, and humans, piled into a small mound at the bottom, with dog-headed men being the most numerous. It appeared the crack served to prevent the bodies from swelling and rising to the surface. Feeling unsettled, Godwin backed out, while Shurgao, upon learning of the situation, was shocked and ventured inside. Shortly after, it emerged holding the corpse of a dog-headed man, its wounds already turning pale. Its expression was sorrowful, suggesting a familial bond. Godwin chose not to linger underwater and allowed Shurgao to ascend and tend to the remains. Shurgao cast a grateful glance at Godwin before swimming upwards. Departing without hesitation, alone in the lair of the sea dragon, Godwin began to scavenge for any valuables that it found 10 large pearls, each valued between 5 to 10 gold coins, along with numerous small shimmering pearls worth 20 to 99 silver coins, 70 or 80 in total. Additionally, there were over 50 coins of a somewhat dull hue, hundreds of silver coins, and a small mountain of copper coins. Surrounding the coins were blood corals, prized for their quality and said to be an essential ingredient in underwater breathing potions. Godwin collected everything into its dimensional bag, planning to examine it further once it surfaced. After gathering all the treasures from the lair, Godwin took a moment to ascend, calling down the dog-headed man's kin waiting above. It needed someone to scout ahead, for Godwin had not forgotten that its purpose in descending was not merely to amass wealth from the sea dragon, but to validate the underwater passage and ascertain its destination. Before long, approximately 10 miles east of the Karen Dock area, beside the tumultuous, massive reefs for black, jagged rock horns slowly emerged from the rocks that a black head, half submerged, surfaced, revealing dark, golden vertical pupils that it was Geduin, having traversed several miles through the sea dragon's lair tunnel. Seaweed hung from its head in deep green strands. Yet there was no time to concern itself with such details that it gazed greedily at the azure sky above and the bustling harbor in the distance, where ships of all sizes continuously arrived and departed. Further away, the skyline was dotted with clusters of buildings, forming a vibrant metropolis. This was the free city of Carindide. It twitched its nostrils, catching a faint whiff of the salty sea air. Undoubtedly. This was the fragrance of freedom. Ravage, with a grim visage, concealed himself within the shadows of the narrow alleys in the commoner district, closing his eyes to listen to the sounds of the bustling crowd around him, attempting to catch the scent of his prey. This was a unique method of tracking employed by the shadow assassin. He could detect the scent of marked prey, remembering the fragrance of their shadows. As long as they were within a certain range, he could perceive them. It was an exceedingly useful tracking technique. However, the mark on Celia was fading swiftly. Time was of the essence, that if he had not located her by this time tomorrow, it would signify that he had completely lost her trail. Having been outsmarted by a girl scarcely 15 years old was undeniably disheartening for Ravage. Though she was a third-tier sorceress, he still felt a profound sense of humiliation and shame. Stirring memories of his unworthy past in the afternoon, upon hearing the sound of shattering glass, he rushed back to the Green Shade Inn, only to find the room utterly vacant. The golden-haired girl had vanished. The open window creaked ominously in the wind, and shards of broken glass littered the brown wooden floor, alongside a half-dormant alarm trap, all silent mockeries of his failure. The sharp edges of the glass reflected the sunlight, casting an unwelcome glare upon his face, leaving him feeling as if he were being lashed by the whips of a drow. Before he could continue his pursuit of her trail, the city guards arrived outside, having received word to besiege the inn. Had it not been for Ravage's quick thinking in escaping through the shadows of the inn's rooftop, he might have been caught by the guards. Damn it! Reflecting on the events, Ravage couldn't help but mutter a curse. Yet before his words could fade, he caught a familiar scent in the it was the scent of his prey. Praise the shadows. I have found her. Chapter 81. Pursuing Shadows Celia. He is coming. A sharp, urgent voice echoed in Celia's mind. Lizna's transformed voice in the desolate streets of the black market. The surrounding buildings and crowds were laid bare. The silver pseudo-dragon, Lizna, perched above, had spotted the approaching sinister assassin. Ravage, moving swiftly in the distance. Its voice transmitted through the bond between pet and master, reaching Celia rapidly. Standing in a sunlit area, Celia let out a soft sigh. It seems he truly is capable of pursuing shadows. Shadow assassin? Celia pondered indifferently, confused as to why this man had relentlessly pursued her. She and Margracia had employed high-level invisibility spells, leaving no trace in the material plane. How could he catch up to them so quickly? At that moment, she believed there was an odor lingering on her body, yet after taking a bath, she still encountered him in Calinado, leading to a few faint possibilities surfacing in her mind. It was only after she had safely settled the unconscious Margracia that she clutched the usage count of the Crown of Dimensions in her hand, resolute in her determination to decipher the assassin's tracking method. Otherwise, even if she distanced herself from Calinado and fled to the frigid north, she would likely still face the threat of unexpected assassinations, with the enemy lurking in the shadows while she remained exposed. Such a precarious game. Thus, she planned to find a permanent solution today, and indeed, she successfully uncovered the tracking method of the assassin before her. The Shadow Stalker, also known as the Shadow Assassin, thrived in darkness, capable of pulling any creature existing in light into the abyss. This profession was quite rare, only chosen by those proficient in blind fighting or possessing extended dark vision, enhanced reflexes, or enhanced agility. That as the time drew near, Celia had no intention of waiting indefinitely for him. A gentle breeze caressed her as she moved gracefully in a particular direction. From the perspective of a pseudo-dragon, Celia's speed was hardly slower than that of the swiftly moving assassin, Rabeg. Not far away, beneath the shadows, lay a dilapidated sewer entrance that if he hunted shadows, then she would conceal herself within the darkness. She had already resolved to navigate the intricate labyrinth of the sewer, evading him, and then escort the awakened captain away from this place. She had not considered an ambush. The assassin's peculiar magic could render the surroundings eerily silent, and she was incapable of silent spellcasting or quickened spells, making her utterly ill-suited for a confrontation with a spellcasting profession. The silver pseudo-dragon, Liz, swiftly returned to Celia's vicinity, urging, "Celia, he is coming, right behind those two buildings." Upon hearing this, Celia hesitated no longer. She swallowed a potion that would grant her brief, dark vision and leaped into the sewer. Almost 10 heartbeats later, Rabeg arrived, inhaling the air to catch a scent only he could perceive. Sweet and fragrant. "Little mouse, do you wish to play an entertaining game with the domesticated lizard?" Dressed in leather armor, Rabeg gazed at the sewer not far ahead, detecting that faint scent. They went that way. The sewer, a nostalgically familiar place. As he walked, a smile crept across his face. The short sword at his waist had unknowingly been reversed in his grip, and his brand-new leather boots mercilessly squelched upon the still damp black mud left by the morning's bloody rain. He carried the wind with him, proclaiming his verdict. "Let everything end here." Without hesitation, Rabeg too leaped into the sewer, returning once more to the embrace of the underground world, reminiscent of a mother's arms. Though shallow, he was already inside, was he not? What a familiar and loathsome taste it was. He inhaled the moldy and sewage-laden air. The place he once inhabited was also a sewer, albeit that of Drow City. It must be said, the sewers constructed by the Grey Dwarves beneath Drow City were far superior to this self-proclaimed free metropolis. Rabeg stepped on the gooey substance coating the ground, casting a disdainful glance. "I'll change these when I get back," he mused, then proceeded down the corridor of the waterway, expertly navigating a bend that if Celia were to witness this, she would surely be astonished at the precision of his steps, mirroring her own. "I am the king of the sewers. Little mouse, is it too naive of you to play hide and seek with me here?" Rabeg murmured words composed of sounds only he understood. As his pace quickened, a frenzied expression emerged on his face. "Celia, someone is closing in, hurry." Liz urged the sorceress ahead to quicken her pace. Yet the sorceress, empowered by the second-tier spell, Wind's Grace, had reached her utmost limit. "So fast. He has caught up." Celia's voice trembled, as if she had made a grave mistake in her choices. "Faster than his speed in Kalanadu, like a phantom steed, he is upon us in the blink of an eye. I suspect he is not human." Liz flapped her dragon wings, soaring beside Celia, communicating telepathically. "This one do. He seems quite familiar with this sewer. We can't continue playing in a straight line with him. We can't compete." Liz glanced back, urging her on again. Celia had no time to look back. She attempted to hasten the wind's power once more, but nearly lost her balance. Had it not been for her decent agility, she might have found herself in a rather embarrassing tumble. Regaining her equilibrium, Celia soon heard the chilling laughter of the man behind her. "Little mouse, come into my embrace." Rabeg's voice, like the muck of the sewer, clung to Celia's ears like a wretched parasite. "Do not struggle. In no more than a quarter of an hour, my dagger. No, you shall be in my arms. Come now, darling. I will show you true joy. Speak. Why do you not respond? Can you not hear me?" Rabeg's voice distorted further, and Celia's steps grew erratic, causing Liz to feel a sense of dread. Had it not been for Celia's explicit instructions against ambushing, Liz might have impulsively intervened. At this rate, they would truly be caught. Just as Liz was caught in her internal conflict, her dark vision reached out to 90 feet ahead, spotting a long line of green-skinned goblins across the river, seemingly transporting goods. "Celia, over there. Use the monsters to shield yourself from him." With her enhanced vision, Liz promptly advised Celia. Without much deliberation, Celia acted on the suggestion. After all, with Wind's Grace and Wind's Cloak, she would fare far better among the horde of monsters than with the pursuing assassin. There was a chance she could shake him off. Continuing forward was a dead end anyway. Celia paused momentarily, then dashed towards the nearest log spanning the sewer river on her left. Meanwhile, Rabeg hesitated slightly. A large goblin tribe? Could there be a sorcerer or priest among them? With this thought, Rabeg slowed his pace, curious to see how Celia would navigate through. He was no reckless fool, relishing the prospect of letting Celia take the lead. Celia, observing the throng of goblins bustling with their bundles, felt a twinge of anxiety, but with pursuers behind her, she had no choice but to press on, just as she braced herself for an impending attack. She heard a familiar voice from within the goblin ranks. Sister Celia? Nina. Chapter 82. Anomaly. Celia stared in astonishment at the silver-haired girl skillfully weaving through the goblin figures, those delicate and familiar features, coupled with her striking slit pupils, belonged to her friend from the orphanage, Nina, the dragonborn girl. Both of them bore expressions of sheer surprise. Sister Celia, how did you end up here? Nina, what are you doing here? They nearly chorused in unison. Celia wanted to say more, but felt the weight of Rabeg's gaze behind her. She quickly hunched her body, concealing herself in the shadows cast by the elite goblins. Suddenly, Liz's voice echoed in her mind, advising, Celia, don't leave. You can walk with these goblins. That assassin hesitated. He is afraid. I saw it. You're a third-tier sorceress, with goblins to protect you. You needn't fear him. Liz had initially wished to avoid involving Nina, but now, with their lives at stake, she urged her to reconsider. However, Celia shook her head, choosing not to elaborate further with Liz. Instead, she smiled gently at Nina, saying, Nina, I didn't expect this. You seem to be thriving here. It takes someone extraordinary to command such a large goblin tribe. Is he treating you well? Yeah, he treats Nina very well, truly. Nina instinctively nodded, wanting to speak freely but quickly corrected herself, adding, well, Celia wished to say more, but her words faltered, and she suddenly chuckled. Forget it. I had plans to take you on an adventure. But it seems that one be necessary now. Celia glanced back at Rabeg, noticing he was drawing closer, and promptly bid farewell to Nina. I must take my leave now, Nina. If the opportunity arises, remember to place a daisy on Grandma Orlon's grave for me. She loved the flowers I picked for her, Celia observed carefully as she spoke, realizing Nina was flourishing within this goblin tribe. From the gazes of the elite goblins toward Nina, she could discern fear, reverence, and even a desire to please. Therefore, she stifled many of her thoughts, knowing that in this world, mere survival was a victory in itself. Seeing Nina living so freely and happily, without oppression, she decided against voicing any further words, opting for a simple farewell before departing. After bidding farewell to Nina, she swiftly activated Wind's Grace, rushing toward the far-off corner of the corridor. This moment provided her a significant opportunity to gain distance. The goblins along the way offered no obstruction, allowing her to escape unimpeded. Nina, watching Celia's sudden departure with such ease, felt a sense of bewilderment. Yet, at that moment, a sharp voice echoed in her mind, somewhat grating. Nina, is it acceptable for me to call you that? Your sister Celia is being pursued. If there is any way to assist her, please do so. Her adversary is exceedingly dangerous, a third-tier shadow assassin. She cannot endure for long. Moreover, that third-tier assassin wields a dragon's tooth, which is a genuine artifact of the true dragon armament. A silver pseudo-dragon flapped its wings above the sewer, capturing Nina's attention. The creature, named Liz, was familiar to her. Liz was endowed with innate telepathy, capable of establishing a connection with strangers over short distances, though she rarely employed this ability, disliking others hearing her voice. Yet, for the sake of a roasted black sturgeon and Celia, she disregarded her reservations and inundated Nina with information, then hurriedly flew ahead in pursuit of Celia, who had already vanished around a corner. Wait! Nina stepped forward, intending to reach out and call for them to halt, but hesitated, recalling that taking matters into her own hands could endanger Mr. Gurdon. The thought of a third-tier professional sounded formidable. Yet she could not bear to watch Celia being hunted, in a moment of despair. Tears nearly fell from her eyes, that instant. Commotion arose behind her as a man wielding dual daggers charged into the group, attempting to navigate the corridor's edge to chase after Celia. The goblins, sensing his formidable aura, swiftly gave way. After all, they could discern the presence of a third-tier professional. Labeg observed the goblins with a certain audacity. Earlier, when he was at a distance, he could not hear the conversation between the two and had not even noticed Nina, assuming she had employed some special technique or intimidation to deter the goblins from attacking. Thus, upon realizing there were no goblin priests or warlocks among the group, he subconsciously deemed them ineffectual in truth, they were indeed feeble. Even Grush, upon seeing him, cowered to the side, paralyzed with fear, allowing him to pass unimpeded in pursuit of the cloaked woman. Without Gurdon's leadership, They were not as fearless as before. The sight of these cowardly goblins stirred a flicker of brutal excitement within Labeg. Initially, he merely wished to pass through safely. However, as he neared the end of the goblin ranks, he could not resist drawing his blade, swiftly slitting the throat of an elite goblin. The fallen goblin's lifeblood gushed forth, creating a vast pool of crimson, which terrified the surrounding goblins, witnessing their cowardice. Labeg erupted into wild laughter, his chilling cries echoing as he vanished from the goblin's view. He had no time to play with these green-skinned creatures. He desired to prolong his time spent with the wind elementalist, demonstrating to her what true manipulation entailed, a means to cleanse the humiliation he had suffered that morning. "Miss Nina, should we inform our master?" Grush inquired, eyeing the brutal man with apprehension, knowing that should he engage, he would likely meet a swift demise. That he glanced nervously at Nina, seeking her counsel. Nina was at a loss for words, her gaze filled with worry as she stared at the corner, tears glistening in her eyes. Her hands clasped together, she silently prayed, "May the gods protect us." However, Gurdon was already aware of the situation. Emerging from the depths of the sea dragon's lair, he observed the sudden shift in his title bar. Noticing that under the title of Lord Carindor, the number of goblin subordinates had abruptly diminished by one, that his slit pupils widened in shock, that a thought struck him with clarity. Is there a problem with the goblin squad? Has one of them perished? Regardless of the specifics, this signified one undeniable truth. Nina is in trouble. Gurdon wasted no time. Leaping from the water without hesitation, that Nina's predicament implied a risk of exposure, and he had no desire to squander the hard-won stability of the underwater passage so soon. He shook the droplets from his wings, resembling a cat, then flicked off the seawater from half-closed black scales. Utilizing the swiftly rising heat within him, he evaporated the water, quickly drying himself before nimbly diving into the cave. Moments later, his roar echoed through the lair. "Skio, assemble the dog-headed men and their weapons. Follow me." "Yes, my master." Chapter 83, Abandonment. Gurdon, accompanied by a squad of 10 dog-headed warriors and a draconic sorcerer, departed the lair. Hurrying back toward the campfire hall, his steps were urgent. Had his hind limbs fully developed, he might have even considered running on 2 legs, believing it would be swifter. Soon, he encountered a lengthy line of goblins in a corridor, each burdened with various packages, exhibiting no signs of alarm. Gurdon made no effort to conceal his presence, and before he could utter a word, he heard Grush's distinctive voice. "Great Master, Supreme Sovereign, the cowardly Grush has insulted your honor. Please punish me." An elite goblin, with a slightly charred elbow and dual battle axes, collapsed before Gurdon, bowing deeply. Though the quiver in its voice seemed somewhat insincere, Gurdon had no time to concern himself with such matters. His gaze shifted to the dragon-blooded girl, trailing behind Grush. Upon confirming that Nina was unharmed, he narrowed his eyes, directing his attention to the silent goblin, Grush. "Grush, what happened? Explain everything from the beginning, or you'll spend the day submerged in seawater upon our return." Gurdon's voice was cold and indifferent, laced with a hint of anger. How could a well-functioning team suddenly lose a goblin? He demanded an explanation. "Great Master, a human provoked us, using a dagger to slay one of our brethren. I wanted to step in and teach that human a lesson, to make him understand the wrath of the Black Flame. But I remembered Miss Nina was present, and my responsibility was to protect, not to conquer. Thus, I could only watch helplessly. Get to the point. You have one more chance." Gurdon interrupted Grush's attempt to divert the topic and seek praise, reprimanding him without an ounce of emotion. Grush sensed the shift in tone, lowering himself further, his green, distorted face nearly touching the ground. Trembling as he spoke, "There was a human with a dagger, very formidable. We were no match for him, and while retreating, he killed one of our brothers. It is my incompetence, Great Master. I willingly accept punishment." Grush had steeled himself for the consequences. However, Gurdon did not explode with wrath, but instead gazed down at the trembling goblin, his voice devoid of warmth. "Grush, next time, simply report the facts. Do not embellish with lengthy, tedious speeches. Doing so will only lead me to believe that after all these excuses, you remain a useless wretch. You might as well admit your own inadequacy. It's far simpler. Do you understand? Gurdon's dark golden slit pupils bore into Grush's, unflinching. Understood, master. Grush felt as though his very soul was being scrutinized by the true dragon before him. Whispering, have you been frightened into silence? Speak up. Yes, master. This time, Grush's voice reverberated throughout the corridor, loud enough for all to hear. Gurdon nodded in satisfaction, then turned to Grush, asking, now tell me, who dares to provoke the might of the lava dragon lord? I shall tear him apart. Gurdon's voice rose in intensity. If that person stood before him, he would not hesitate to let him taste the molten lava's embrace. Master, he is a professional, possibly stronger than the previous goblin warriors. Wielding a dagger, and his speed is extraordinary. Grush struggled to find the right words, resorting to comparisons with the goblin warriors. That is not an excuse, Gurdon began, only to be interrupted by Nina's timid voice. Mr. Gurdon, he is a third-tier shadow assassin, reputed to be exceptionally powerful. Gurdon's voice faltered, and after clearing his throat, he addressed Grush with newfound seriousness. In this matter, you have indeed performed admirably. You fulfilled your duty. When confronted by a stronger foe, it is essential to prioritize your own safety, for your lives are my wealth. Without my permission, you cannot afford to perish so easily. The voice of the true dragon softened somewhat, but remained loud enough for the entire goblin contingent and the dog-headed man behind them to hear. To them, it rang like thunder. They were considered the treasure of a dragon. What immense honor! Thus, they instinctively knelt, their eyes filled with fervor and reverence, humbly proclaiming, yes, great master. Having successfully deflected the situation, Gurdon nodded in satisfaction, seemingly entranced by the allure of his own words. However, he did not forget to turn to the dragon-blooded girl who had approached him, inquiring, Nina, do you happen to know the identity of the individual who harmed the goblins? I do not know him. But Mr. Gurdon, I am acquainted with the one he is pursuing. It is Sister Celia, as I mentioned before. She is currently being hunted, and my heart aches. I do not know what to do. Gurdon, observing Nina's expression of helplessness, wished to feign a shared sense of sorrow to convey his own distress and powerlessness. After all, it was merely a hatchling dragon, barely 10 days old, just as it was about to offer some words of comfort. It heard Nina's voice quavering with sobs continue. The information I received earlier was from Liz. She also mentioned that the person in question possesses a true dragon armament, known as Dragon's Fang. Upon hearing this, Gurdon felt a slight shiver. A true dragon armament was a magical artifact capable of maximizing the strength of a true dragon. There had been mention of this in its dragon heritage. It was said that dragons wielding such armaments were unparalleled among their kind. Nevertheless, Gurdon remained unfazed, its general stance unchanged, and gently prompted Nina. Perhaps this is the fate of adventurers. Nina, you need not worry excessively. Perhaps your sister Celia, blessed by the goddess, will turn misfortune into fortune. Yes, I hope so. May the gods protect us. Nina understood Gurdon as perspective. After all, she couldn't bear the thought of Gurdon engaging in perilous adventures and conflicts for Celia's sake. It was merely a sense of helpless sadness. However, some matters cannot be evaded simply by desire. As Gurdon continued its light-footed strides, it had long left the goblin behind. Just as it traversed the corridor, a round object tumbled forth, fortuitously rolling to its feet. That was a crown, rusted and weathered. Then from within the corridor a squeak echoed, the sound of a pseudo-dragon. Yet at that moment, Gurdon was more intrigued by the identification of the object before it, marked by a series of symbols that fell into deep contemplation. Chapter 84. Lava within the dank passages of the sewer, a cacophony of manic laughter surged like tidal waves, crashing one after another. Ah, look what I have caught! A little mouse! Trapped in misfortune. Now, dear sorceress ensnared by shadows, how will you escape this time? Rabeg's triangular eyes sparkled with a reckless glee as he gazed upon the girl, her hands and feet tightly bound by shadowy tendrils. Rendered immobile upon the ground, he anticipated relishing her expression of despair. Yet to his astonishment, Celia's countenance remained strikingly indifferent, resembling an icy mountain, as if she were not the one ensnared. There was no trace of fear upon her visage. Yet her subtly trembling form betrayed her response. Nonetheless, she paid little heed to Rabeg's taunts. Her face bore a semblance of relief, as she chose to close her eyes and remain silent. This unexpected reaction left Rabeg, who had intended to continue their playful banter. Feeling agitated and cruel, he sought solace in the memories etched upon the girl's face. Damn it, until he heard the pseudo-dragon's voice above. Initially, he felt a flicker of excitement, which soon morphed into irritation. Squeak, squeak! The silver pseudo-dragon, Liz, soared above the sewer's ceiling, anxiously watching below, calling out to Celia with urgency. Its master was the one who provided it with roasted sturgeon. However, Celia, through their mental link, urged it to flee, to return to the northern forest. But Liz had no intention of leaving. It flapped its silver wings, the sounds of its frantic flapping and mournful cries resonating sadly through the corridor. Be silent. Enraged, Rabeg activated the innate talent of silence contained within his bloodline. Within a 30-foot radius, all fell into stillness, rendering any creature incapable of producing sound. In an instant, the air within the sewer quieted. Even the sound of flowing water diminished. Yet, less than a second later, the accursed pseudo-dragon's voice returned. Squeak, squeak! Liz had flown beyond 30 feet, near the corridor's corner, continuing to spiral and lament. This compelled Rabeg to feel an overwhelming urge to slit the pseudo-dragon's throat. However, what infuriated him further was the girl's unchanging expression. With a maniacal grin, he withdrew a beautifully crafted silver collar from his dimensional pouch, opened his mouth to speak, only to realize he had momentarily lost his senses. He slapped his forehead, hastily dispelling the silence. Almost forgot that I too cannot speak. Little mouse, I hope your expression remains as it is. He waved the delicate collar and the emerald ring upon his finger with a sinister smile, leaning closer to Celia as he trembled with excitement. Do you know what this is? A collar of enslavement, the creations of those mind sorcerers from the underworld, capable of controlling a person's thoughts. I've heard that even the most rebellious drow can be tamed into docility. Like a house lizard, upon seeing the owner of this ring, they will do whatever they are commanded. Originally, I intended to reserve this for those wretched creatures of the underworld. But upon seeing you, I truly cannot bear the thought of slitting your throat. Though your blood must be exquisite sweet, what I truly desire is to witness you kneeling before me, begging, pleading for me to end your life. Rabeg wore a ghastly grin, moving about like a jester before the prostrate Celia, murmuring incessantly. Upon hearing his words, Celia shuddered, opened her eyes, and gazed up at the tall, slender man before her, uttering her first words, "Kill me." Her voice, cold yet laced with a hint of supplication. You are afraid. You are afraid. At last, you are afraid. I thought you would never feel fear. Rabeg was akin to a madman, licking his parched lips as he stared down at the girl. How could I possibly bring myself to kill you now? I eagerly await the moment you kneel and beg for me, writhing in desperation. Plead for me to consume you. Then I would rather die. Celia's voice trembled, unable to fathom how she would confront herself if she were to become that way. You have no say in this. Rabeg, like a wolf drawn to the scent of blood, greedily fixated on the silhouette of the girl framed by her dark robe, but he found that many memories of the shadowy realm resurfaced at the sight of her. Perhaps he could impose upon her the suffering he had endured throughout the years. It must be said that after dealing with the drow, his knowledge had broadened significantly. The thought ignited an exhilaration within Rabeg. He became aware of his own aberration. His brutality and reckless laughter were unbecoming of one who bore the title of assassin. Composure and calmness were his true nature. Yet, gazing upon the sorceress before him, how could he remain composed? The sight of her closing her eyes evoked the nightmares of the shadowy realm. He intended to compel this girl, who dared to mock him, to repay with her very existence. Nevertheless, Rabeg began to contemplate a shift in his beliefs. His burgeoning brutality and the thrill he derived from witnessing others suffer no longer aligned with the doctrines of the Lady of the Night. Perhaps he was better suited to embrace the embrace of the Lady of Pain, La Vida. Furthermore, his dexterous hands could wield any weapon. A whip would serve as an excellent choice. That he looked down at the exquisite form before him. Already unable to contain himself, his mindset was approaching a critical threshold, on the verge of climax that is so much so that he failed to notice the subtle shift in the girl beneath him, nor the long-absent sound of the pseudo-dragon. His mind was consumed with the desire to replicate the agony he had suffered in the shadowy realm before this delicate girl. Thus, when Celia sought to buy some time, she heard Rabeg's voice filled with urgency. "Submit. Kneel before your master for the rest of your life. Pray for his grace and mercy." At that moment, Celia felt a heavy, icy collar tighten around her neck, disorienting her. Her vision began to blur, and the figure of the assassin gradually faded into obscurity, leaving only a glimmer of emerald light and the eerie whispers lingering in her ears. "Submit, Master, grace, mercy." The words echoed, a demonic chant that Celia's expression shifted from initial struggle to distortion, eventually softening, and finally becoming submissive. "Master." The sorceress emerged from the shadows, rising to her feet. Kneeling upon the ground, she reverently intoned towards the figure adorned with the emerald ring. "How are your companions?" To test the efficacy of the enslavement collar, Rabeg pointedly queried. "Master, Marglesia is hidden beneath the bed on the second floor of the Green Canopy Inn. I did not take her away, but merely concealed her using an invisibility sphere." Struggling flashed across Celia's face. Yet she obediently spoke. "It has such a cunning little mouse." Rabeg nodded in satisfaction at the girl who had now become his thrall. What once drove him to madness now brought him immense comfort. "Let us depart. I have lingered long enough in this sewer, reeking of mildew and sewage. Rest assured, I am not like those drow, whose minds are perpetually consumed with thoughts of debauchery. I shall provide you with an unforgettable experience." He gazed intensely at the girl who now stood upright, maintaining a distance of 5 feet behind him. "Thank you, Master, for your mercy." A tear slipped down Celia's slightly pale cheek, yet her words were imbued with profound humility. Rabeg chuckled lightly. Adaptation would suffice, and perhaps she would come to enjoy it more than he did. With newfound vigor, he stepped forth from the corridor, only to suddenly feel an oppressive heat in the air, as if a great furnace had materialized before him. He glanced around, finding nothing but emptiness. Could it be an illusion? Sewers should be cool, shouldn't they? As Labeg found himself engulfed in confusion, he sensed the presence of an invisible, robust pair of arms encircling him, an unparalleled strength rendering him immobile. Instinctively, Labeg struggled against this binding embrace, only to be met with the sudden appearance of a large, black-scaled whelp. Towering over him, that it was this very creature that held him. Akin to a bear hug, and atop its pointed head rested a rusted crown, lending an absurdity to the scene. Yet Labeg found no amusement in it. He felt an unbearable heat surging within his chest. Looking down, he realized, was that magma? "Who are you?" Labeg attempted to speak, but the black whelp's maw, filled with razor-sharp teeth, erupted with a rumbling and a sinister grin. "You dare slay my kin, and you ask who I am?" Labeg stood frozen in shock. "A goblin? You are the lord of that goblin?" he murmured to himself. Yet Godin had grown weary of further discourse, especially as the dragon's breath had begun to coalesce, a torrent of searing heat rushing towards him. This was magma. The searing pain was but a fleeting moment, accompanied by the whelp's malevolent laughter. To provoke the lava wielder is to be consumed by the molten depths, obliterated, and then his consciousness faded into oblivion. Chapter 85. The sovereign, the bronze-hued luminescence melded into the chest of flowing red magma as Godin relinquished the half-dissolved corpse of the assassin. Before long, a pale blue panel displayed a smooth flow of data. Detecting talent fragments. Detection successful. Identified as a Tier 3 talent. Silence ring. Activate talent. Yes, no. Talent silence ring. Within this realm, you shall be the master of sound, from the faintest whisper of insects to the thunderous roar of dragons. At your will, these creatures shall emit no sound beneath your aura, including yourself. Range, 30 feet. Note, this is a fair duel. Godin's vertical pupils slightly constricted. This talent seemed excessively restrictive to those casters unable to cast spells silently, particularly those reliant on incantations for high-tier spells. That IT was simply too much. However, it delighted him. Godin eagerly incorporated the talent into his repertoire, noting the addition of Silence Ring, 110, among his Tier 3 talents. Before nodding slightly and closing his eyes to assimilate the power granted by the talent fragments that I in no time, the techniques for utilizing Silence Ring were effortlessly etched into Godin's very essence. To him, this method of absorption resembled the implantation of a chip, an integration of programming. Whenever he desired to activate it, he merely needed to press the activation button within his bloodline, just as Godin endeavored to digest the memories imparted by the talent fragments. He heard Nina's frantic call. "Sister Celia, what has happened to you?" Following the voice, Godin turned to see the sorceress girl, seemingly disoriented. As the ring holder had perished, her expression was vacant, her eyes devoid of focus. Resembling a marionette, even the pseudo-dragon, Liz, perched upon Celia's shoulder, was calling out in distress, as its mental link had failed, severing communication with Celia, now adorned with the collar. "Mr. Godin? Why is she like this?" The power of a mind sorceress. Her thoughts are ensnared by the ring, rendered incapable of response. With his dragon inheritance, Godin quickly discerned Celia's current state. The death of the ring holder had plunged her into a standby mode. "What shall we do, Mr. Godin?" As Nina sought assistance, Liz cast a fearful glance towards the true dragon. "It's simple. We merely need to find her a new master. Alternatively, we could seek a mind sorceress of 6th tier or above to remove the collar." Godin gestured towards the corpse below, already partially skeletal, its green ring glimmering amidst the magma. "Could Mr. Godin wear it?" Nina implored, not wishing to become her sister's master. If a master were to be chosen, she deemed Godin a worthy candidate. "Are you certain?" Godin regarded the young dragonborn girl with an odd expression. "You could take her to find a mind sorceress to remove the collar. It's quite simple. While Kalanda may not have one, the more remote mountain depth surely harbor powerful mind sorcerers. But Mr. Godin could also accompany Sister Celia to seek one. Is that not possible? At the very least, restoring Sister Celia is paramount that I believe in Mr. Godin, and it would benefit Sister Celia as well. After all, this way, she would not betray you. You would not have to worry about her divulging your secrets, would you?" Though Nina was still young, she had gleaned much from her experiences. From the previous adventurer to Rovi, she understood that the true dragon before her would never allow any potential threat to remain. However, she had grown up watching Godin, and she had faith in his character. Sister Celia was far better off in his care than in the hands of that wretched thief. With Nina's persuasion and Liz's hopeful gaze upon him, Godin ceased to feign indifference that he directly retrieved the green ring from the corpse, which was now partially submerged in the molten rock, and slipped it onto his scaled middle finger. "Is this the ring that can enslave minds?" Godin scrutinized the gemstone embedded within the ring, feeling a subtle shift in awareness. With the infusion of soul energy, the remnants of the previous master were instantly purged. Subsequently, as the soul fully claimed the green ring, Godin's vertical pupils narrowed slightly, that he gazed at the seemingly puppet-like Celia and felt an invisible thread connecting him to the sorceress girl. A sensation of dominion surged within him. It seemed that any command he uttered would transform the human female, crafted by the mind sorceress, into a mere marionette, her very thoughts susceptible to alteration. "Awaken," he commanded. And almost simultaneously, the dazed girl in the black robe regained her senses. Instantly, she bowed humbly before the fearsome black whelp, uttering, "I greet my esteemed master." Her lips moved, void of emotion, and she reverted to her previous demeanor, her eyes reflecting a struggle, clearly indicative of a consciousness restored yet unable to control her body. Godin could only lament the malicious design of the collar's creator. Remove the physical control restrictions. Allow her to move freely. Godin deleted some commands stored within the ring, replacing them with the simplest and most effective directive. Obey him completely. Celia's tense expression relaxed, and she looked in astonishment at her now mobile hands, then towards the whelp, her gaze rife with panic and shock. Though she had been in a stupor, she could still hear the external sounds, thus retaining all of Godin's words in her mind. So, it was he who had taken Nina under his wing? Truly a benevolent dragon. "Sister Celia," Nina exclaimed, leaping into the arms of the restored girl, her tears soaking into the fabric of Celia's black robe. Clearly, the words of the thief had frightened the dragonborn girl. Had it not been for Mr. Godin, she was unsure of what to do. After a brief weeping, Nina pulled herself from Celia's lap, wiping her tears while pointing at Godin, who was rummaging through equipment, and introducing him to Celia. "This is Mr. Godin. He has been protecting me from harm all along. He is a lava dragon, yet his temperament is not at all fierce. Do not be deceived by his fearsome appearance." "God, Master," Celia attempted to utter Godin's name, but in the presence of the true dragon greedily claiming the dragon tooth dagger, her only address for him was Master. Chapter 86. Clue sizzle. The magma upon the moss-covered stone steps was pushed into the murky waters by Godin's claws. Emitting a gratifying sound, that a plume of white steam rose from the filth, releasing a foul stench. The corpse of the shadow assassin had been entirely dissolved, leaving only charred bones and scattered remnants of cooked flesh. Godin chose not to discard the corpse into the river, but instead entrusted it to Grush behind him, instructing it to carry the remains back, that he intended to dispose of the body through an underwater passage, ensuring that even if methods for locating the remains were employed, no one would suspect that the initial crime scene was within Calanda's sewers. Though the concealment was not entirely thorough, Godin could only do his utmost. After all, any action would inevitably leave traces. Perhaps a wish spell could still be an option. Having gathered the spoils, Godin turned his attention to his newly acquired slave, the sorceress girl. He approached her while pulling the dimensional bag belonging to the assassin from his chest. Handing it to Nina, and inquired of Celia. "Celia, is it? Tell me what has transpired in these past days. How did you come to be entangled with him?" Godin's intent was abundantly clear. He required information to avoid being caught off guard later. Although one issue has been resolved now, it is highly likely that a multitude of problems will arise next time. But why then, the unprepared Godin may truly find himself fleeing or meeting his demise in this filthy and putrid sewer. Celia gazed at the fledgling dragon before her, who, both nominally and psychologically, held complete dominion over her fate. In a somewhat awkward whisper, she remarked, "Master, these are all minions of that wicked sorcerer, that he deceived our adventuring party through a commission, luring us into the demiplane of a legendary mage to search for treasures on his behalf. Ultimately, it was only by a stroke of luck, aided by the crown of dimensions, that the captain and I managed to escape." Before the enslaved Godin, Celia held nothing back and recounted her entire adventure. Gormadin, upon hearing this information, Godin suddenly recalled something. Indeed, wasn't that human mage statue beneath the lair of the sea dragon Gormadin, the legendary pocket watch, the purpose of which remains unclear, was also obtained from below that statue? Could there be a connection? However, Celia knew little about Gormadin, aside from the fact that he was a formidable legendary traveling mage. Her mind had been so preoccupied with the demiplane's deception that she had no time to consider other significant matters. Godin, undeterred, crouched beside the girl, scratching the protruding black-scaled horns on his chin as he pondered how to learn more about Gormadin's exploits. Yet upon catching sight of Nina and Celia again, his slit pupils brightened slightly. Since Gormadin had a statue in Calando, he must be quite renowned here as well. It would suffice to have Nina and Celia assist in gathering information. Surely, the Temple of Agma would possess such knowledge. After discovering that Celia was a third-tier sorceress, Godin felt reassured about Nina and Celia embarking on their quest together. Moreover, with Celia, a powerful sorceress, now his slave, Godin's plans could be filled with more intricate details. For instance, purchasing a property near the Goblin Lair to establish a connection with Calando's surface would not only facilitate Nina's comings and goings, but also allow him to remain abreast of developments. Besides, continually traversing the sewer entrance was rather unsafe, especially for a dragon-blooded girl. That if possible, Godin preferred that Nina dress in garments befitting a normal girl rather than disguise herself like a shapeshifter. He glanced down at Nina, who was counting the contents of the dimensional pouch. She seemed to sense his gaze and looked up, her eyes sparkling as she cheerfully exclaimed, "Mr. Godin, we have money again. What would you like to buy this time?" "Nina can help you with anything," she said, raising her hand and shaking the dimensional pouch that Godin had just given her. Inside were not only over 300 gold coins stored by the shadow assassin, but also treasures obtained from the sea dragon's lair. including pearls, corals, and coins, aside from the pocket watch. Clearly, acquiring such wealth in less than a day had left Nina somewhat dazed, momentarily forgetting who had bestowed this fortune upon her. Godin regarded Nina with an expression of bemusement, while she smiled and nestled against his forelimbs, affectionately rubbing her head against his neck covered in black scales. In a cheerful whisper, she declared, "Mr. Godin, you've grown taller." After undergoing 3 robust enhancements, Godin's length had reached 4 feet, with a body length of 7 feet and wings that also spanned 7 feet. Although he did not surpass Nina in height while standing, when crouched, he was already a head taller than her, even without the sharp horns on his head. "You were just as tall before. Now you've grown so much. It's only been a few days," she said, measuring her leg against his height when he had just hatched. Today, seeing both Godin and Celia filled Nina with unparalleled joy, as the 2 most important beings in her life were right before her. "A true dragon will always grow. Soon, you might only be able to cling to my toenails for ointment," Godin admitted with nonchalance, his voice carrying a comical, resonant quality, especially with the rusted crown still adorning his head. Celia was taken aback to discover that her master was not yet a month old. By the gods, when did magma dragons grow so rapidly? She had assumed Godin was merely a hatchling. Now it seemed that even a young white dragon, nearing its adolescent phase, could hardly compare to the fledgling dragon before her. She gazed in astonishment at the duo, a person and a dragon nestled together. Having spent most of her time adventuring in the northern lands, Celia had indeed encountered white dragons. Not only had she seen them in cities, those noble mages' mounts, but she had also been chased by a furious white dragon that had lost its egg in the forests. Coupled with the information exchanged among adventurers, she was quite familiar with the white dragon species. Thus, she couldn't help but compare the white dragon with the fledgling before her and found the disparity to be vast. "Celia, once we return to the goblin lair, take your captain away from Calando, then come back," Godin commanded, not forgetting to issue orders to Celia, although it was highly probable that the captain she mentioned would keep his secrets. Godin still preferred not to place his trust in him. Celia hesitated for a moment, but ultimately replied softly, "Yes, master." Chapter 87. Night Rain. Godin did not take long to escort Nina and the others back to the goblin lair. Of course, this was primarily due to the fact that the location of Celia's battle with Rabeg was only a few hundred meters from his lair. Nina and Celia, upon entering the goblin lair for the first time, were momentarily taken aback by the sight of the massive, fearsome corpse of the dragon beast that lay there, still grotesquely displayed, judging by the wound on the neck of that sea dragon beast. It was evident that it had been bitten by a young dragon at least twice Godin's size. However, the 2 girls tacitly chose not to inquire further, simply ignoring it. One trusted the other, and asking would be of no significance. "Mr. Godin, will there be roasted dragon meat today? Sister Celia's grilling skills are excellent." Nina approached the dragon beast's corpse, fearlessly touching its bluish-green scales, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she turned to the grinning Godin, inquiring that he had just equipped the true dragon armament and dragon tooth, swallowing this magical artifact as per the memories of dragon heritage. Now he felt an itch in his upper and lower jaws, continuously opening and closing his mouth, letting out gusts of sulphurous breath. "Not really. I just grill it casually," Celia, standing on Nina's left, shyly murmured, her expression no longer as complex as before, with the encouragement of the pseudo-dragon Liz. She had realized that forcing herself to keep Margaret would only be detrimental to both herself and her. Perhaps this experience could allow her to return to her family and settle down as a noble lady, which, although involving a marriage alliance, was still a good choice. Adventurers ultimately perish in their pursuits. Seizing this opportunity to withdraw was not a bad idea. Godin, upon hearing Nina's words, nodded slightly in agreement, then opened his fearsome maw, addressing Nina with his throat. "Nina, can you help me see what has grown?" He sensed that both his upper and lower jaws had sprouted 2 new, large, and elongated teeth, akin to having grown 4 fangs. However, his slit pupils could not see them, that he had originally intended to check his reflection in the water, but Nina was there as well. Nina cheerfully ran up to Godin, curiously inspecting the new teeth that had sprouted in his mouth, and exclaimed in astonishment, "They're very sharp teeth, just like the ones that the dog in Boss Rem's shop has." It also has teeth like these and always barks at me ferociously, but Mr. Godin, you're much cuter than it. Mr. Godin, you should brush your teeth. It really stinks. Nina continued to critique, as Godin suddenly exhaled, releasing a sulphurous and somewhat sour aroma, prompting her to cover her nose and protest vehemently. After hearing her, Godin shrugged nonchalantly and replied, "Seems quite useful. I'll catch a shark later to test it." At present, the situation in the sewers was stabilizing, and Godin had no intentions of expanding. The primary concern was that the goblins and dog-headed folk had yet to settle down. They didn't even have a proper den. Thus, the only location where Godin could feel at ease was likely the shallow sea area 10 miles east of the dock. As long as he remained concealed, no one would know that a true dragon lurked beneath the surging waves and hidden currents. "Then let us eat before we leave," Godin said to Celia. Then stepped forward to rip a substantial chunk of the most succulent dragon flesh from the carcass, dragon spine meat. Aside from its exterior wrapped in a layer of white fat, the rest was lean meat. An excellent cut for roasting. Without a hint of hesitation, he handed over the hefty piece, weighing several dozen pounds, to Celia, who quickly caught it, murmuring, "Yes, master." With the influx of goblins and dog-headed folk behind them, Godin ordered the Blackfire clan goblins to maintain outer vigilance in the front half of the lair, while the latter half would be overseen by the dog-headed Sigio, particularly in the underground passage area. He and Nina would reside in the underground cavern. Although this arrangement made comings and goings somewhat tiring, it finally allowed them to escape the stench-filled environment of the bonfire hall shared with goblins. When Nina and Celia arrived at the underground cavern with the materials from the sea dragon, they were met with a mild astonishment. After all, this subterranean grotto was half filled with azure seawater, while the other half was dominated by a towering altar. Illuminated by the flickering flames within the arched cave, the scene before them, despite their mental preparations, still took them by surprise. This enchanting tableau, imbued with fairy tale and magical qualities, was something Celia had only witnessed in its grandeur when she encountered the pseudo-dragon Liz in the northern lands, despite her time as an adventurer. This was undoubtedly a transformation orchestrated by Godin before his departure, having instructed the remaining goblins to embellish the area. Otherwise, the high platform would have still been littered with humanoid skeletons regurgitated by the sea dragon and remnants of half-eaten food. There would have been no flames, no beauty as there was now. "Let us roast it here. I'll have Skeo create a small cave for you beside the cavern, and you can reside there from now on," Godin said while tossing aside the carcass of the sea dragon he had dragged. He intended to roast this dragon slowly over the fire, ensuring it was properly cooked to avoid spoilage, especially since he still had some oil for the flames. Celia nodded, accepting the fiery resin from Nina and the goblin spear to use as skewers. And from her dimensional bag, she produced a variety of seasonings she had prepared on her adventures. Whenever conditions permitted, she never neglected to treat her palate that, of course, in situations requiring discretion, she could consume the cold, dry jerky and the hard black bread. The crimson flames flickered in the clearing. The figures of the busy dragonborn girl, the dark-robed sorceress, and the silver pseudo-dragon Liz, who drooled on Godin's shoulder, were cast upon the stone walls. Godin casually found a corner and lay comfortably on the clean, gravel-free grayish expanse, resting his head on his forepaws, curling his tail beneath his nose, and spreading his broad dragon wings to envelop his body as much as possible. Maintaining his temperature, from above, Godin resembled a round ball cloaked in black scales that he closed his eyes, succumbing to a brief slumber. After an indeterminate time, the tantalizing aroma of roasted meat roused Godin from his dreams. Without even fully opening his eyes, he relied on his limited sense of perception to bite into the meat skewer Nina had placed at his nose. Then, like a kebab, consumed the entire portion, leaving only a spear glistening with grease. The flavor was delightful, reminiscent of savoring roasted black fish without the hassle of bones, akin to lamb. Satisfied, Godin opened his vertical pupils, only to find that Celia was no longer in the cavern, leaving behind dozens of skewered sea dragon meat beside him, along with a dragonborn girl struggling to lift the next skewer to her mouth. "Sister Celia has left. She said she would return after handling matters with the captain," Nina explained promptly upon seeing Godin awaken. She urged, "Mr. Godin, eat quickly. Sister Celia, Liz, and I have already eaten and are quite full. After you finish, I'll brush your teeth," Nina added, patting her slightly rounded belly, feeling empowered and invigorated. Gurdon, feeling unrestrained, took another hearty bite of the meat skewer before dismissing thoughts of Celia, with the collar of servitude binding her. She could not defy her orders. Amidst the flickering firelight, the black dragon munched on large chunks of dragon meat, while the girl exerted herself to feed him the skewers, the cycle continuing until only the sound of chewing accompanied the gentle ebb of the sea waves in the cavern. As Celia emerged from the sewer, the once bright blue sky had darkened, clouds of iron gray gathering ominously over Calando, heralding another rain that a chill wind swept through, prompting Celia to tighten her black cloak until it concealed the collar around her neck. Before she set off towards the green shade, in the darkness, a glimmer of silver shadowed her closely, trailing further behind. As the patter of light rain descended from the leaden clouds, a lavish carriage entered the estate of Duke Wims. A beautiful girl clad in a courtly yellow gown alighted from the carriage. Without fail, her favored head maid awaited her at the carriage door, holding an umbrella. "Miss, you have returned. The Duke is waiting for you in the dining room. Dinner is ready. I trust your date with Lord Shios went splendidly today," Lia remarked, observing her mistress's radiant smile. "Indeed, I am quite happy," Rilia replied nonchalantly before seeming to remember something. "By the way, Lia, I bought you a dress. Please try it on for me when we get back to my room. And tonight, you must sleep with me, just like we used to when we were children," Rilia said with unrestrained joy, her demeanor utterly genuine. "Miss, you needn't. And how can that be?" Lia hesitated, for she was no longer the naive little maid of her youth. The rigid class structure had long since taken root in her heart. "It's raining today. Please. I am terrified of thunder. If it thunders, I can't sleep without you. Lia, did I beg you?" Rilia pleaded, wrapping her arms around the umbrella-holding maid's arm. Under such a barrage of affection, Lia could only helplessly nod in agreement to Rilia's request. Thus, she held the umbrella, trailing half a step behind Rilia, gazing at the girl who still bore a delicate blush and a smile under the lamplight, silently praying for her in her heart. "Oh, gods of the heavens, please heed my call. May your greatness bless her with the fulfillment of her wishes." Chapter 88. The mark as the rain outside intensified, Celia, clad in the wind's garment, returned to the green shade and without a trace of moisture upon her. Fortunately, the room concealing Marglesia remained unoccupied, saving her considerable effort. This was largely due to the fact that, after the city guards had visited this street twice, many residents had been left in a state of trepidation, especially for outsiders or adventurers. They would rather choose the pricier thorn inn next door than risk staying here. Nevertheless, Celia still paid 2 silver coins for the room, receiving the key from the innkeeper. She ascended the stairs confidently and pushed open the somewhat dilapidated wooden door. It appeared as it had in the morning, save for the glass that Liz had shattered, which had been replaced. She reached down to feel the bed, sensing its softness, and knew that Marglesia was still deeply asleep. Rising, she opened the window, and Liz expertly landed on Celia's shoulder, folding her wings that in a mental link. She spoke to the girl who had removed her hood, revealing her soft gray hair and exquisite features. "Celia, have you thought about how to convince the captain? She is not easily swayed." "No, but I will persuade her to leave. As you mentioned, her presence here amounts to little more than that of a second-tier warrior, which is insufficient in Calando. Moreover, the master will not trust her unless she dons this." Celia caressed the slender collar around her neck, her gray eyes reflecting a myriad of emotions. This day felt particularly prolonged, as though it had stretched on for an eternity. Just days prior, she had been a hopeful adventurer yearning to traverse the entirety of the AIO continent alongside her fellow adventurers. Now, she was ensnared in another's grasp, uncertain of when she might be liberated. Fortunately, her master seemed to harbor little interest in her, and had it not been for Nina, today's encounter might have been far more agreeable. "Very well. However, it appears I may not return today. She won't awaken so swiftly. I still wish to savor another skewer of dragon meat." Liz glanced at the bed, then at the overcast sky outside, folding her wings again and shifting her position on Celia's shoulder, speaking lethargically. Celia, well aware of Liz's gluttonous nature, could only shake her head in exasperation. You've already devoured 3 skewers larger than your own body. How can you still be hungry? Your cooking is delightful. And besides, I am still growing. Is it not normal to eat more? Liz said innocently, gazing at Celia with wide eyes. Their conversation was soon interrupted by the sounds emanating from behind them. The invisibility sphere dissipated, revealing Marglesia awakening in bed, murmuring something inaudible, her lashes quivering softly against her tightly shut eyes. With a sudden exclamation of "No!" she jolted awake, her eyes flying open to behold the dim ceiling of the inn. Not that of the White Horse Inn. Instantly, she sat up straight, a jolt of realization coursing through her as she heard a familiar voice. "Captain, you're awake." "Celia?" Marglesia asked, emerging from her daze, recalling that she had been knocked unconscious by an assassin pursuing her. If Celia was here, did that mean she had suffered a similar fate? Her gaze fell upon the collar around Celia's neck, symbolizing her status as a slave, and it struck her like lightning. "Celia, what is happening? What has happened to you?" "Captain, I'm all right. As for this, may I explain it to you gradually?" Celia gently caressed the collar, a smile gracing her lips. There was no hint of discomfort as she spoke a kind-hearted lie to her captain, who had always cared for her, that a thunderous clap of lightning echoed outside. Their conversation drowned beneath the torrential downpour, from the heights to the depths, ultimately fading into oblivion. Faint footsteps echoed from the corridor as Leah gently pushed open the door to Rillia's chamber. She had shed the maid's uniform typically worn during the day, now clad in a simple linen nightgown that seemed somewhat out of place in the opulence of the room. The manor was marked by a rigid social hierarchy, with attire strictly regulated. Even as the head maid to the Duchess, she was forbidden from donning noble garments. "Miss, Leah has arrived. Do you have any commands?" Leah's face bore an expression of urgency. The night had deepened, and after returning from the dining hall, the young lady had sequestered herself within her room. Initially, Leah had thought her presence would not be required that night, but just as she reached her moment of respite, a night shift servant had come to convey the message that Miss Rillian needed her, urging her to hasten to her chamber. Thus, she had hurriedly donned her nightgown and made her way to Rillia's room. However, upon opening the door, she was met not with Rillia's usual soft voice, but with an eerie silence, as if the room were entirely vacant. Leah gently closed the door behind her and, driven by curiosity, called out softly, "Miss, are you there?" She passed through the entrance hall and traversed the usually cozy sitting area, the room ablaze with light, yet still devoid of any presence. Only the rain outside pattered relentlessly. Had she retired to bed? With a sense of intrigue, Leah entered the bedroom, but the plush princess bed draped in velvet bore no sign of the young lady. Instead, a hidden door behind the bookshelf on the left stood ajar, revealing a faint glow emanating from within. In the hidden door? Leah stepped further into the room, her curiosity piqued as she leaned in to see if the young lady was inside. This hidden door was a standard feature in every bedroom when nobles constructed their estates. They commonly included escape routes or emergency hideaways, or even places to stash treasures that, of course, there were those among the aristocracy who secretly worshipped the goddess of suffering and would adorn such spaces according to their peculiar tastes, indulging in more thrilling pursuits. However, as the head maid, Leah seldom ventured into Rillia's hidden door, only entering once a year to tidy up during the holy day. She had been in there a few months prior, and it had been barren then. What had sparked the young lady's interest in entering the hidden door today? Had she placed something inside? With no attempt to muffle her footsteps, she softly called, "Miss, are you there?" Suddenly, with a rumble of thunder and a flash of lightning illuminating the desolate architecture outside, a familiar voice resonated from behind Leah. "Leah, I am here." Startled, Leah quickly turned to find a figure clad in peculiar garments standing at the threshold of the bedroom. Yet, the voice unmistakably belonged to her mistress, Rillia. "Miss you," Leah stammered, looking at Rillia, whose trembling fingers pointed toward her. The noble young lady, usually adorned with exquisite morning makeup, was now garbed in a sheer veil beneath her dark robe, her skin glowing in the candlelight, revealing intricate blue tattoos that spiraled alluringly across her fair waist. Should a scholar versed in infernal lore behold those markings, they would undoubtedly recognize them as belonging to the sixth layer Hell's ruler. The Queen of Desire, Glacia, her father too, was a formidable entity, standing against the depths of the nine hells and the abyss. Asimodios, that Leia instinctively took a step back. She caught a glimpse of what lay within the half-open hidden door. An austere altar held a small statue of a winged, horned female figure, eyes aflame with malevolence. That night, the Duke of Whims, having concluded his business in the study, listened to the thunder rumbling outside with growing concern for his daughter Rilia, who had ventured alone, holding a candlestick as she made her way to her room. The following day, after the rain had cleared, Celia and Magrasia emerged from the inn, leaving the proprietor bewildered as he recalled only the dark-robed woman staying there the previous day. Yet, this golden-haired woman bore an uncanny resemblance to someone he knew. However, before he could ponder further, news reached his ears. Last night, a significant event had transpired. An evil cult had conducted a ritual at the Duke's estate on Queen's Avenue. Several servants had witnessed the chaos within the hidden chamber and were left so terrified they fell ill. According to their accounts, the scene was strewn with dismembered body parts, with only the head of Duke Whims remaining as a grim token of identification. Furthermore, the recently renowned young daughter of the Duke, Rilia, had vanished without a trace. That it was said that even before dawn, a priest from the Temple of Dawn had visited the Duke's residence to investigate, reporting it to be related to a devilish ritual. Calendar was on the brink of upheaval. Yet, the innkeeper found joy in this news, for it would overshadow the recent murders that had occurred on his street. He believed that soon everyone would be speaking of the Whims estate and Queen's Avenue, rather than the inconspicuous crimes of his own street. However, when the next piece of news struck him, it was like a thunderclap, extinguishing his joy in an instant. The holy knights stationed in the temple had mobilized. This meant that the entire city of Calendar would be under martial law. All Wells would either flee the city or cower in their homes, praying the gods would spare them. The holy knights would not hesitate to cast their evil detection spells upon any they encountered. This was no jest. This also implied that adventurers or merchants wishing to enter the city would think twice about their allegiances and past actions, lest they be judged before even setting foot in the free city. This would lead to a chilling decline in the once bustling commoner district, potentially quashing Eric's dreams of normal business operations. Once more, as Celia and Magrasia left the inn, they encountered two holy knights stationed nearby. Overhearing the rumors circulating among the townsfolk, a devilish ritual. Have souls been sold to the devil? How long has it been since such rituals occurred? It was usually only in remote villages or small towns. And now, even at the Duke's residence. What has become of this world? Who is the master of this devilish ritual? Is it the missing Duke's daughter, or someone else? The murmurs of the townsfolk exchanged glances of concern. Yet both Celia and Magrasia managed to pass through the city gates unscathed. After a night of conversation, Magrasia appeared to have been swayed by Celia's arguments. However, she chose not to return home, opting instead to visit the families of her deceased comrades to deliver the news of their demise. "Captain, I appreciate your help." Under the black robes, the gray-haired girl fixed her gaze upon Magrasia, who was preparing to board a carriage heading to the White Tower. Magrasia, however, appeared unfazed. "Don't worry. I will convey your condolences to Gilead's family as well. Since you cannot leave, I shall take your place. But truly, is that lady as unapproachable as you say? I still wish to pay her a visit to express my gratitude for saving you." Under Celia's benevolent falsehoods, Magrasia believed most of her words, but remained puzzled by this point. After all, a powerful spellcaster with an eccentric disposition would hardly intervene to rescue Celia, would they? Perhaps with ulterior motives. But looking at Celia now, apart from the collar, she seemed in an enviable condition, leading Magrasia to trust her words. Well, she is indeed rather peculiar. Celia recalled the appearance and demeanor of the drake, realizing that this fledgling dragon differed from other true dragons that in both combat and daily life. It displayed an extraordinary patience, lacking the brutality and ruthlessness typically associated with dragons. That resembled more a seasoned metallic dragon. Then Celia, do be careful not to anger that lady. It's normal for high-tier professionals to have strange tempers. Just endure it, Magrasia hastily advised. I won't. I respect her far too much to dare provoke her. Enough talk. The carriage is about to depart. You should go report. As Celia spoke, a blush crept across her face at the thought of her address towards the drake, now evoking a sense of embarrassment. Very well, I shall take my leave. Take care. Magrasia glanced ahead at the carriage line, where the leader was counting heads that as a second-tier warrior. Her temporary role as a guard required her presence. Goodbye, Captain. Celia waved her hand in farewell, and Magrasia responded with a bright smile, turning to leave, raising her right hand in a wave before walking away without looking back, perhaps due to the Holy Knight's presence. Many merchant caravans hastily departed Calendar, seeking to leave the city before the knights fully secured the gates. However, it was said that the temple had stationed personnel in the noble district, which had been sealed off, allowing not even a fly to escape. The invasion of devils into the material plane was neither a trivial matter nor a grand one, however. The fact that it had silently infiltrated the Duke's estate was no mere coincidence. Enough to ignite the wrath of those within the temple, who would swiftly eradicate the evil lurking within the free city. That as Celia once again set foot on the Black Street, she discovered that the nefarious ruffians, who had only recently begun to roam about, had vanished without a trace. The once bustling establishments now stood with their doors firmly shut, including the taverns that used to operate through the night, which had also closed their doors for good. Clearly, having caught wind of the approaching storm, they had slipped away as swiftly as the rats that scurry from danger. It was said that Finch of the Dragon Hunters had even taken to the sea early that morning with his core members to evade the brewing turmoil, a sign of the ominous atmosphere pervading the area. However, just as Celia was about to descend into the sewer and return to the lair of the dog-headed creatures, oh no, it should now be referred to as the Dragoness Den, she was met by a cadre of paladins clad in resplendent armor woven with crimson and silver, wielding sun shields and long swords. Accompanying them was a priest donned in a robe of sunlight, who appeared to be their leader. The priest, surveying the silent and desolate Black Street, let out a slight smirk before addressing the paladins behind him. The Dawn as High Priest has commanded us to eradicate the evils of the Black Street and to uproot the wickedness lurking within the sewers, he proclaimed, until nothing remains. Let the light of the Lord of Dawn illuminate this tainted realm. Yes, Lord Dawnbringer. The paladins, averaging a high level of third tier, responded in unison to the fifth-tier Dawnbringer priest who had undergone a second-class change under the auspices of the Church of Rosanda. Praise be to the Lord of Dawn. May his radiance forever shield you. The priest nodded in satisfaction before bestowing a morale-boosting blessing upon the paladins, then strode purposefully into the desolate Black Street that on this day, the light of dawn would rise from the horizon, illuminating the shadows of this vast white city in their entirety. Chapter 90. Detection Master, that's about the gist of it. In the underground cavern, Celia relayed what she had heard that morning to Gurdon. Having navigated through 2 layers of monstrous encirclements, Nina remained in slumber, nestled in the crook of Gurdon's arm, resembling an octopus embracing the black dragon. Gurdon, who had been lying on the ground and unconsciously grinding his teeth, was still adjusting to the changes brought about by dragon's teeth, a feature of the true dragon armament. The sensation of having vampire-like teeth in his mouth was rather unsettling, as if he had transformed into a blood-sucking dragon. However, upon hearing Celia's news, he immediately perked up, raising his head a few feet off the ground, and addressed Celia with a serious demeanor. Celia, before your return, did you encounter any paladins in the Black Street? No, Master. Celia shook her head, indicating that aside from the paladins stationed at the exit from the civilian district to the western city, she had not seen any others. The lockdown of the noble district was merely hearsay. Upon learning that there were no paladins in the Black Street, Gurdon felt a slight relaxation of his tension. Yet he did not let his guard down, for he understood that if the paladins sought to purge evil, the Black Street would be their most likely target, as its criminals would allow them to carry out their judgment unimpeded. While it was true that the denizens of the noble district could not easily escape the scrutiny of detect evil, their malevolent auras were akin to beacons of darkness, merely varying in intensity. However, the need for a devilish ritual was not yet imminent. This was one of the reasons why those noble lords had consented to the paladins conducting their judgments. Otherwise, before the fiendish creations could instill fear in Calando, they would have already been slain by the paladins' righteous blades. Are you certain? Gurdon inquired once more. After receiving an affirmative response, he still bore a look of concern. But it did not linger for long that he decided to summon Grush and Skyo, the leaders of the two clans, to his side to share in his worries. There is strength in numbers, and it would be prudent to consider others' opinions to identify any gaps in their plans. However, Grush, the muscle-bound goblin, only knew to say, "Whatever the great master commands, I shall do. As for suggestions, it is also what the master instructs me to do." His simplicity made Gurdon facepalm in exasperation. Skyo, on the other hand, offered sound advice. The dog-headed sorcerer suggested that Gurdon station some of his minions at the main thoroughfares of the sewer region, that if anything were to occur, they could be promptly informed, which was preferable to waiting idly in the lair. That he also recommended that Gurdon seek refuge beneath the sea, as the underwater passage would allow for a safe escape if necessary. Nina, who had been roused by their discussion, listened intently before glancing at Gurdon's expression, which made her tense up as well. Evacuating and fleeing again, she thought, startled by the abrupt upheaval that had transpired during her brief slumber. They hadn't even settled for a single day. Fortunately, after receiving a reassuring glance from Celia, her panic began to subside, and she gazed up at the black dragon with newfound calmness. "Phew, it's Gurdon. Everything will be fine," she exhaled, silently cheering herself on. Yet Gurdon had no time to notice Nina's subtle expressions. His mind was preoccupied with thoughts of what would happen if the paladins came knocking and decided to purge the lair of the dog-headed creatures and goblins. Would he then become a mere figurehead, forced to lead these goblins to safety in the sea? But with so many creatures gathered together, if they were detected by detect evil, he could not guarantee that these goblins and dog-headed beings had not engaged in malevolent activities prior to this. It was entirely normal for such chaotic beings to lean towards evil. Perhaps he should divide his forces and send some goblins back to the bonfire hall, thus saving at least some of them. However, with the paladins yet to arrive, was he being overly cautious? Gurdon began to doubt his own meticulousness, feeling less like a lava dragon and more akin to a green dragon. Gathering the strength of his followers to deliver a crushing blow to any who dared to infringe upon the territory of the Lava Dragon Lord was the true essence of a Lava Dragon's demeanor. Yet, from what Celia had informed him, the paladins emerging from the Kalando Temple possessed a minimum class level of 2nd tier, with most reaching 3rd tier, and even a 5th tier paladin, or perhaps a 5th tier priest, accompanying them. Gurdon then felt that being akin to a green dragon was not without its merits. Relying on intellect was not shameful. As Gurdon grappled with his indecision and meticulously contemplated potential flaws in his plans, his gaze inadvertently fell upon his sorceress, as well as Nina, who were both watching him intently. Suddenly, a bold idea flashed through his mind. "God has declared you guilty. Spare me, my lord. I truly have not committed any heinous acts. My lord, please show mercy. Even minor evils are still evil. They must be eradicated." The paladin gazed down at the Black Street denizen clinging to his leg in desperate supplication. To him, the individual's faint crimson aura clearly indicated a history of bloodshed for profit, albeit less potent than that of the already beheaded ruffians. "As for sparing you, that decision rests with the divine. I lack the authority to grant clemency." With that, the paladin plunged his sword through the individual at his feet. The man attempted to resist, but the blinding, searing light overwhelmed him, rendering him immobile, and he was inevitably struck. After being pierced, he flailed for a moment like a fish stranded on land before growing still. "Filgris, hurry up. The Lord Dawnbringer awaits us." "Understood, Murefa. I am on my way." Filgris withdrew his sword, not bothering to wipe the blood from its blade, and hurried to the entrance of the sewer, located a street away. The other paladins were already waiting for him, as a figure clad in a sun robe prepared to cast a spell within the sewer. The incantation being prepared was the 1st tier priest spell, Detect Evil. Moreover, this was not a quick cast version of Detect Evil, but rather one that required a lengthy casting time. The amount of information gathered by the priest during the casting of Detect Evil depended on the duration spent in a specific area. Thus, after an extensive preparation, bolstered by the power of the 5th tier priest, this Detect Evil would not only cover the entirety of the Black Street, but could potentially encompass half of it as well. Soon, the dazzling golden light of the Lord of Dawn illuminated the darkness of the sewer, akin to a flare, instantly filling every corner of the passage until it reached the boundaries of the spell's range. Before the eyes of the priest who had become a dawnbringer, there appeared several auras of red light, some faint and others more intense, signifying the presence of evil. Without hesitation, this band of paladins chose to commence their mission from the nearest source of the weaker evil aura. Upon approaching the vicinity of the aura, they soon realized their destination. The dragon-shaped sacrificial engravings carved into the surrounding rock walls and the totem standing at the entrance made it clear they had stumbled upon a den of dog-headed creatures. Chapter 91. Departure. The appearance of the dog-headed creature lair in the sewer bore little distinction from those found in the wild. The only notable difference was the multitude of entrances. Additionally, their arrival seemed to have disturbed other creatures, though these posed no threat. They merely flitted away after a few flaps of their wings that in the darkness, the paladins could only catch a fleeting glimpse of silvery luminescence before it vanished. However, the perceptive 5th-level cleric Tucker team, leading the paladin squad, swiftly discerned that it was indeed a pseudo-dragon in the sewers. While it was uncommon, Tucker chose not to dwell on it, as it bore no relevance to their mission. Consequently, he paid it little heed, and they soon located the true entrance to the goblin lair with ease. Yet, Tucker's heightened senses alerted him to something amiss within the lair. There seemed to be someone inside, accompanied by a faint scent of blood. Thus, he cautiously informed the paladins trailing behind him and cast a 3rd-level spell, Shield of Faith, upon himself, while also bestowing a 3rd-level protection from evil upon the paladins following him. Everyone, be on your guard. It seems there is something unusual inside. Yes, Lord Dawnbringer, replied the 5 paladins bathed in radiant divine grace, their reverence palpable, as they recognized Tucker's status as a higher-ranking follower of the Lord of Dawn. Not to mention his standing as a 5th-level practitioner. Tucker instructed a 3rd-level paladin to advance, positioning himself in the center to facilitate support on either side, a perfectly reasonable formation for a squad. However, considering their current arrangement and the enemies they faced, it seemed a touch overly cautious. Yet, it was precisely Tucker's prudence that allowed him to lead this band of paladins in their mission to eradicate the malevolent creatures of Blackstreet. Tucker understood all too well that their fundamental aim was to demonstrate the glory of the Lord of Dawn, Lothander, to the lower strata of society. Had it not been for the recent incident involving a devilish ritual, such opportunities would be rare. Thus, not only they but even the few female paladins of the Temple of Shuna had emerged to showcase divine grace for the devilish ritual occurring in the noble district. That was the responsibility of a paladin squad from the Temple of Justice in this line of work. None were more suited than the paladins of the Justice God in terms of results. The corpses of human villains piled high numbered at least 70 or 80, enough to fill several large carts. This was sufficient to instill fear in petty criminals and attract the interest of potential followers. However, the additional cleansing of the evil creatures in the sewers would further highlight their accomplishments, far surpassing the mere presence of villainous corpses. Moreover, given their combat efficiency and pace, combined with the cleric's ability to detect evil, vanquishing these sewer-dwelling creatures would pose little trouble. The paladin in front, shield in hand, bent low to enter the goblin lair's entrance. The sounds, movements, and scents intensified with their advance. There seemed to be the sound of wind, alongside a woman's detached incantation and an unmistakable stench of blood. Indeed, there were people inside. Tucker grasped the flail at his waist, prepared for battle. Although they were in the sewers, a measure of vigilance was still warranted. In all endeavors, one must tread carefully, a lesson imparted by the Lord of Dawn, that do not act impulsively. Do not be reckless. Evil will, in due time, reveal itself beneath the light of the sun. However, upon witnessing the scene before him, the paladin who had entered first appeared momentarily stunned. Tucker followed suit, and was equally taken aback by the sight that in the brightly lit cavern, a girl clad in a black robe with gray hair was engaged in combat with goblins. No, rather than a battle, it resembled an overwhelming display of bullying and oppression. These goblins, scarcely of 1st level, cowered before the seemingly frail girl in black, unable to even swing their bone clubs that a few mustered the courage to strike, only to be deflected by an invisible gale surrounding the girl, sent tumbling back by her deft maneuvering, curling up in a corner, trembling that in the distance there lay goblins, motionless, their breaths faint, clearly the fate of those who resisted. This girl was a sorceress of 3rd level, a cleric, Tucker glanced at her and quickly deduced her class and level, rendering the scene before him entirely reasonable. It should be noted that third-level practitioners are not so common in Kalando. The leader of the Dragon Hunters from Blackstreet is also a third-level practitioner. Sorcerers possess an effortless advantage over these goblins, making their slaughter a mere formality. However, the sorceress seemed to be instructing the younger girl behind her, deliberately prolonging the goblins' demise rather than hastily dispatching them. After each attack, she spoke in a chillingly calm voice, relaying insights to the girl, such as a guide to goblin slaughter with 100 methods to slay goblins, and weaknesses of goblins, and what to expect when encountering goblins on an adventure, and how to identify a goblin standing, among others. Indeed, since Tucker's arrival, he had heard no less than 3 methods from the girl's lips on how to easily eliminate a squad of goblins using traps. Mentor and student. That was the impression that rose unbidden in Tucker's mind. Although the mentor appeared remarkably young, her eloquence suggested she had undergone considerable adventures. The paladin squads and trance naturally caught the attention of the two engaged in this exchange. However, upon seeing the paladins, their expressions softened slightly. Although there was a hint of wariness, it was mostly one of restraint. Tucker understood the rationale. Encountering an adventuring party with paladins meant there was little cause for concern about being stabbed in the back. After all, to act contrary to their tenets would mean they were no longer paladins, but dark paladins. "Good morning, ladies. I am Tucker, a cleric serving the Lord of Dawn." Tucker greeted them with a slight bow, mindful of propriety. "Good morning, Lord Dawnbringer. I am Celia, and this is my sister Nina. May I inquire as to what brings you here?" The girl in the black robe nodded slightly, clearly recognizing Tucker's identity, her tone and demeanor respectful. After all, the Temple of the Lord of Dawn had assisted adventurers often enough, earning a commendable reputation among them. "Oh, it is nothing. I am merely here to eradicate evil. However, I did not expect you to be practicing here. My apologies for intruding. May the Lord of Dawn bless you both." Tucker sensed no deceit from the girl before him and did not inquire whether she needed assistance from the paladins. Thus, he harbored no doubts. Although he had detected a faint trace of evil here, it was evidently weak, attributable solely to the goblins, for only they would emit such a negligible aura of malevolence. "Let us proceed to the next location." After briefly stating his purpose, Tucker deemed there was nothing further for them here and promptly commanded his companions. The paladins swiftly turned to depart. Since there were others present, there was no need for them to linger any longer. Their true mission lay ahead. However, unbeknownst to Tucker, not long after their departure, a glimmer of silver light shadowed them from afar within the shadows. The gray-haired girl soon ventured deeper into the lair, casting a golden coin into the water. Moments later, ripples spread across the surface that a fearsome dragon as head emerged from the depths, poised to escape at a moment's notice. Gadon, its dark golden slit eyes fixated intently on the girl before it, patiently awaiting her signal. "Master, they have left, heading north into the sewers." Liz has followed them. "Well done." Gadon's voice reverberated within the cavern, echoing endlessly. Chapter 92. Target: Overseas. Upon confirming the departure of the paladin group, Gadon emerged from the water, feeling a sense of distaste for the sea after such a prolonged stay. Perhaps it was the nature of a magma dragon. Yet this was to be expected, as its preferred environment was within the fiery embrace of a volcano, ideally situated high enough to overlook its domain. As for Gadon's reasoning behind having Celia and Nina feign a goblin purge, it was a carefully considered strategy. Firstly, Celia and Nina's moral compass inclined them toward neutrality and chaotic goodness, rendering them undetectable by any unexpected detect evil. Furthermore, Celia merely needed to revert to her original form, requiring no pretense or deceit. Those noble paladins would naturally take the hint and depart, allowing the mentor and student to conduct their practical exercises against the goblins unimpeded. It is worth noting that intervening in another's battle in the wild is seen as a provocation. Such behavior is not permissible for followers of the Lord of Dawn, unless the individual truly requires their assistance. Otherwise, intervention is highly unlikely. This aspect formed the crux of Gadon's plan. By striking first, they would be unable to counteract. Taking the initiative ensured that the paladins could not use the guise of purging evil to deliver a devastating blow to these goblins. Moreover, in their eyes, these goblins were already as good as corpses, were they not? Now then, Nina, you and Celia should leave this place. The black-scaled hatchling, now above ground, shook off the water from its scales, displaying a hint of delight. Before issuing instructions to the two watching her, they were no longer needed here, and Gadon had more pressing matters for them to attend to. Remaining in the underground caverns served little purpose, especially as Gadon was contemplating matters of venturing to SEIT now possessed a range of self-preservation abilities, ensuring safety as long as it did not encounter any formidable monsters or adventurers in the wild. However, this does not imply that Gurdon intends to abandon the sewers. On the contrary, it aims to firmly establish its dominion within them. After all, with Celia by its side, it can play the role of a shadowy mastermind, much like its illustrious dragon forebears. So, Mr. Gurdon, what is it that you wish for us to do? Nina, who had been dutifully attending to Gurdon's scales with a white cloth of unknown origin, inquired with an eager demeanor. Although Gurdon possessed a natural evaporation ability, it did not mind the assistance as long as someone was willing to dry it off. Thus, with a contented expression, Gurdon outlined the tasks it required of them. First, Celia, I need you to investigate the legendary mage Galmorden within the city. Focus on uncovering any notable magical artifacts he possesses, as well as details about his life. The more comprehensive, the better. Despite Celia's confusion regarding Gurdon's interest in a matter seemingly unrelated to it, she promptly nodded in agreement, as it was also information she desired. Additionally, assist Nina by converting the items I provided her in the dimensional bag into gold coins. These items were collected from the lair of the sea dragon. But do not rush off just yet. I also require the scales from it, as well as valuable organs that can be utilized for potion making. Gurdon continued to direct Celia, favoring her over Nina due to her adventurous experience, which made her more adept at handling such matters. After all, burdening Nina with every task made Gurdon feel somewhat guilty. But Mr. Gurdon, what about me? What should I do? Nina, eager for her share of responsibility, hesitantly interjected, pausing her cleaning efforts. You dear Nina, first, change out of those clothes you've been wearing for who knows how many days, and then indulge in some delicious food you haven't tried before. Let your sister Celia take you on a delightful tour of the free city, allowing you to enjoy the joys befitting your age. This is your task. Gurdon's voice softened slightly. It was dissatisfied with Nina's previous lifestyle, yet felt powerless to change it. Forcing Nina to buy new clothes would only draw attention. And even if she did, her vulnerability in the black streets rendered her a target. Staying in the sewers with it was the best option. However, circumstances had changed with Celia, the sorceress, by her side. Surely, nothing foolish would dare provoke a powerful sorceress for the sake of a dragonkin. Oh, Nina replied, somewhat reluctantly. Feeling dejected in her heart, she silently resented Mr. Gurdon, believing that with Sister Celia around, she was being cast aside. She had no desire to partake in such pleasurable experiences. All she wished for was to be a valuable asset to Mr. Gurdon, rather than merely a gluttonous leech. Those devoid of value would inevitably be discarded. Gurdon, perceiving Nina's unspoken thoughts, opened its mouth once more. However, Nina, I still need you to accomplish one task. Accompany Celia into the black streets and seek out our location above. After all, you are familiar with this area. Find an opportunity to purchase a dwelling, so you need not enter through different sewer entrances every day. Understood, Mr. Gurdon. You can count on Nina. After all, she knows every rat hole in the black streets. Upon hearing this, Nina's countenance brightened with a joyful smile as she spoke boldly. She began to look forward to the upcoming tasks. Observing Nina's improved spirits, Gurdon gestured for her to step aside, as it needed to attend to the carcass of the sea dragon. The vibrant blue-green scales of the sea dragon were excellent materials for crafting armor and could fetch a handsome sum of gold. Nina, meanwhile, busied herself by assisting Gurdon with the already decaying sea dragon's body, cleaning the blood-stained scales and placing them into the dimensional bag. Celia, standing nearby, watched the two with defined roles. Feeling somewhat out of place, her emotions were complex. Initially, she harbored some resentment towards Gurdon, her master. After all, It was uncomfortable for anyone to have a master, especially one that was a dragon. Yet, witnessing Gurdon's protective demeanor towards Nina made her reconsider the situation, realizing that perhaps it was not so bad after all. Meanwhile, in the northern section of the sewer, the paladins advanced, encountering their first organized wave of monsters obstructing their path to vanquish evil, a group of goblin patrols riding on goblin hounds. The leading priest, Tuck, immediately recognized the foul stench emanating from the goblin patrols and angrily shouted to the paladins behind him, raising his flail, divine power coalescing within his grasp. The evil here is undead. I can smell them, their scent of decay and death. Now, everyone, for the Lord of Dawn, purify them. With a decisive swing, the divine energy converged into the flail that in an instant. A radiant light akin to the golden sun dispelled the shadows within the sewer, illuminating the grotesque faces of the diminutive creatures. Chapter 93. Monsters of the Sea. It appeared that the paladins would not conclude their battle anytime soon. Gurdon, having gathered the valuable materials from the sea dragon, did not keep Nina and Celia lingering in the sewers for long. After issuing a few instructions to the goblin leader, Grush, it dove back into the sea with a powerful plunge, skillfully maneuvering the water with its tail. It controlled its direction, intending to leave the cavern and venture into the open ocean. With wings folded, it swam gracefully through the water, resembling a massive fish dragon that, of course, if such a creature existed in this world. It had opted not to bring along the water-breathing Sigio. Although its spells drew upon bloodline magic, which could be cast underwater, the frigid sea water would significantly diminish the effectiveness of its fireball spell in terms of both damage and range. Should any trouble arise, Gurdon could only see Sigio as a burden to be discarded. Moreover, Gurdon's current mission was to locate a second lair, not to engage in conflict with others. The sudden intrusion of the paladins into the sewers had stripped Gurdon of its already limited sense of security. Were it not for Celia, it fearfully speculated that even if it concealed itself, this subterranean cavern would inevitably be exposed. The inflexible paladins might even venture into the water to investigate. At that point, would Gurdon's self-proclaimed hidden lair still remain concealed? Perhaps, for the safety of Karland, the paladins might even enlist a spellcaster to seal the cavern's entrance with terrain-altering magic. In any case, the task of finding a lair outside the sewers had become of utmost importance to Gurdon. Its sense of security left no room for hesitation. However, upon emerging from the deep, concealed underwater tunnel, Gurdon was startled to find the surface of the sea devoid of light, shrouded in darkness, with countless iron chains lying on the seabed that a closer inspection revealed them to be the anchors of triangular ships. It then looked up, belatedly realizing that these shadows were merely the hulls of ships blocking the sunlight from penetrating the sea. Yet, should it linger here, Gurdon counted and discovered no fewer than 30 or 40 vessels anchored in this spot. The water here was relatively deep compared to other shallows, providing a natural harbor, albeit inferior to Karland's deep water port. Gurdon surmised that these ships were likely connected to the paladins within the city. However, it cared little for such matters. Its original intention was not to seek an island nearby. Otherwise, the mere passage of adventurers on those ships would pose a significant challenge for it. It would need to remain at least 20 miles away from Karland to avoid overlapping with the trade routes of merchant vessels. Swimming a distance of 10 miles posed little difficulty for Gurdon underwater. Nor would it take much time. A juvenile dragon. Its underwater speed was comparable to that of an adult dragon, given that the agility of true dragons is well known. However, had it been a true aquatic dragon, such as a sea dragon or a bronze dragon, its underwater speed could easily have doubled. After contemplating this, Gurdon chose to disregard the ships above, circumventing the anchors, and sought a direction away from the coastline of Karland. For only there could it hope to find desolate islands governed by monsters. It wasn't until it had swum 5 miles, and the shadows of ships were no longer visible on the surface, that Gurdon dared to cautiously peek above the water to survey its surroundings, subsequently choosing a direction to continue its journey. This leg of the journey was quite pleasant, yet Gurdon found it perplexing that within this expanse of several miles, it had encountered not a single malevolent sea creature. Only some sharks and sea eels, which darted away at the sight of it, were present. It did not come across any humanoid evil beings, such as sea hags, sea goblins, or sawajin. and even the common Sawajan were nowhere to be seen, rendering the ocean as mundane as it had been in its previous life that if it turned back to glance at the surface. Gurdon could still see the massive shadow of the free city, almost believing it had nearly returned to its original world. However, upon approaching approximately 30 miles from Carland, Gurdon finally spotted an island. No, to be precise, something was obstructing its path, prompting it to surface and discover the island. The island was of moderate size, but the underwater terrain was choked with dense reefs, blocking Gurdon's line of sight. Stretching endlessly in all directions, the passage is utterly impassable for vessels, posing a significant risk of grounding. The reef formations near the Gotten underwater cavern are, in this context, mere trifles. Gotten is uncertain whether the reefs around this island are enclosed in a ring-like manner. However, from Gotten's perspective, the underwater rocks are densely interwoven, leaving only the tiniest of crevices for marine life to navigate, resembling a twisted forest beneath the waves. This very peculiarity piques Gotten's interest in the island. Such a natural barrier would indeed be the most suitable nesting site for it. Yet uncertainty lingers regarding the presence of formidable creatures on the island, prompting Gotten to exercise caution. The IT opts to approach and observe from beneath the waves. After traversing several dozen meters into the thicket of rocks, the dense formations gradually dissipate, revealing the underwater landscape in its entirety. That IT is a seabed plain marked by deep, shadowy ravines that evoke an unsettling sensation upon first glance. Adjacent to these ravines, the plain is dotted with stone pillars and remnants of ancient structures, reminiscent of bygone relics, alongside numerous shipwrecks. However, Gotten feels little inclination to investigate further. The eerie ambience of this place exudes an unmistakable risk. Rendering it decidedly unusual, Gotten resolves to retreat. Yet just as Gotten turns to leave in search of a different locale, dozens of shadows emerge from the previously deserted reef. These aquatic beings wield long spears and harpoons. Their forms akin to haggard crones, hunched and grotesque. Their skin is a sickly green, reminiscent of goblins, and their frog-like heads sport jaws filled with razor-sharp teeth, a combination that is quite nauseating. Undoubtedly, these are the fishmen. They bear an uncanny resemblance to the fishmen etched in the memories of the dragon's legacy. A.S. Gotten is besieged by the first tier of fishmen warriors. It lets out a fierce roar. Corrupted monstrosities. You seek your own demise. You dare to provoke me. The shadows of death shall follow you like a specter. However, Gotten quickly realizes that the dragon's roar possesses limited range underwater. The fishmen, momentarily stunned, quickly regain their composure. Nevertheless, this brief interlude is sufficient for Gotten to propel itself towards the ocean surface. That IT remains oblivious to the number of fishmen lurking in the depths. Engaging in combat with these monsters underwater would indeed be a display of madness. Thus, having just unleashed a roar, Gotten decides to make a hasty retreat. Chapter 94. The Sewers. The purge is complete. However, just as Gotten intends to depart, several fishmen, utilizing their remarkable underwater speed, rush forward to obstruct the obsidian-hued fledgling dragon. To them, this fledgling dragon appears to be a prime target, weak and vulnerable. Yet, Gotten's reaction to the incoming harpoons and spears astonishes them. It does not flinch or evade, but instead recklessly lunges at the nearest fishman with its claws. The water erupts with splashes and clattering sounds. The result leaves the fishmen dumbfounded. The sharp spears and harpoons that could have pierced the fledgling dragoness scales return empty-handed, thanks to its superior defense. Gotten disregards the weapons of the fishmen, swiftly eviscerating a nearby fishman warrior with its razor-sharp claws, blood instantly saturating the azure waters. Not lingering, Gotten delivers a second strike, absorbing the luminous essence from the corpse before propelling itself once more towards the surface. Along the way, it encounters additional fishmen, dispatching 5 or 6 first-tier warriors with its claws and incisors. That IT refrains from hastily employing skills, instead remaining vigilant for stronger adversaries, upon barely reaching the water's surface. The blood has already stained the surrounding waters, yet no powerful foes have emerged. Just as Gotten is about to break through the surface, it glances back at the untainted waters, only to behold hundreds of green fishmen warriors swiftly advancing towards it. This sight prompts an immediate desire to flee. Although these fishmen warriors seem to possess low ranks, Gotten harbors no doubt that among them lurks a spellcaster. Without hesitation, Gotten leaps above the water, only to find that prolonged underwater travel and combat have caused its wings to tremble, barely allowing it to maintain low-altitude flight, teetering precariously. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, it notes that the island is not far. With a rocky cliff nearby to avoid being encircled by the fishmen, Gotten decisively heads towards the cliff, intending to rest momentarily before vacating this terrifying domain. Seconds later, Gotten sinks its sharp claws into the base of the cliff, emerging from the water and climbing to the summit. Upon reaching the top, the solid ground beneath its feet elicits a sense of exhilaration. With a relaxed demeanor, Gotten turns to taunt the fishmen lurking beneath the crimson waters, exclaiming in a common tongue, "You wretches, if you dare, come up here." However, wary of alarming the unknown creatures on the island, Gotten refrains from roaring. As it shakes off the fishmen, Gotten's expression is one of delight and ease. Ready to rest before departing, only to be momentarily stunned by the scene before its astonishment. A rough stone altar lies merely 10 meters behind it, upon which is bound a female human, approximately 15 or 16 years of age, struggling in vain. Her mouth is gagged, allowing only muffled whimpers to escape. Most critically, her amber vertical pupils glisten with despair and fear, complemented by furry feline ears that tremble with emotion. The memories of the dragon's heritage flood into Gotten's mind. This is a variant of beastmen, known as catfolk, cursed humans endowed with the ability to transform into feline forms that moment. The catfolk's amber eyes brim with hopelessness and terror. Internally, she is tormented, crying out, "O moon goddess, can you enlighten me? Why am I to be sacrificed to those cruel guardians of the sea, only to encounter a ferocious, true dragon?" This signifies that her offering, that of Luvia Starfire, was a grave mistake, utterly incapable of saving her family. To placate their wrath, even more women must be sacrificed from her town. As the true dragon draws near, the sight of its menacing fangs sends chills down Luvia's spine. One step, two steps, the pitch-black true dragon with dark, golden vertical pupils approaches with an elegant yet savage gait, halting before the catfolk girl, then raises its claws, sharp as steel blades, overcome with dread. Luvia shuts her eyes, bracing for death. Suddenly, a sound pierces the air. Thwomp. The ropes binding her snap, and her body feels a sudden release, nearly overwhelming Luvia with relief. When she cautiously opens her amber eyes, she finds a pair of commanding dark golden vertical pupils fixed upon her, their owner exuding an aura of menace, baring sharp teeth as it demands. "Beast folk, or half-beast folk? Irrelevant, tell me, where is this place? Otherwise, my next claw won't simply sever the ropes." With that, it brandishes its claw, producing a resonant sound against the altar, leaving deep gashes in its wake. Faced with such intimidation, Luvia is unnerved by those fierce eyes, responding without hesitation. This is Ryla Island, a place from which the catfolk cannot escape. Just as Luvia attempts to pause, she perceives the predatory gaze of those eyes, prompting her to continue hastily. "We are the sole inhabitants of this island. There are no outsiders, as they have all perished at the hands of the divine servants we call it." The catfolk girl speaks fervently, divulging a wealth of information about the island and the fish-men. Turn. Gotten begins to gradually comprehend the ecosystem within the island and the sea through the words of the catfolk girl. A brilliant ray of sunlight unexpectedly pierces through the shifting clouds, illuminating the rocky cliff where dragon and human stand, both captured in its glow. Damn the sunlight. In a hidden chamber of the sewers beneath Black Street, Vlad von Keinsta, a young vampire recently roused from his coffin, exclaims in anger. He disdainfully employs dark arts to block the feeble light seeping through the fissures above before turning his attention to the information brought by his blood servant transformed from a human. A band of paladins has invaded the sewers, and no one stands a chance against them. Not even his most capable third-tier corpse general or the dozens of vampire spawns before them, all of which fall apart like hot butter under a searing blade. Moreover, their undead traits are rendered utterly ineffective in their presence. Upon hearing of the paladins, Vlad's mind fills with dread, especially upon learning that a priest accompanies them. He resolves to flee immediately, that he had come to this forsaken corner of Black Street precisely because it was unmonitored, perfect for his slumber. After gathering a horde of goblins and creating a few undead, he had ordered them to refrain from expansion to avoid drawing attention, retreating to a northern chamber to rest. Yet, trouble has found him, and a paladin squad at that. Ignoring the blood servant, Vlad strides out of the chamber. But as he steps beyond the threshold, he scarcely has time to transform into a swarm of bats before an unknown divine light descends upon him, immobilizing him completely, leaving him bewildered and helpless. Advanced Undead Binding Spell. To be immobilized is tantamount to a death sentence for any solitary undead creature that a squad of paladins clad in red and white armor emerge from around the corner. While the divine radiance emanating from the mage's artifact was just beginning to fade, coinciding with one of the paladins stepping forward, sword in hand, it was at that moment that Vlad found his vision spinning. As the golden sword adorned with enchanted weapon was lightly swung, his head fell to the ground, filled with a sense of unwillingness, before he could even comprehend the swift arrival of these paladins. Consciousness slipped away, plunging him into eternal darkness. The last two phrases of human conversation echoed in his ears. Lord Tuck, the undead in the sewers have been eradicated. In the sewers of the Black Street. There is no evil left for the time being. Chapter 95. Is this enough now? On the cliffs of Raka Island, Gordon's voice mingled with the sound of crashing waves, gradually rising. So, you arrived here due to a shipwreck caused by a recent storm? And you, 100 beast men, are being kept by those fish-like creatures on this deserted island. They demand tributes of females for reproduction. And you, are you the chosen sacrifice for the sea creatures? When night falls, will you be dragged into the ocean by them? Adjusting his reclining position, Gordon squinted against the glaring sunlight, surveying the girl before him, who had reverted to her normal human form, and inquired with a contemplative tone. This was a synthesis of information he had gleaned from Livia. Yes, Lord Gordon, Livia timidly replied, nodding vigorously. Although she realized that the true dragon before her was capable of communication, her fear lingered, leaving her anxious that a single unsatisfactory response could lead to her demise beneath the dragon's claws. She could not afford to die. So, is the deity you mentioned truly a god? Gordon asked further. No. Luca is a creature with countless tentacle-like appendages that was during the storm that had brought us here. We were on the verge of sinking. But thanks to its aid, not a single one of us perished. As Livia spoke, she waved her hands anxiously, her expression complex, unsure whether to feel relief or resentment. She continued, Thus, we named it Luca, meaning guardian spirit in beastmen language. However, shortly thereafter, we discovered we could not leave. Those fish-like beings, who consider themselves Luca's servants, forbade our departure. We once attempted to light a bonfire to attract passing ships for rescue, but the reefs are treacherous, and merchant vessels would never choose this route. Even if a ship spotted us, they would steer clear. We tried to construct rafts to escape, but without exception, they were destroyed by the monsters lurking in the sea. No one could return to the shore. Upon reaching this point, Livia's expression darkened, clearly indicating that among the beast men who perished in the depths of the sea, there were those she recognized. So, this is your first sacrifice? Gordon, observing the cat-like girl who bore a resemblance to human society in her attire, asked curiously. No, this is the third one this month. Livia shook her head, her expression one of despair. Cannot you resist? Even if you cannot fight back, surely you could evade. Those fish-like creatures cannot match your agility on land. Gordon continued his inquiries. Initially, we were reluctant, but they possess powerful spellcasters who, after chanting incantations, enable those fish-like beings to traverse land freely and unleash terrifying spells that I know of Uncle Rom, who was turned to stone, becoming a statue. After that, no one dared to resist. Fear glimmered in Livia's eyes as her voice trembled, clearly haunted by the nightmares inflicted by that spellcaster. However, Gordon realized that these fish-like beings could indeed come ashore. Which was troubling, he turned to glance at the blood-stained surface of the sea, where ripples indicated the presence of creatures lurking beneath. Yet, he felt no trepidation. After all, he was a creature capable of thriving inland. Sea and air, what did he have to fear? He could simply take flight if necessary. Therefore, Lord Gordon, could you spare me? If you were to consume me, they would undoubtedly demand further sacrifices from us. Livia lowered her gaze, her voice tentative as she pleaded. She did not dare to meet Gordon's eyes, fearing she might provoke the true dragon's ire. Of course, that is not an issue. I have no interest in you. However, could you coax those little ones from the jungle to come out? After eavesdropping for so long, they should show themselves. Gordon flashed a benign smile, retracting even his menacing fangs that he had long noticed several watchful gazes from the forest behind the cliff, but had remained patient, allowing Livia to speak. Now was the time for earnest discussion. Ah! Livia gasped in disbelief at Gordon's words. She had been completely unaware of anyone lurking in the jungle. Panic surged within her. Could it be? Indeed. As her gaze swept the underbrush, rustling sounds grew louder. Moments later, 3 cat-like creatures of varying hues burst forth, 2 with tawny fur and 1 snow-white. They were small, measuring about 4 feet in length and 3 feet in height, akin to large dogs from her previous life. They emitted growls, challenging sounds, and fluent, youthful common speech escaped their mouths. Sister, Livia, don't be afraid. You vile black dragon. Release Livia, or else I will. However, before the gray-furred cat could finish its declaration, it was swiftly subdued by Livia, who transformed into a larger, patterned cat with a single paw pressing it to the ground, leaving it in a state of disbelief, letting out muffled sounds. Its 4 paws instinctively clawed at the earth, grasping at the grass. Lefane, Cone, and Nanali, did I not instruct Uncle Direct to watch over you? Why have you come here? I told you not to. Livia scolded the 3 younger kin, who were clearly a head smaller than her, her face filled with exasperation and anger. We snuck out while Uncle Direct was distracted. Sister, I won't let those repulsive monsters take you away. I refuse to lose you. The snow-white cat approached, explaining while resting its paws on Livia's front limb, its eyes filled with concern. Yes, Livia, I won't allow those sea monsters to drag you under. Another cat, not pinned down by Livia, also approached, licking its paw and casting a sidelong glance at Gordon, evidently preparing for a confrontation. Nonsense. Utter nonsense. Don't be quiet. You have no idea how perilous this is. And Lefane, apologize at once. I will not tolerate such rudeness. Lord Gordon means no harm. Livia meowed angrily, initially releasing her grip on the cat. Her amber, slit-like pupils fixed upon her audacious kin, she reprimanded loudly that it was indisputable that, apart from initial threats, Gordon had not coerced her in any manner. Is that true, Livia? Of course. Lefane scratched at the dirt clinging to its chin, casting a puzzled gaze at the fearsome black dragon. Yet, being a courteous beast-man, upon receiving Livia's affirmation, it quickly recognized its error. Thus, it lowered its head and approached Gordon, sincerely stating, I apologize, Your Grace, the true dragon. I misunderstood you. No harm done. However, I am curious, what fuels your courage? Gordon inquired, scrutinizing the diminutive gray cat that it was the first time he had encountered such a frail, unranked creature daring to challenge him. Although it had refrained from using Dragon's Roar, this display of bravery was unprecedented. I do not know. I merely wish to protect Sister Livia from harm. The young male gray cat spoke timidly, clearly trembling now that it stood in proximity to Gordon. The dragon's menacing fangs, sharp claws, and formidable scales were enough to instill fear. Very well. Go summon someone capable of authority from your clan, if you truly wish to save your sister Livia. Gordon gestured with a paw, urging haste. Lefane hesitated, but just as it was about to seek Livia's opinion, the rustling sounds from the jungle intensified. A group of gray cats and patterned cats, larger than Livia, emerged from the forest, having come in response to the message relayed by their kin. Upon learning of the black dragon's presence, they had all transformed into their beast-man forms for speed. Among them was an elderly cat with gray and white fur, a figure of respect within the clan. However, it regarded Gordon with curiosity. What was a dragon doing on Raker Island? A whelp, no less. What could it possibly want? Nevertheless, it respectfully inquired, Might we assist you in any way, Your Grace, the true dragon? It did not wish to provoke the ire of a true dragon. opting instead to gauge Gordon's desires first. If it were merely a matter of offering sustenance, they could still procure a substantial amount of food. As long as they remain, the fishmen will not concern themselves with their fishing along the coast. They have enraged me. I wish to impart upon them an indelible lesson, to make them aware of the true wrath of a dragon. Geddon raised his claw, gesturing towards the still, rippling ocean. Therefore, divulge all that you know to me. Indeed, my lord dragon, they possess not only formidable fishman warriors and spellcasters, but also formidable crabmen, whose might is unparalleled. Those pincers could effortlessly sever our waists, and you are not one of them. The old cat's expression wavered, clearly indicating that Geddon's strength did not inspire confidence. Although Geddon had undergone several enhancements, he remained merely a larger-than-average whelp. However, upon hearing this, Geddon relinquished his hesitation and proceeded to dismantle the 7 first-tier talent orbs related to slaying fishmen from his panel. Dark Vision 2. Long Weapon Proficiency 1. Underwater Breathing 3, all of which were of no use to him, that he allocated the entirety to the 2 skills that would most enhance his combat prowess. Robustness. 1620-2020. Greater Robustness. 125. Life. 4646 to 5050 Dual-Wielding Combat. 25-55. Dual-Wielding Mastery. 110. Geddon felt an incredible surge of power suddenly erupt within him, coursing chaotically through his being, neither painful nor discomforting, but rather exhilarating. The muscles beneath his scales began to transform, his bones cracking audibly as fragments of deeper memories regarding dual-wielding combat shattered in his mind. Geddon became wholly immersed in the ecstasy of his newfound strength. When he reopened his eyes, he discovered his field of vision had expanded, and the catmen appeared significantly smaller, to be precise. He had grown considerably from a previous height of 7 feet to an impressive 10, that his muscles, concealed beneath his black scales, were now prominently defined. Rising to his full height, he supported himself with his newly powerful hind legs, unfurling his wings on either side. Standing at a towering 8 feet, his imposing figure, combined with his expansive wings, cast a shadow over the astonished catmen below. Geddon's dark, golden-slit pupils gazed down imperiously upon the frozen catman, as he coldly inquired, "Is this sufficient now?" Upon the stone cliff, silence reigned.